How do you get the world to overlook the most heinous acts in human history when there's evidence lying all around them? You make sure that no one saw it, or you make sure that no one cares.
Where they had in the antebellum South, yet they only produced like 7% of the country's dairy because it was just really unproductive. And there was, and you know, all the like whippings or whatever, like that stuff, like it was just common there. Like the white people were whipped too. It like, and there was, and you know, all the like whippings or whatever, like that stuff, like it was just common there. Like the white people were whipped too. It like there was more recorded lashings of like the white people down there than there was the black people.
Cite your sources, bitch.
Another crazy thing today. Another crazy thing. When race relations got really bad in the U.S., like in the 60s, race relations were getting better before that. But what happened was a huge group of people from the South migrated. So when like then you would see race relations get bad. So like in the 20s, 30s, 40s, basically, and I might be butchering the years. They how do I say this? Race relations were getting better, and they measured this with like instances of hate crimes were going down. There's less, like they didn't have the like no blacks allowed signs. The interracial marriages were going up.
Do you know why, dumb bitch? Do you know about the civil rights? Do you know how many black and brown people had to fight and die to finally be recognized as more than what is it, 3/5 of a person? And she's gonna make it seem like, oh, you know, the blacks were like cool with the whites after slavery and it was cool. But then when those blacks start moving to Chicago and California and stuff, what is she talking about?
So all the ways they measure race relations, everything was getting better. Then a huge influx of the population from the South came in. That's when you see the race relations get bad again. The signs come up.
People. So do you think America, do you think the people that were brought over to America were the more vulnerable? That way they were able to be more like malleable to a different life because they were weaker and everything. They were able to be controlled more. Do you think that's a thing?
I mean, partially, yeah. I think
Ben Shapiro quote tweeted that and said, "The surest sign of anti-Semitism is to accuse a Jewish person." Yeah.
He called you an Ben?
Yeah.
I love Ben Shapiro. Ben!
And I guess you could probably say the same thing about Candace Owens.
I love Candace. Come on our channel.
I'm Italian. The only times I'm on time for things is when I like get the time wrong, when I think I'm supposed to be there way earlier than I'm actually supposed to be there. Because I thought I was supposed to be here at 3.
Oh, really?
That's why I texted you. I texted you, I'm on my way, because I thought I was already 10 minutes late when I was leaving.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Blessing was more late African.
Well, he's black.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a hard time. I don't mean
No, he's really offended. But your argument was the Holocaust was not special and all countries have done that.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
so you're saying, why is the Holocaust special?
Yeah, basically.
Oh. Okay, what do you mean, basically?
Well, yeah, I mean, because of course, you know, we're getting into the details of it, but yeah, that's the gist.
Yeah, I mean, but you kind of deny it happened.
Yeah, I deny some of the parts of it.
You deny parts of it don't seem realistic to you. You think they were embellished upon.
I think they're embellished, yeah.
The same way. This sounds, oh gosh.
Oh boy.
They're gonna be in trouble. This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do, is they embellish. And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible. It was.
Right.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
I just don't buy it. I never did. At the end of the day, do I think she's some kind of race supremacist? No, I don't. Do I think she's a grifter? Absolutely. Yeah, I do. I don't think she believes half the stuff that she says that comes out of her mouth. And then on racial issues, I don't even think that she's some kind of supremacist. I just think she's ignorant. That's it. I just think she's ignorant. And when a man came on the platform and said a bunch of stuff, she just didn't have the wherewithal or the ability to counter anything because she wasn't well read on it.
And there was a lot of things that she was agreeing on that, was whatever. But whatever.
I just think she just doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about, which is true for many of the subjects that she talks on.
Now, you all tell me something here. Does this sound like somebody who is, quote, ignorant, isn't well read, hasn't studied up on it? Does this sound like somebody who is just ignorant and hasn't studied up on anything?
And there was, all the like whippings or whatever, like that stuff. Like it was just common there. Like the white people were whipped too.
Now, just because someone is spouting propaganda, when she's saying it over and over again, when she is able to name chapter and verse, when she is able to tell you all the names of every bootlicking Negro, but she can't name any of the black elder scholars of history, you can name all the alt-right and white supremacist adjacent ones. You can name them, but she doesn't know any black historians. She doesn't know Chancellor Williams. She doesn't know Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinan. She doesn't know Ivan Van Sertima. She doesn't know Francis Cress Welsing. She doesn't know Dr. John Henry Clark. She doesn't know Dr. Claude Anderson. Never heard of any of them. You want to talk about economists? Well, Thomas Sowell isn't a historian. He's just an economist. But guess what? Dr. Claude Anderson has a degree in economics also. But she doesn't know anything. When we talk about the black folk who got some sense, she never heard of any of them. She's never studied any of them. She never read any of those books. She's never studied those people. But she sure is an expert on the alt-right and the white supremacists everywhere. Now, ain't that amazing? That's not a person who is ignorant, sir. That's not ignorance. That's propaganda. That's white supremacy. That's racism. But that is the exact opposite of ignorance. But I know there's a problem here. I know there's a problem here because when we talk about white supremacy, there's a certain segment that tends to want to paper these things over, and you start hearing something very, very similar when you talk to them.
Fuck, she's talking about, which is true for many.
You start hearing something similar.
Is just Burlington the racist? For me, no. No. That's the conclusion. At any rate, what am I telling you? I'm telling you that in my head, I have an idea of what a racist white man looks like. In my head, I have an idea of what a racist white woman looks like. Does my idea of a racist white woman map cleanly onto yours? No. Why not? You haven't been through my experiences, and I haven't been through yours. Shout out to all the brothers in the military. Is there any military? Are there any older military in here? You take some soldiers from Valdosta. You take some soldiers from Albany, from Augusta, from Columbus, from Dalton. Like, I've met some racist people. To me, Pearl is not a racist.
Let that be your epitaph. And for everyone else who sat by silently all these weeks, they waited 3 weeks before they said anything. Understand something, this detonated. It didn't go viral. It went thermonuclear. And a whole bunch of people sat back because they wanted to see how far the fallout was going to hit. And was this a brush fire? As I said 3 weeks ago, I warned them all then. This was not a brush fire that was just going to quickly die out. This was an inferno that was going to engulf the world, and that's exactly what happened. So a whole bunch of folks tried to hang back, as I told you they would do, and try to see if they could figure out a way to explain this and see if it would get less sharp and less shrill as time went on, and it didn't. No, your major news outlets have all known about it. They've all tried to play dumb because all of them are towing the line too. Tonight's program is titled Immigrants, And that's those who are not coming from a descendants of American slaves or freedmen background, are always denying racism. But in reality here, what I want to talk about tonight is how not just that, but there's a whole bunch beyond that. Oh no, we're going to go deep off in the woods here tonight. Little bit of housekeeping. It's not going to go where you all might think it is. Not going to quite go where you think it is going to go, but it's going to go there.
Black relationship topics and black talent. And the talent came from all over. When you include the likes of an Andrew Tate, all the way down to a Brittany Renner. And even from a content creator perspective, from me to a Melanie King, to a Sarah Garvey, to a King Riches, to an Auntie Jenny. So for those just unaware of what's been going on, Pearl has recently come under fire for these particular comments.
I'm trying to get my Africans in America. My Africans. Oh gosh.
I don't know why you had to do that, like that little, rewind 3 times. Like,
I don't know why you had to do that little rewind 3 times. So you notice he doesn't come out taking issue with her statement. He's totally unoffended. It doesn't bother him. It's not a problem, even though she's talking about him. But you notice that didn't bother him. He's not bothered by the white supremacists expressing their white supremacist tendencies. He's upset with black folk calling it out. He's like, hey, what you doing calling it out for? I mean, why you got to do that? Why you got to make trouble? You all have to understand this idea and this concept of the, quote, troublemaking Negro. Remember, Malcolm X spoke about this in his autobiography, that he was called a troublemaker. That's what the white folks who were keeping segregation, discrimination, Jim Crow, and oppression on black folks said. If you're a black person who said anything about it or did something about it, you were called a troublemaker. Why don't you just leave things alone? Don't you see all the good niggers love the way things are right now? So you see, he's not taking issue with the white supremacists. He's taking issue with any black person who dares to call it out. That's a colonized mind. What I'm telling you is that he identifies with his oppressor. What a name. What a dishonest name, King Riches, when he is the poorest in intellect and the most impoverished in character and principles. So he's not upset with her. His issue is with you for calling it out. This is an individual who identifies with the white supremacist oppressor. He sees himself and herself as one and the same. So her cause is his cause. Her worldview is his worldview. And when you attack her worldview, you've attacked him. Now he's coming not at her, he's coming at you. Shamelessly. Because in his mind, because he is with a white woman, and I am not condemning him for that, but he is with a white woman. However, he identifies that that's his worldview, that he needs to defend that. So just understand, he's not coming out of this with a black mind in an interracial relationship. He's coming out of it with a colonized mind. He's gotten out of the bed confused. I know, earlier in the video, he was totally unoffended at Nick Fuentes talking to his woman that way, but all right.
I mean, Brett, like, it sounds like you're trying to, push a narrative with that, and I kind of feel like that's a bit unfair because you know Pearl personally. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you know her personally. You've had conversations with her. You've got to know her just as I've got to know her. You know she's not racist, bro. So, I think that, putting that little repeating little my Africans part, to me, that's a bit distasteful, but, let's keep going.
Now, just like everybody else, and I know this was weeks ago, but just like everybody else, he lied like everybody else did. Everybody wanted to pretend they didn't hear my program. He lied like everybody else. And he's claiming he didn't know what it was. And, we were just hearing it for the first time or whatever. He had heard this already. And take a look at how he's responding to it. That it's all minimized and, it's no big deal. In other words, racism is the rest of our problems, not his. Now, here he's upset about the repeatedly playing the My Africans thing. What in the world do you got to say to this guy to register that somebody is a racist and a white supremacist? They have to declare themselves that, so as long as they don't call themselves a white supremacist, they're not white supremacists? Long as they don't call you nigga, they're not white supremacists then. Those are the rules. Okay, then everybody who's been fired from your job, if you met a racist judge, he's not racist. If he's not wearing the Ku Klux Klan robe and calling you nigga, then he's not a racist. According to King Richards and the lead attorney and the rest of them, if they're not calling you nigga and wearing a Ku Klux Klan outfit, that's not a racist. That's not a racist. They're just ignorant, they're uninformed, they're problematic, they're inconvenient, they're not racist.
Oh boy.
They're gonna get trouble. This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do, is they embellish. And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible, it was,
right,
but they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
Let me just stop it there, yeah. And I'm going to be very honest, like, and I've told Pearl, and I checked Pearl on that myself, like, the next day. I was just like, that was a really, like, poor choice of words. I think
a poor choice of words. That's his response to it. Well, that was a poor choice of words. Not those are racist words. Not this is a white supremacist. Oh, well, that was just a poor choice of words. So if you were questioning before, then when I say this is who he identifies with the white supremacist mindset. Shamelessly so, because you see, he's so close to them as far as he's concerned, he's only accountable to them. So those are the folks he wants to keep happy. This is a colonized mind.
They can control people.
Let me just stop it there, yeah. And I'm going to be very honest, like, and I've told Pearl, and I checked Pearl on that myself, like, the next day. I was just like, that was a really, like, poor choice of words. I think that she didn't really understand that, yeah, you are saying that slavery was horrible, but when you say embellish, it kind of makes it out to be like it wasn't as bad as people think it is. And she understands that it was bad. Do you get what I'm saying? She said it was horrible, but when you add the embellish part, it just it comes across as sour. Do you get what I'm saying? It's going to rub people the wrong way. It's going to make people have just a bad reaction towards what you're saying and towards you as personally. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, as I said, I know Pearl personally. I've been around her for a long time, and if she was racist, I wouldn't work with her.
So in other words, when he's telling all the rest of us he's the nigger whisperer, well, I've worked with Pearl personally, and if she were racist, I would tell you all the rest. Yeah, he would tell us because we can't recognize racism when we see it and hear it. You see, if she was really racist, he would tell us. You see, you can't believe your lying ears and your lying eyes. If she were racist, he would be the one to tell you you're not qualified to be able to identify a white supremacist spewing white supremacy when you hear it. You ain't qualified. You're not able. You're not capable. You don't know how to do it. But if he tells you, well, now you can believe it. If he tells you. If he says it. But what did you say there before? Oh, that's a poor choice of words. That was just really ill-advised. That was, it's kind of offensive if you say something like that. Yeah, but it's not white supremacist, not at all. If you all recognize a white supremacist when you hear one and see one, and you don't need anybody to tell you what it is, give me the black fist emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button. It's over 3,000 people in here in just the first 18 minutes. By the way, he just did a live stream and he only had 900 people. So much for the power of the Pearly Things Network. By the way, he just did a live stream, had 900 people after 3 hours. We're only 18 minutes in and got over 3,000 people. So much for the power and efficacy of the Pearly Things Network. He sold his soul to get 900 people to tune in live. Wow. Oh yeah, they buy their plantation Negroes cheap. It's like Big Lots over there. But if you agree with what you're hearing here tonight, give me the black fist emoji and hit the likes button. Because we going all the way there. Now, I've warned you all for years that YouTube will try to deceive you all. YouTube will try to deceive you with a overinflated and misleading metric called subscriber numbers. I've always told you all, keep your eyes on the viewer numbers because that tells you your reach and that tells you your influence. And I've told you all since day one, every single major YouTuber from Mr. Beast to PewDiePie to Marquise Brownlee, all of them know who I am. All of them know what I do. It's in their interest for some of them to pretend that they don't, but CNN and all the rest of them, they all know about the business. And now, after all these weeks of pretending that they didn't know what was going on, some of your major YouTubers are now sitting up here and doing some major splaining over there at Valuetainment. Oh man, over there at Valuetainment, they are circling the white supremacist wagons. They're circling the white supremacist wagons over there at Valuetainment after pretending all this time that they didn't know, after pretending like they didn't hear it. Oh boy, it all came crashing down and now they're admitting it too. So what I'm saying on tonight's program, maybe I need to rename it from Immigrants Denying Racism to Everyone Who Denies Racism, but particularly non-black folk or non-descendants of slaves. We got to talk about them. Everybody who comes from outside of that rubric, all of a sudden, they're all circling the wagons now. Now, here's the thing, as I was saying to you here before, you got to understand a whole bunch of folks were coming here and they were coming in late and they were talking about this late. You ever notice that? That's the point I was making to you here. How in the world is it that these folks are jumping up weeks later? Now they're all admitting and confessing that they heard about it weeks ago, but they didn't say anything. Now they're all finally admitting and confessing, yeah, we heard about this weeks ago, but we didn't say anything. So what's your agenda for overlooking that when you jump on other things like that? What's going on here? How is it that this is supposed to be part of what you all do, and yet you spent weeks ignoring it? What are you afraid of? What's the agenda at work? And then you start hearing folks covering for it, defending it, being an apologist for it. Oh, well, that's not racism because we don't know racism when we hear it. Because denying the Holocaust makes you a white supremacist and a racist. Denying slavery, you're just kind of offensive. You're just kind of money grubbing. You're just looking to open the market. Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist when he denies the Holocaust. Pearly things for something that wasn't even volunteered. They were talking about the Jewish Holocaust. She volunteers to say, well, you know, that's just like the slavery stuff. Well, nobody asked her about slavery. She said, yeah, I know you didn't ask, but let me volunteer this for you. Yeah, the Holocaust. Well, if the Holocaust is exaggerated, well, it's just like slavery. They exaggerate slavery. Nobody asked you about slavery. Yeah, but I want to talk about what I want to talk about. So, yeah, it's about slavery. And the rest of these folks here from non-foundational backgrounds, the rest of these folks here from places where in some of the countries that they hail from, they still got slavery. And next thing you know, when they get here, all of a sudden they dead quiet for weeks. How is that humanly possible? Well, now we know that it wasn't possible. They knew the whole time. They've admitted now and confessed, oh, we knew the whole time. We just didn't want to say anything. And then when you ask them, well, what do you think? Well, I mean, that's not racist. So a colonized mind is a dangerous thing. Now on Valuetainment, they've gone full-blown alt-right white supremacist over there. They've just gone ahead and taken it out and said, okay, look, we here for the alt-right. You can see there, just pearly things accused of racism by woke SJWs and the Black Manosphere. First of all, the Black Manosphere was defending them, Mr. Jewish white supremacist Adam. First of all, sir, the Black Manosphere, that's who she went running to for her defense, Mr. White Supremacist alt-right of Jewish descent. By the way, so if anybody thinks that a Jewish person can't be a white supremacist and can't be alt-right, Exhibit A is on your screen. So the guy who comes from Lebanon, Mr. Valuetainment, Patrick Bet David, this is the type of Jewish person that he can get along with. He can get along with you as long as you're anti-black. No wonder they've been acting and pretending and faking and fronting for weeks now like they've never heard the program, like pearly things, the fallout from that nuclear bomb that we set off weeks ago, like it didn't go off. Amazing. Now all these weeks later, they got to admit, we'll be damned. It all came falling in. So if you want to get along, we finally found something that the Lebanese and white Jewish people can agree on. If you're over there at Valuetainment, well, as long as you don't like black people, as long as you deny racism, as long as you deny white supremacy exists, because remember, the most valuable weapon in white supremacy's arsenal is denying it even exists. That's the most powerful tool that it has, is to get you to get together and say, oh, well, you know, it doesn't really actually even exist. It's just ignorance. That ain't really racism. Why, racism is some white dudes in the back of a 1977 Ford pickup truck with axe handles in the rear windshield. That's racism. No, this right here isn't racism. No. And if you think it is, well, you just don't understand. I mean, it's just a grift. You know, it ain't that major. When she had to go looking for cover, she went to the Black Manosphere and she found a protective enclave. So just understand, this is what they're doing over there at Valuetainment. What I want to do here, I want to start from the beginning just so you can hear what they had to say here, so that you can understand that this is how far these folks have gone to sit up here and try to cover their asses and pretend that we hadn't really gotten them body blows through. They've been feeling the body blows now for weeks, which is why they finally had to say something, because they realized this isn't going away. So listen to how pathetic and desperate they are over there to finally start trying to cover up for what happened. And then if these are your spin doctors, Pearly, I hope you can get a refund.
Another friend of the show has been all up in the news as of late, and we are talking about our friend Pearl.
Now, if she's been all up in the news as of late, sir, why did you wait 3 weeks to say something? Another friend of the program. Well, you don't sound like very much of a friend if you've been ignoring your friend's plight now for the better part of a month. Why is that? And by the way, when they play the clips in the video, you'll notice they're gonna crop out the business spectralizer down there at the bottom of the screen. They'll close in real tight on the screen because they want to try to remove that. But yeah, we heard what you did. We saw what you did. Yeah, you've been running scared all this time. But by the way, if she was your buddy and if you've known for the last 3 weeks, why didn't you say something 3 weeks ago? If you were confident in what you're about to say today, why didn't you say something then? Why didn't you say something 3 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, a week ago, 5 days ago, 3 days? Why didn't you say something before now? If you're really being truthful and sincere in what you're saying today, if you've known all these weeks. Oh, because the cover-up didn't work? Because ignore it and it'll go away didn't work? Is that the reason? Yeah, it sounds like that's the reason. Ignore it and it'll go away didn't work. Now you all are trying to circle the wagons. Too damn late. The barn has already burned down. Too late to cover it up now.
Another friend of the show has been all up in the news as of late, and we are talking about our friend Pearl. Pearly things. Pearl Davis, you know, a bunch of different names that we know what's going on. But basically, she's blown up so much over the last year. Business Insider just did an article on her. If you can pull that article up, Angel. As Andrew Tate languishes in jail, this article is obviously prior to him being released on house arrest. A new celebrity anti-feminist creator is filling the gap, unlike him.
Now, here's the thing. I want to go ahead and touch some sore nerves here. Business Insider did a piece about her on March 22nd. So apparently they were late to the party because we set the bomb off on March 20th. So understand, these are major websites. She was chosen, just like Cardi B was picked by the machine, as Charlemagne said, just like Nicki Minaj picked by the machine, Doja Cat picked by the machine, Meg Thee Stallion picked by the machine. Not because they have a true grassroots following, but the machine says, okay, you've been handpicked and chosen because you're our puppet. You just go out there and go parrot our lines. The machine was getting behind Pearly. The machine was getting ready to put rocket boosters on her. The machine was getting ready to make her take off. And next thing you know, we came along here at the business and just knocked over the whole damn apple cart. Next thing you know, their big investment that they made has been scuttled. But these are major websites and major outlets letting you know we selected her and we were getting ready to declare her the queen of this thing. But here's the thing. I got a question for you all. Did Business Insider ever do an article like this on Kevin Samuels? Did Business Insider ever do an article like this about Kevin Samuels? Did Business Insider ever do an article like this about even Fresh and Fit, even though they are flunkies and lackeys, Ape and Rolo Tomasi? Did they ever do that? But you know what? Let me just keep it on Kevin, who did way more than anybody else. And I'm just asking, did Business Insider ever sit up here and make an article about him, declaring him the king of this and doing an expose on him in that regard? No, but ain't no white supremacy. No, this isn't part of an orchestrated white supremacist media campaign. No, you're an idiot and a fool. You're just overly sensitive. Well, yeah, just because they're all running to her aid now, you're just overly sensitive. You're just seeing things. I mean, maybe Kevin wasn't that big. Okay, well, you can't say that. So what was the reason they ignored it then? Why is it she gets an attention that folk who were beyond her didn't get? Because probably they weren't plugged into the machine, or they were not the people that they really wanted to boost. They were waiting for a white person who was fully clicked in and plugged in. And that's what they wanted. So yeah, it's just like the drug trade. I said it. Black folk are here to open these markets. And then after you've opened these markets, after you've created hip hop, after you've created these things, then they're going to bring in a white person to supplant you. And then we're going to say, okay, this is truly the face of this movement. They're going to be the ones who capitalize on it. You create these markets and then we're going to run you off and put a white person in charge. And next thing you know, when we get done, it'll be nothing but white voices. And folks will be telling you that you never had a hand in it anyway.
As Andrew Tate languishes in jail, this article is obviously prior to him being released on house arrest. A new celebrity anti-feminist creator is filling the gap. Unlike him, she's a woman. So we all know that we're a big fan of Pearl.
Right.
Here's some highlights that's going on. So before Tate, it was Kevin Samuels that was sort of the face of the red pill. We all know our friend Rolo.
Now, he's not reading from the article. This is just him talking on his own. And yet, take a look at his stance on there. Yeah, they're not asking any questions. You all didn't give the same boost to these other folks. Interesting.
Then it became Tate, Fresh and Fit, obviously over the last handful of years. But Pearl, I remember meeting Pearl a year ago. A year ago this month, she had like 50,000 subscribers. Now she has 1.3 million subscribers. And
you call that natural? Folks, she's got the charisma of a toaster oven. So that tells you the machine has gotten behind them. YouTube can turn a rutabaga into 1 million subscribers. The real thing is, with her 1 million subscribers, we skunk her in influence. We destroy and decimate her in influence. So yeah, if all you're looking at are subscriber numbers, an obsolete, misleading metric, subscriber numbers only matter in relation to your viewer count. And we blow the doors off of them, but their job is not to acknowledge us because there's something that we've got that Pearly Things doesn't have. We have an anti-white supremacist standard. We ain't looking to get a record deal, a TV deal, a subsidizing advertising deal. We're not looking for that because we have an anti-white supremacist standard. So we've got something that she doesn't have. That's why they don't want to work with us. Furthermore, I don't need them to. Even when it comes to money, you're not doing much better. Oh, did I say that? Yeah, I said that. Yeah, I really did. Well, anyway, he's got this mixed chick, I suppose it is, sock puppet,
nor do I,
sitting next to him there. And of course, because that's what you're going to do. If you're going to defend white supremacy, then what you're going to do is you're going to get yourself a convenient Negro looks mixed, sitting next to you here. If she isn't mixed, she'll do till the mixed chick gets here. If she's not mixed, she'll do till the mixed chick gets here. So, of course, to try to defend himself, he brings on one of their bought and paid for nigresses. You say she's Latina? Maybe. I don't know who she is, but I do know that she's obviously bought and paid for. So he doesn't bring in a bunch of white men. He brings her in basically to do like Robin on the Howard Stern show. She just sits there and giggles and laughs at what he says. She doesn't push back. She doesn't clarify anything because this guy, this Adam guy here, I think his name is Adam, this fella says some vile, racist, white supremacist stuff during this video. He says some of the most putrid, disgusting, venomous things. That's why I'm getting on this right now, and then we'll come back to some of these other folks. But to our Jewish friends out there, if you want to know why it is that some folks sit here and say, hey, there's a white supremacist movement in Jewish society, guys like this is Exhibit A of the white supremacist movement in Jewish society. This guy right here. And we'll get to it.
And some men just want to be men. She says, quote unquote, men are discriminated against in society by the legal system and feminists at large. We all know that women initiate 70 to 80% of divorces. 90% of the time, the courts rule in favor of women. And she basically is just sort of tipping the scales of justice in men's favor. So,
he can't even find the propaganda now. It's like, dude, your stump speech is over. What do you have to defend her against her racism accusations? What do you got for that?
Responding to claim, Davis told Insider, misogyny is the hatred of women. I don't hate women, nor do I think that she hates women. I think that Pearl is a very necessary voice in a sea of women that are constantly attacking men. And I think that she's very necessary for the world.
I think so too.
If there's anything that we stand for here is that open dialogue, discussion, debate.
White supremacy.
Disagree without being disagreeable.
White supremacy.
Pearl's been on our show, I don't know, half a dozen times. Here on this stage, back on the old set, she's been on Jedediah. And she's actually genuinely a sweet person.
Yeah.
You know,
what does that have to do with her being a racist? Your idea that she's a sweet person. I know her personally, and I would tell you she's not a racist. If she were a racist, I would tell you she was a racist. What in the hell does that have to do with anything? She's a nice, polite individual. What does politeness and courteousness have to do with racism and white supremacy? These are the same folks who would tell you, well, I don't believe that Jeffrey Dahmer, I don't think he's a serial killer. I know he's done some things right there, but, you know, it's not exactly, you got to see it exactly. He's not exactly a killer, you know. He's a nice guy. You don't know him like I know him. I know him personally. And knowing him personally, I can tell you he is not a serial killer. He's chopped up a few people. His knife has unfortunately, you know, cut a couple of people. So he is a cutter. He is a cutter, but he is not a killer. You don't understand Jeffrey. He is a cutter, but he is not a killer. That's what we're running into now. Semantics as white supremacy. Now, they talk about her talking to Nick Fuentes, and here's where things get really disgusting. Here's where things get really vile and really horrible.
I don't know if you've seen the situation that she was in where she hosted the white supremacist known as Nick Fuentes on a couple shows. And She's catching some backlash for that. So we're going to play a couple of those clips, let you decide for yourself, and then we can kind of give our 2 cents at the end of watching these clips. So here's the first clip where she's talking with Nick Fuentes about blacks, Jews, slavery, anti-Semitism, and all the topics that basically nobody ever gets upset about. So play that first.
Now, you notice the way he frames this. He frames this as she was talking to Nick Fuentes. What they refuse to do is to point out that she's not just talking to him. She's giving her own personal views on these things. That's what she's doing. And by the way, they didn't want to give any credit or attribution here, so take a look at the crazy cropping, but all right.
Clip, if you can, it's is that the right clip?
Yeah, that's the first one.
It's the first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Holocaust was not special, and all countries have done that.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
so you're saying, why is the Holocaust special?
Yeah, basically.
Oh. Okay, what do you mean, basically?
Well, yeah, I mean, because of course, we're getting into the details of it, but yeah, that's the gist.
Yeah, I mean, but you kind of deny it happened.
Yeah, I deny some of the parts of it.
You deny parts of it don't seem realistic to you. You
Right.
think they're embellished upon.
I think they're embellished, yeah.
The same way. This sounds, oh gosh.
Oh.
Now, how can this Adam guy, who is Jewish, he said, how is it that he hears her say that Nick Fuentes says that he denies parts of the Holocaust? Why is it he didn't take an issue with that? That she's sitting there going along with it. Oh, it's because, well, she didn't say the Holocaust. She just giving the pushback on it. She steers into, well, slavery was embellished and exaggerated. So he's like, oh, well, as long as you're not directly endorsing that, as long as you go after black folk, yeah, I'll give you a safe microphone here.
Of course, we're getting into the details of it, but yeah, that's the gist.
Yeah, I mean, but you kind of deny it happened.
Yeah, I deny some of the parts of it.
You deny parts of it don't seem realistic to you. You
Right.
think they're embellished upon.
I think they're embellished, yeah.
The same way. This sounds, oh gosh.
Oh boy.
They're gonna
You're
be
gonna
in
get
trouble.
yourself
This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish. And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible. It was.
Right.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
Okay, next clip right there. So basically, Pearl is dipping her toes in the water, sitting down with a anti-Semitic, Holocaust denier, white supremacist, white nationalist, Nick Fuentes, and just trying to have a casual conversation with someone who is basically denying the atrocities of the Holocaust. 6 million Jews were killed. I had family members that...
Okay, and this is where this disgusting, deceitful, subhuman, lying individual here, Adam at Valuetainment, this lowlife, do you see what he just did? Pearly Thing sat there and talked about slavery in America. He sits there, well, she was talking to this Nick Fuentes, so you notice the devious, underhanded, sneaky little way he does things. He's talking about Nick Fuentes. He wants to keep your attention on Nick Fuentes. Hey, well, Nick Fuentes. Well, she was talking to Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes said, nobody's talking about Nick Fuentes. We're saying, what about what she said? Not Nick Fuentes. She made her own statements. She made her own sentences. And yet when he stops playing that, well, the issue is this Nick Fuentes, he denies the Holocaust, and my house is across the street from the Holocaust Museum in Miami. But understand, when you are dealing with a vomit-inducing, disgusting, vile, evil white supremacist, that he sees himself in a race war, and he's here to say, well, we got to defend the the right side of this thing. I'm calling it what it is. This is white supremacy in the raw. When you're talking about you got all the smoke in the world for Holocaust denial, in the very next sentence, Pearl engages in slavery denial, and yet you didn't say a word about that, which is what everyone's talking about. Yes, you're a racist if you deny the Holocaust, you're racist, but if you deny slavery, you're not. So engaging in Holocaust denial, Adam, you say that's racist and white supremacist, but Pearl turning right around in the very next sentence and saying, well, slavery denial, I mean, it's exaggerated and embellished, and that's just, they're making it way worse than it was. That's what makes you a white supremacist. That's what makes you a racist. Not calling folks nigger, not putting on a Ku Klux Klan robe, not becoming a skinhead, not giving a Nazi salute, not wearing a swastika, denying the impact and the viciousness and the savagery of white supremacy, including through the practice of chattel slavery. That's what makes you a racist and a white supremacist, is denying it. If you deny even one syllable, if you deny even one dot on one I or one cross on one T, if you attempt to diminish it or minimize it in any way, fraction, form, or percentage, you are a racist. And especially when you can very clearly see white supremacy when it's aimed at your people. But when she turns right around and says, well, you know what, by the way, let me engage in some racism denial with black folk. All of a sudden, you putting on your pom-poms and cheerleading, Adam? Yes, you're a Jewish white supremacist. And I will say again to our Jewish friends out there, if you wonder why it is that we keep saying, by the way, there's a white supremacist element in Jewish society that needs to get dealt with. There's a white supremacist element out there. It's not fiction. It's not fantasy. There is a very alive and well and thriving white supremacist faction in Jewish society. And here's one right here.
Were killed. I've been to the Holocaust Museum. The Holocaust Museum in Miami is literally across the street from my house in Miami. The building with the big hand out there. And everyone is entitled to their opinion these days. Nothing like a 24-year-old American who knows nothing about the Holocaust to weigh in that he thinks the atrocities of the Holocaust were a little overblown. There are...
Okay, but he doesn't say anything about the 26-year-old white girl weighing in on the atrocities of slavery and minimizing that. Now, that doesn't bother him. So this woman sits up here and attacks black people, and take a look at how long of a segment he spends redirecting and detouring the conversation completely off topic to talk about the Jewish Holocaust when we were talking about what she said to black folk. Hey, Adam, don't look now. Your swastika is showing.
Concentration camps in Bucharest, in Auschwitz, all over Poland, all over Germany, littered with the dead bodies of Jews and gypsies and handicapped people and basically people who went against Adolf Hitler and that'll never be heard from or seen again. But Nick Fuentes has an opinion that I doesn't think it was that bad. So, they say that when you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. These are the prizes that you win when you sit down with someone like Nick Fuentes. Let's go to the next clip.
And, I don't.
Wow.
I really don't. I don't wish the luck to racists.
Oh, I'm not racist.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, Nick.
Yeah, I am a little bit racist. But
yeah, I am a little bit racist.
I hate people. I love people. It's just race is real. Race is real. Race is a part of us. So, hey, it is what it is.
And the Italians, we do not claim you.
Oh, hey, the Italians don't claim you. You're the one dating a black guy. The Italian.
Okay, now this is King Rich's woman, and King Rich's was he in the room? Folks tell me that he was in the room at the time that Nick Fuentes said this. So if those reports are true, by the way, this is King Rich's woman. He's sitting up here giving out passes all over the place. Well, Capelli things, I understand. She's not a racist. Okay, well, Nick, y'all sitting there letting dude talk to your woman like that? Okay. That tells me everything I need to know about you. Buddy, that tells me everything I need to know about you. Hey, Liverpool, is this your man? Liverpool, is this your man? Lancashire, is this your man? London, is this your man? I just want to know, hey ladies, is this the type of masculinity you want? You want to talk about pearly things? Who wants to pretend she's going to talk about masculinity? By the way, is this the example of masculinity that you ladies out there in London are looking for? A dude talks to you like this?
So, hey, it is what it is.
And the Italians, we do not claim you.
Oh, hey, the Italians don't claim you. You're the one dating a black guy. The Italian.
And there's your man sitting there like a 5-year-old, deer in the headlights. So, all right. Is this your man? Is this your man?
Italians don't claim me. They don't claim you.
Oh, no, they claim me. They claim me.
I don't think so.
They do.
Italian guys, yeah.
Italians,
Tell an Italian guy about your
lovers.
affinity for black guys. That'll go over real well.
Good one, Nick.
Maybe
she knows that.
Some brajol. There's some Italian.
No, but
you.
I will make my black boyfriend some of that.
Ugh, wow. You don't know any better.
Yeah, it's just sad. I think, here's what I will say. Don't cancel this guy. Let him keep talking.
Yeah.
Well, now, did you get that? Now, he didn't come out and say white supremacists there. He just said, well, that's just sad. A radical difference from the way in which he was characterizing this subject when it was talking about his people. With his people, it's white supremacists. When he's talking to us, it's, oh, well, that's sad. But don't cancel him. Do you all recognize when you see fellow travelers of white supremacy, you see he sees how Nick Fuentes is useful against black folk and boosting pearly things is useful against black people. This guy here knows who his target is. He knows who his target is, and he's defending it. And once again, he doesn't give any justification or defense for why she would do that, but you're getting off subject there because it doesn't matter about Nick Fuentes. This is about pearly things. So you all notice he's taking the conversation off of pearly things and tried to recenter it on Nick Fuentes to try to distract us. Hey man, you're trying to take us off topic. Back to pearly things. How you gonna defend what she said? This is your proof. He can't defend any of it. His only defense is to attempt to change the subject.
Yeah, because he's like, love the anti-Semitic stuff that you had talking about, Nick. But I'm just
by the way, let me back up
when you're
a
like,
bit.
all blacks are this, all Jews are this, all whites are this, all Mexicans are this. That's a very dangerous predicament to be in. Mm-hmm. Okay, and this is somebody that Kanye West has aligned himself with. And that's a very tough needle to thread when you're Kanye, because he's like, love the anti-Semitic stuff that you had talking about, Nick, but I'm just going to look the other way about the black stuff.
So once again, he's trying anti-Semitism. Boy, he really doesn't like anti-Jewish behavior. Now that he got smoked for years, you talk about white supremacy against black folk and all of a sudden you're woke and SJWs. These are hardcore, dyed in the wool, ethnic race warrior white supremacists, and YouTube boosts them every single day. You don't get a choice in whether you see Valuetainment. If you come to YouTube's website, you're gonna see Valuetainment. You're gonna see all of Valuetainment's websites, all their channels on YouTube. You will not be able to escape it any more than you can escape Joe Rogan, PewDiePie. You notice we keep having a never-ending list of individuals with white supremacist statements, white supremacist connections, white supremacist expressions, but YouTube puts those at the top of your page. So if you come to YouTube's website, they make sure they feed that to you and nobody questions, by the way, what did I do or say to get fed Valuetainment? What did I look at? And YouTube's like, well, you might want to see this. Let me go ahead and click past that. You come back the next day. Here it is again. Here it is again. Here it is again. And then you finally just figure, well, the stuff on your homepage is boring. Let me go ahead and take a look at this because, well, they keep sending it to me every day. Maybe there's something to it. This is how radio airplay works. They just play the same old lame-ass song over and over and over and over again. And out of a country of 300 million people, if you can get 1 million of them, which is only a fraction of 1%, to go along with it, well, then next thing you know, you, quote, have a hit song with a fraction of a percentage point of a population. This is how YouTube works. So what you all need to do is not look at subscriber numbers. Look at subscriber numbers only in the context of view counts and influence. This is why these folks were hiding from us for weeks. We got the influence, they don't. And he's proving it now. But recognize these are hardcore white supremacists and anti-black racists, and this is who YouTube boosts daily.
So if there's anything that we can say about Kanye, is obviously no fan of Jews, but loves blacks. So how do you advocate for someone like Nick Fuentes that basically is like, ugh, black people, ugh, can't believe it. It's like, how do you
I think it's just
congregate around?
Now you notice he's trying to change the subject again. Nobody gives a damn what Kanye has to say. So this guy is trying to deflect and distract everywhere. This is what white supremacists do. This is basically step 2 from the white supremacist playbook. When you know you've got a losing cause, deflect, distract, point attention somewhere else. Talk about anything other than pearly things. He's talking about anyone and everyone except pearly things. Can we get the subject back on pearly things, sir? You got a whole video here with her in the headline. You even tagged her. But he doesn't want to talk about her. He wants to talk about Nick Fuentes. So just understand this misdirection that this white Jewish white supremacist on Valuetainment, and I'm putting this at your doorstep, Patrick, because you've done and said some things too when you interviewed Roland Martin of all people. Actually didn't make a damn blithering fool of himself for once in his life. We should bronze that interview. Patrick Bet David said he didn't care about data. When Roland actually brought some data to prove the racism in American society and in housing. And Patrick just said, well, anybody can bring data. First, Patrick asked for data, and when Roland brought it to him, he starts dismissing it. So, Patrick, don't look now. Your alt-right tiki torch is burning.
Black people, ugh, can't believe it. It's like, how do you
I think it's just
congregate around that?
I think it's not even so much what they're having the attitude about. I think it's more so just the way of like behaving, like that whole mindset of like, okay, maybe I don't hate the same type of people as you, but I understand that feeling of like hating a specific group of people. So I think maybe that's where they feel like they relate, even though not necessarily on the same things. It's just the way it's structured. I think they agree with, which, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, so, you're more than welcome to do that. I think what you got to be very careful is when you have those type of controversial guests on and you agree on certain things, you have to do a very good job explaining yourself, because you can see that clip from Pearl and instantly be like, ugh, have an opinion about her and you don't know anything about her.
Now she finally said it there. By the way, when you bring someone on and then you agree with what they have to say, they say these racist things and then you agree with them. She says that right before she starts issuing passes. So they bring on some tatted up, yeah, I saw your wrist, baby. They bring on some tatted up Instagram chick. This is their thought. They can't bring on somebody with some sense who actually knows about these things and will push back. They just bring on some chick who looks cute on an Instagram reel, and that's supposed to be the spokesperson for black people. This would be a bad joke if it wasn't real.
It is kind of a real tough thing that she did say, both of them, because with history, there's proof that, Holocaust took place and slavery took place, and they're both horrible things, So to kind of downplay it, to kind of get your point across, can offend people. And, for the right reasons. You've had family that, did pass away from the Holocaust. So, people who maybe have more of an immediate relationship with that whole experience, they take a lot of offense to that. Mm-hmm. So, but that, that comes with the territory of saying bold statements, putting your...
You notice how quiet Adam got now? When she said, by the way, they both said some tough statements there about the Holocaust and about slavery. Did you notice Adam ain't so damn chatty anymore? You notice he's shutting that damn flapping mouth of his all of a sudden. Did you notice that? he didn't want to step in and say anything there, so she shut him up real quick, even though she's basically sitting here being an apologist for white supremacy also. She isn't really doing any pushback. She just simply said, by the way, they both said Adam has gone out of his way not to reference Pearly Thing's statements against black people and slavery denying. So when this woman here actually does say something about it, he immediately starts ignoring it. Folks, that's what I mean. You are dealing with hardcore, alt-right white supremacists given a platform on YouTube. A mega multi-billion-dollar international conglomerate is getting together, signal boosting the Valuetainments and the Just Pearly Things and the Joe Rogans. You get a steady stream of white supremacist alt-right propaganda day in and day out. And then they tell you that these are rising stars and that this is what you really want to see.
And you don't know anything about her.
We know she's a white supremacist. We know that. I know what my damn ears heard. I don't have to see her autobiography. These folks trying to feed you the idea that you don't know her. Yes, we do. Yes, we do know you. When I can hear you go on and on and on and on, denying racism, defending slavery, minimizing it, quoting every single anti-black bootlick you can name, palling around with Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro. When you can go on and on and on and on like that, this isn't a matter of what we don't know. We know exactly who you are. I don't have to sit up here and be your roommate for 5 years. I don't have to live with you for 10 years to know if you're a white supremacist. I can know if you're a white supremacist within about 5 seconds. I know exactly who you are. Don't let somebody feed you this lie that you got to sit up here and be bosom buddies and be living roommates with somebody for 5 or 6 years before you can really know who they are. The hell you do. Try that Jedi mind trick on somebody dumber.
Have an opinion about her and you don't know anything about her. It is kind of a real tough thing that she did say, both of them, because with history, there's proof that, Holocaust took place and slavery took place and they're both horrible things, so to kind of downplay it, to kind of get your point across can offend people. And, for the right reasons, you've had family that, did pass away from the Holocaust. So, people who maybe have more of an immediate, relationship with that whole experience, they take a lot of offense to that. So, but that, that comes with the territory of saying bold statements, putting your opinion out there. You're going to have certain things where people are going to push back at you. You may say something that didn't come out the way you wanted it to. And, that's just kind of how you have to deal with it. But I mean, that's what happens when, you got freedom of speech. You have the freedom to say what you want.
Yeah. And I'm okay with that. So look, here's my message. I think at the end of the day here, a lot of people out there are trying to cancel Pearl now.
Yes.
Or call her a racist, or basically say, that she is taking advantage of people, or she has a lot of black people that work for her that are basically up in arms about this. I get it. This is my opinion now. I think Pearl is a good person. I do not think that she's racist.
Yeah.
She has not shown us anything like that. I think she's a person that is open to sitting down with anybody. But sometimes when you're open to sitting down with anybody, you get sat next to somebody that is going to make you look very bad.
So you notice that all of these folks who keep soft shoeing, backpedaling, all these people who keep being apologists, all these people who sit up here and spend weeks and ain't said nothing to nobody, and when they finally do speak up, they're telling you, well, that ain't real racism. It ain't racism now. It's some of the stuff she said was tough. Tough? Really? Some of the stuff she said was, I could see how it could be offensive, so you don't think it was offensive. You just see how some people could think it was offensive. Now, for the Jewish Holocaust, you don't get spotted for, well, it could be offensive. It better be offensive. But you start hearing this from people over and over again. Oh, she's just ignorant. And meanwhile, I'm sitting here playing for you where she's going on and on and on about all the chapter and verse. She knows Thomas Sowell up one side and down the other. Don't know a damn thing about Chancellor Williams or Frances Cress Welsing. She doesn't know anything about that. But every alt-right, white supremacist and white supremacist adjacent individual you can name, she's got all the details and features. Folks, if you hear anybody sit up here and try to tell you, well, she's just ignorant, she just doesn't know, she's only 26 and she's talking about things she doesn't know about, you listen again and you tell me if this sounds like somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about, hasn't studied it in depth, hasn't gone down a specific line of inquiry to learn this specific version of events. She's coming right off the top of her head with it. You tell me if this sounds, quote, ignorant and uninformed.
They had in the antebellum South, yet they only produced like 7% of the country's dairy because it was just really unproductive. And there was, and you know, all the like whippings or whatever, like that stuff, like it was just common there. Like the white people were whipped too. It like
the white people were whipped too, huh? Yeah, in antebellum slavery, the white folk got whipped too. Really?
And there was, and you know, all the like whippings or whatever, like that stuff, like it was just common there. Like the white people were whipped too.
Notice, remember before when she said that slavery and stuff, now it's whippings and stuff, that stuff.
It like 1% of the country's dairy because it was just really unproductive. And there was, and you know, all the like whippings or whatever, like that stuff, like it was just common there. Like the white people were whipped too. It like, and there was, and you know, all the like whippings or whatever, like that stuff, like it was just common there. Like the white people were whipped too. It like there was more recorded lashings of like the white people down there than there was the black people.
Cite your sources, bitch.
Another crazy thing today. Another crazy thing. When race relations got really bad in the U.S., like in the 60s, race relations were getting better before that. But what happened was a huge group of people from the South migrated.
So she's telling you that now. Understand, she's just talking about the 60s now. She said, but before the 60s. So from 1900s to 1960. What about the bombings of the Black Wall Street? What about Rosewood? What about Wilmington? What about Philadelphia? So those were the good days? Race relations were good? Oh, it only went downhill after that. Oh, so the bombings of Black Wall Street, that was the top of those were the good old days, according to Pearl. She's sitting here naming what it was. The avalanche of lynching around America. She's sitting here naming what it was. She's sitting here saying exactly what it was and telling you, oh, before 1960, race relations were good. And then all those black folks started migrating north. Wait a minute, if race relations were good before 1960, then why is it that black people migrating would suddenly turn race relations bad if things were good? So you're not just contradicting yourself, you're just lying. Now, she knows what she's saying isn't accurate, but that's propaganda. But yeah, folks, she's telling us that in the 1910s, 1920s, read the autobiography of Malcolm X when he talked about black folk. If you couldn't get any type of help from public assistance or something, black folks starved. It's in his autobiography. And remember, before the New Deal, you couldn't, welfare was only reserved for white women. They gave the money to the states and they would only give assistance to white women. Yeah, those were the good old days. In the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, Jim Crow, segregation, black folk being killed if they came on the wrong side of town. Yeah, those were the good old days. In Pearl's eyes, if you let her tell it. Those were the good old days, according to your good friends over there at Valuetainment. Those were the good old days. Nothing that they need to speak against. No problems at all.
Where they had in the antebellum South, yet they only produced like or whatever, like that stuff. Like it was just common there. Like the white people were whipped too. Like there was more recorded lashings of like the white people down there than there was the black people.
Cite your sources, bitch.
Another crazy thing today. Another crazy thing. When race relations got really bad in the U.S., like in the 60s, race relations were getting better before that. But what happened was a huge group of people from the South migrated. So when then you would see race relations get bad. So like in the 20s, 30s, 40s, basically, and I might be butchering the years. They how do I say this? Race relations were getting better, and they measured this with like instances of hate crimes were going down. There's less they didn't have the like no blacks allowed signs. The interracial marriages were going up.
Folks, if they didn't have the no blacks allowed signs in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, then why in the hell did you need desegregation? Why did you need Brown versus Board of Education? Why did you need that? Why did you need the Civil Rights Acts of the 60s if there weren't signs saying no coloreds allowed? You got water fountains that said whites and coloreds. You got water fountains, civic services, whites and coloreds, restaurants, white entrance, colored entrance. You got folks sitting up here saying this, and why in the world did you need that? Why did you need to have a Civil Rights Act in the 60s? Couple of them. Why did you need to have that if there were no coloreds allowed signs? Why did you need it? So just understand, a white supremacist will sit here, and she's talking to a little brown bimbo over there. They will sit here and say nonsense to you if they think you don't know better. It isn't because Pearly is ignorant. It is because she sees herself in a racial conflict, and the tool that they use is erasing history and simply saying that didn't happen. And when you bring them proof, they'll say that's just one place. And if you show them 10 places, well, that's just 10. And if you show them 1,000, they'll say, well, that was just a crazy year that was happening in. And if you show them a decade, well, it was just a crazy decade. But they are here to fight against reality and facts. They're here to fight against it.
And a huge influx of the population from the South came in. That's when you see the race relations get bad again. The signs come up.
People. So do you think the people that were brought over to America were the more vulnerable? That way they were able to be more like malleable to a different life because they were weaker and everything. They were able to be controlled more. Do you think that's a thing?
I mean, partially, yeah. I think
Ben Shapiro quote tweeted that and said, "The surest sign of anti-Semitism is to accuse a Jewish person." Yeah,
he called you an Ben.
Yeah,
I love Ben Shapiro. Ben.
And I guess you could probably say the same thing about Candace Owens.
I love Candace.
She loves Candace
because they were weaker and
sign of anti. Yeah,
I love Ben Shapiro. Ben.
And I guess you could probably say the same thing about Candace Owens.
I love Candace.
She loves Ben Shapiro. She loves Candace Owens.
Come on our channel.
I'm Italian. The only times I'm on time for things is when I get the time wrong. When I think I'm supposed to be there way earlier than I'm actually supposed to be there. Because I thought I was supposed to be here at 3.
Oh, really?
That's why I texted you. I texted you I'm on my way because I thought I was already 10 minutes late when I was leaving.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Blessing was more late African.
Well, he's black.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a hard time. I don't mean
No, he's really offended.
By the way, shout out here to Mike TV for putting up his video because he was like me in a lot of regards here. Pearl has tried to go back through her videos now and she's trying to scrub them. She's trying to go back and sanitize her video library. So Mike TV basically downloaded that video. He's been monitoring her for a while. And he downloaded the video, and it's a good thing he did because she's removed the video. So the video, the clips y'all see me playing from the beginning there, by the way, she's taking that video down. Sound familiar? Yeah, just like she took down this video. So she's so proud of her work. She's so not anti-black. She's such a non-white supremacist that she's scrubbing her videos and removing them. Yeah, she's no white supremacist. That's why she's deleting videos all over the place. Yeah, the further you dig back in the crates in the archive here, you're just finding more and more and more. It kind of puts that whitest girl in the world shtick she used to have. It kind of puts that in a new context, doesn't it? Kind of puts it in a new context. The more you dig, the more of this stuff you find. With folks sitting up here telling you it's not what you think it is.
Okay, Blessing was more late African.
Well, he's black.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a hard time. I don't mean
No, he's really offended.
I mean, look at the laughter. This is the face and the sound of ignorance on racism. This isn't knowledgeable racism. This isn't conscious racism. This is just ignorant.
I'm on our channel.
I'm Italian. The only times I'm on time for things is when I like get the time wrong. When I think I'm supposed to be there way earlier than I'm actually
You're on
supposed to
time
be
today.
there. Because I thought I was supposed to be here at 3.
Oh, really?
That's why I texted you. I texted you I'm on my way because I thought I was already 10 minutes late when I was leaving.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Blessing was more late African.
Well, he's black.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a hard time. I don't mean
No, he's really offended. But your argument was the Holocaust was not special and all countries have done that.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
so you're saying, why is the Holocaust special?
Yeah, basically.
Oh. Okay, what do you mean, basically?
Well, yeah, I mean, because of course, we're getting into the details of it, but yeah, that's the gist.
Yeah, I mean, but you kind of deny it happened.
I deny some of the parts of
You
it.
deny parts of it don't seem realistic to you. You
Right.
think they were embellished upon.
I think they're embellished, yeah.
The same way. This sounds. Oh gosh.
Oh boy.
They're gonna
You're
be
gonna
in
get
trouble.
yourself
This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do is they.
Does that sound like ignorant and uninformed to you all? That she can sit here and rattle off supposed names and dates and times of history. She can sit here and name off Alex Haley, the guy who wrote Roots. She can sit here and name Thomas Sowell and Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes. At what point do you have you seen enough evidence that it lets you know, hey, she knows exactly what she's saying. She is completely knowledgeable of what she's saying. How many passes you gonna give? How much of obvious evidence are you gonna disregard and ignore before you say, well, yeah, this person knows? How much you gotta see? What does she gotta say? Let me tell you, people, the most heinous form of white supremacy is getting people to say it doesn't exist, calling it something else, naming it something else so that it can still sit there in the room with you. Well, that's not white supremacy. That's ignorance. That's obviously white supremacy over there. No, that's silliness. That's obviously white supremacy. No, that's naive. And then the folks, understand something. The only reason that we're talking about this now is because your bigger YouTubers sat on this and refused to speak. They refused to say anything. Why not?
They want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
I just don't buy it. I never did. At the end of the day, do I think she's some kind of race supremacist? No, I don't. Do I think she's a grifter? Absolutely. Yeah, I do. I don't think she believes half the stuff that she says that comes out of her mouth. And then on racial issues, I don't even think that she's some kind of supremacist. I just think she's ignorant. That's it. I just think she's ignorant. And when a man came on the platform and said a bunch of stuff, she just didn't have the wherewithal or the ability to counter anything because she wasn't well read on it.
And there was a lot of things that she was agreeing on that, was whatever.
What do you mean by that, dude? There was a lot of things she was agreeing on. It's like whatever. A lot of things she was agreeing on. She was agreeing that slavery was embellished and exaggerated. She was agreeing that black people are lazy. She was agreeing that black people are not on time. That's what she was agreeing on. And she wasn't just agreeing it, she said it herself. She wasn't just agreeing. She said it herself. I'm holding a nice program because, let me go ahead and get back to what I was saying here before. Because we need to have a moment here to go ahead and have some clearing of the air. What in the world is it with our immigrant class that every time we point out white supremacy, they sitting up here explaining it away? How is it y'all are so damn comfortable with it? Like, it just doesn't bother you at all. Now, unless they come after you. Now, when they start rounding you up and targeting you, then all of a sudden it's black fist and we all need to, no Trump. All of a sudden it's that. As soon as Trump get out of office and stop putting the boot on your neck, well, ain't no white supremacy. I mean, can't find a racist anywhere. So I'm asking some simple questions here tonight. I want to know, what is it about the immigrant class? Because I know why YouTube would boost it, but what is it about the immigrant class that they are just, no matter where you go, they are just totally comfortable and at home and at ease and never bothered with white supremacy. White supremacy doesn't bother them. In America, in Britain, in Africa, in Australia, in Canada. Yeah, I know where they're out of. In Canada, no matter where they go, white supremacy, it doesn't matter how vicious it is. History don't matter. And toss that out. We don't care about that. I mean, we're not bothered about that. They're not racist. I mean, they're just ignorant. And so what ends up happening is they leave it to the sensible people to have to fight for the whole people's survival. Because these folks here trying to figure out a way to hide from reality. They figure to themselves, well, don't worry. If the race war jumps off, he can just go ahead and hide behind his white girlfriend. I got a feeling that that's what King Poverty has to say there. That he thinks that if things go south, well, hey, y'all don't have a reason to come at me. I was never really going at white supremacy like that. So Nick Fuentes and friends, if y'all want to do something, don't come at me now, because I was never really fighting y'all, see? And over there at Valuetainment, now they're shaking in their boots. And they should be, because we're taking the sheets off the white supremacists now. And you spent weeks trying to pretend that it doesn't matter or that you didn't know. So, folks, when you start seeing a stable pattern of behavior popping up over and over and over again, that isn't something you ignore. The deadliest thing in the world you can do with white supremacy is pretend that you don't see it, or they cow you under that you just say, you act like you don't care. Which is why I said at the beginning, how do you deal with a truly heinous historical act that everyone has evidence showing that it occurred? You either get people to not see it or you get people to not care. And if I can tell you that white supremacy is, well, no, it's not really white supremacy. It's ignorance. It's ignorance. And understand the next thing you understand here, folks. There's a whole bunch of folks out here who these white YouTubers and these white supremacist adjacent YouTubers, man, don't y'all know that's why the only thing that these fools can tell you is that they got paid. Do you all notice that? All the folks caping for these white supremacists, I'm talking about Valuetainment, all of them, the only thing they can tell you is they got paid. King Slouch talking about plenty of things that done plenty of things for people, things she didn't have to do. Yes, she does have to do it. If she brought you there and you did work for her, yes, she does. Well, she doesn't have to employ black folk. Nobody asked her to. Nobody demanded it. So do y'all understand the slavish, coon-ass, buck-dancing, plantation, Billy Boy mindset this clown got? That if you worked for Pearl, she didn't have to do that. She gave folk things they didn't have to. If you work for her, she gotta pay you. That's not a charity. If you worked for it, she has to pay you. So even if he works for her, well, she doesn't have to pay us. She didn't have to pay us for that. That was just out of the goodness of her heart. It truly was. You're trying to put all of that on her. And it's not like that. It's not like that. She didn't have to do that. I mean, she could have worked you for 14, 15 hours, She didn't have to. What? Just because she worked you doesn't mean she had to pay you. She could have just skipped that over, mate. She didn't have to do that. Do you understand? If this fella right here, they need to come import a plantation so he can get to work. This fella lives in a day and age where it is obviously clearly defined as employment, and he's telling you it isn't. She ain't gotta pay you. She doesn't have to do that. Yes, she does. He's so determined to stay in good with them. He's obviously so worried that if he says the wrong thing, his white girlfriend gonna look at him crazy. Yeah, because understand how they do things there. It's okay with them if they fight amongst themselves. They can fight amongst themselves, and that's all right. If they fight amongst themselves, one Italian, or in Nick's case, Italian, Spanish, whatever one he wants to claim this week. You all know Nick, an Italian named Fuentes, whichever one he wants to claim this week. But by the way, you notice that when the Italians are fighting with each other, okay, you just hang back. You let her take care of that. Yeah, because she doesn't want you getting it into your head that as a black man, that she has the optics of her telling a black male to put the leash on a white man. If you all think I'm overreaching or overstating it, I'm going to open up here in a moment. You can go ahead and call me on that. But by the way, yeah, when it was time to go ahead and draw down, they didn't really want him doing it. Not that he's capable. Not that he's capable. Not that he's capable or that he'd ever do it. That wouldn't happen. But I want you to recognize what you're up against here. And what I want to do, I'm going to go ahead and open up Zoom. And I'm going to open up the phone lines. And I want us to have a discussion about that tonight to our immigrants out there, both in the U.S. and the U.K. You know what? Africa, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, wherever. We need to talk about this tonight. What is up with y'all? And this denying of racism. Everywhere we go. Y'all are just super cool with it. Like you one of them. It's not that big of an issue. It's just ignorance. Y'all are hella cool with white supremacists. You're hella cool with it in the room. You're always apologizing for it, explaining, redefining, minimizing. You're always doing that. You all got a very, very clear, concise, consistent pattern of just explaining for white supremacy. It don't bother you. It doesn't matter how heinous it is now until they come at you. Now, once they come at you, then all of a sudden y'all want to try to boss up. But man, this is really something I want us to discuss here tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the Zoom. Let's go ahead and get the Zoom going. And I'll go ahead and open up the telephone lines here in just a moment. But remember, I give priority to Zoom. And I wanted to talk about this tonight. Understand something. I'm not talking about pearly things tonight. I'm not talking about pearly things. I'm talking about everything else. And all the folks who have been so comfortable with this. This is unnatural selection. So to all the folks out there, if you come from an immigrant background, if your folks are not foundationals, that's cool, that's great. I want somebody to talk to me tonight. By the way, all the folks jumping up here on Zoom, if you get on Zoom and if you don't come in, I'm going to start removing people for good. Hey, we're not here to play tonight. Don't hop on Zoom if you're not going to be on. It's simple as that. Don't hop on if you're not going to be on. But I'm having a conversation here tonight about our immigrant class around the world, not just in America. Y'all are hella cool with this. We're not supposed to ever have a situation where we show up and it's 2 or 3 weeks later and you haven't said anything. And then when you finally do say something, it's, well, you know, the white supremacist chick is just ignorant. What are we, in 3rd grade? How old do you have to be before you can no longer hide behind quote unquote ignorance? How old do you have to be? At what point are you too old to claim that you are ignorant? At what point do you no longer get to claim that? To my folks on Zoom here, I want everybody, if you are on Zoom, please make sure you've turned your cameras on if you're going to join us. All right, looks like we got one person on Zoom there. Is this Brother Sanchez? You're on live. What's on your mind?
How you doing, Jason? I want to say salutes to you and the platform that you built here. I want to commend your bravery for speaking out when a lot of brothers is selling out. And I also wanted to ask you a question and continue to listen in and just suck in the information from the sidelines. The question was, what do you think about the history of these immigrant selling outs and the role that they plan now with Just Pearly? Can you give us the history of how long this been going on? Because I argue with a lot of people about Marcus Garvey, and I say he was similar to the same kind of immigrants you speaking out of here, where they'll get the people behind. You know, he kind of undermined a Black American movement here in his time. I was wondering if you could briefly speak on that. I would love to hear your intake on that, my good brother. Thank you for the show.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here. Certainly where Marcus Garvey is concerned, there were pros and there were cons. So certainly there was that. As far as this practice of doing these things, you're going to notice that there was some of that before the 1900s, but really it's when America starts throwing open the doors. That's when it starts hot. That's when it starts happening. They start throwing open the doors. They start throwing open the doors, and when you start having your immigration acts in the 1960s and then in the 80s, what they really started doing was they started targeting a certain type of person. They started targeting a certain type of individual. They started targeting, those are the folks that they let over here. They knew the countries and places they were coming from. They knew the people who it was that they were letting in. The State Department was vetting who it was. So you couldn't come over here if you had a rep for being a troublemaker somewhere. If you had a reputation in Haiti, Jamaica, Africa for being a troublemaker, you couldn't come to America. Remember, Woodrow Wilson was the one who was President Woodrow Wilson, talking about Marcus Garvey, because they targeted him. President Woodrow Wilson, he was the one who, they were letting in immigrants from everywhere except Africa. They wouldn't let them in from Africa. So we had a much stronger idea of white supremacy then, because white supremacy wasn't as sophisticated as it is now. What I'm saying, it didn't evolve to the point of saying, okay, there's a certain type of Negro we can let in. There's a certain type we can let in. We can let in, there's a certain type of one that we can let in that'll destabilize the others. And now in America today, about 25% of your Black population is from immigrant classes. And what do you know? You start having more people on YouTube, more people online, more people in schools, more people in government than ever before, whose first issue is denying white supremacy. So-called Black politicians and their first order of business is ain't no white supremacy, ain't no problem. What you mean there's an issue? There's no problem here. So it really kicks up its steam after the 1960s with the Immigration Reform Act. And once that starts happening, now they start curating and picking a certain type of Black person from overseas. Then the State Department, you know, they got their consulates and everything. They let the word get out to the folks there what you got to do and who you got to be in order to get a visa or a green card or citizenship in America. They made it clear who they were looking for. They made it clear who they were looking for. In the chat room, you're correct. When you take a look at the parents, for example, of Kamala Harris or Barack Obama, there's a certain type of person that they wanted to let over here. A certain type of individual. And without that, no, this was not accidental. None of these folks got let over here by accident. All of them were let over here by design. All right, on Zoom, we got Immigrant B1. You up on bat. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, Jason, I think that the reason why us as immigrants in general are so comfortable with white supremacy is because of something that you have said before. We keep telling ourselves that we'll be okay as long as we can find like a comfortable place next to the white supremacists. Like as long as, they're not trying to kill us in particular, then, it's okay. And then we only protest to the extent that we do when they start attacking us personally, just like you had when the war in Ukraine started. And then all of a sudden you had the Ukraine officials telling the immigrants that they're going to have to get off the trains and off the buses and let the Ukrainians on first. Then all of a sudden it became an issue of, being black in general. It wasn't anymore about, I'm Nigerian or I'm from Cameroon, so at that point it became always because we're black. But in any other situation, as long as, the immigrants are not being attacked, then it's like, well, it's just ignorance. It's just passive. And then I also want to add that when it comes specifically to the white women, I think the bitter truth is that a lot of times when we give white women a pass, it's because most of us are trying to have sex with them. So I think specifically when it comes to the white women, that's what causes a lot of immigrant black men to act like they didn't hear what they just heard, because they keep telling themselves that if I tolerate what I know is racism long enough, eventually I'll get my turn to have sex with her. So
yeah, that makes it real hard. I mean, how do we as foundationals in America, how do we beat that offer? Hey, King Riches, I only hang with black folk like that. I ain't got no white women to bring you. So King Riches is like, hey, you don't have a good enough offer to bring me. And he's right. He's right, brother. I don't have any white women to bring to him. So if I don't have any white women to bring to him, he's like, hey, you ain't got nothing to offer me. Nothing I'm interested in. So yeah, no wonder. Yeah, we got, as far as he's concerned, we got nothing to offer. Now, everybody's cool with that until it goes south.
Yeah.
Now, when it goes south, all of a sudden he gonna be the blackest thing in Essex. But until then.
Yeah. And it's like you said before, unfortunately, we as immigrants, the only time we stand up is when someone is actively trying to, kill us. Because if the racists are just, if they're just racist enough just to say like, racist things, but they don't attack us physically, then we're okay. It's only when, you have these white people moving to Africa, visiting Africa, and then getting this, these aid workers from UNICEF and all that, getting women pregnant and then just disappearing, getting African women pregnant and disappearing. It's only if that starts happening a lot, if, you hear about black women getting raped and all that in Africa, then all of a sudden, now it's a problem. But if that wasn't happening, if it was just like racism, and if it was directed only at the foundational black Americans, then I think Africans would be like, well, I mean, it's not really that bad. So,
here's the thing, brother. The problem with this, you're either going to come from a culture that's fight or flight. And the problem with the folks who come from the flee culture is they're used to other people fighting their battles for them. So their goal becomes whoever wins, I'm going to see if I can whore myself out to them. It doesn't become about the spirit of Dessalines and L'Ouverture. It's not about the spirit of that anymore. The spirit of Bookman Duddy is not about that anymore. Hell, it's not even about the spirit of Garvey anymore. It's really, well, let me figure out the side who's winning and let me go try to cozy up to them and do whatever they want. And so they've gotten so accustomed to other people fighting their battles for them that they've actually become entitled to it. Like, for example, a lot of them tell themselves, because this is what happens, and you know this from experience, when the white folks show up in these places, what they tell them is, oh, we want y'all there because you're smarter than the black folks. You work harder than the black folks we got where we're at. Or you work harder even though they're going to pay you less. Even though they're specifically bringing you there because they're going to pay you less.
Yeah.
Shout out Pearly Things. Specifically because they're going to pay you less. And then they're telling you about, oh, you getting over. And I'm like, do you see the damn Jedi mind trick they just played on you? They're telling you, oh, you work so much harder. It's like, well, yeah, but you're going to work for nothing. But you ain't going to figure it out till later. And then you come up with this, well, I'm better than you. Well, how do you figure that? Well, the white folks who brought me here, they just told me. I work harder. I'm smarter. Why? Who told you that? The fella named Fuentes and the girl named Pearly. But they're right over there. They told me that. See? Why? They got a big white house. Pearly's dad, he makes a lot of money. Look, a great big house. And it's all fun and games until the roof comes in on you. And it always does. Then they'll be trying to yell and scream and backtrack it, and then it just gets ugly. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, and I think the other issue is that we as immigrants, we still see ourselves as children, and then we see white people as the parents, because a lot of times we don't really want to compete against white people. We just want to make them happy. So in the US, for example, white people generally like us as long as we're willing to work for them as hard as possible. But most immigrants, I'm pretty sure they know as soon as they start even trying to compete even a little bit in terms of owning businesses that can compete with the white-owned businesses and things like that, all of a sudden the attitudes change. And I'm pretty sure for any immigrant who has any competitive business in the US or anywhere else, they'll tell you that as soon as they start competing even a little bit, all of a sudden, all that niceness, all that you're better than financial black Americans, it just goes out the window. And all of a sudden, you're black now for real.
Yeah, you can prosper as much as you want to, so long as you're only doing it among other black folk. Yeah. As long as you're not a threat to the establishment or the dominant society, you can do whatever you want to do. Just as soon as you start showing signs that, oh, wait a minute, I can encroach on their territory, now you're about to get caught up. Now you're about to get tripped up. For years and years, folks have talked about, there was a survey that was done years and years and years ago, talking about how, I think it was people of West Indian descent in Queens, New York. They were talking about in Queens, New York, that is there a place in America where black people make more money than the white folk do? And they were talking about per capita in Queens, New York, back about 10, 15 years ago. They're saying that, well, those are a group of black folk who do. And I'm like, do you realize out of a country of 300 million people, out of 50 states, out of hundreds, if not thousands of counties, do you realize that all you could do is narrow that down to one small geographic location within a geographic location? That is it. The Black Wall Street in Tulsa was in Oklahoma. Yeah. Rosewood, Florida, Wilmington, North Carolina. We can go down the names of all these other places, and it's been reduced down to a little neighborhood in one borough in New York. And by the way, you cannot compare what those folk are making in Queens to what they're making in Brooklyn or Manhattan. You can't compare the two. You can't compare them. That's all you can get. And they will sit here and tell you that that is proof that everything's perfectly fine. You all try to build one building larger than 6 stories over there and watch them come get you. Watch them say, okay, you doing too damn much. All of a sudden in your so-called liberal New York, you're going to start seeing rules and regulations. Oh, we can't zone that. No, we're not zoning that over there. Y'all doing too much. That's exactly what it'll be. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Jason Reels Network. You are up next. Go ahead and turn everything on, and so we can get you down with the business. Jason Reels Network. All right, brother, what is on your mind?
Hey, what's up, Jason?
All right, brother. Yeah, we can hear you. We can see you. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Now, this whole space been cooning for a while. It's been cooning before you broke broke the news. And, you know, it's just funny that Nelly Fuller talked about this for years. How you got some black people out here that think racism is somebody screaming the N-word out the back of some pickup truck. You know, then Nelly Fuller stated that he rode the back of the bus for 30 years, and he's still alive. He's 93 years old. So I suggest all these people that say that all these, even some of our FBAs are compromised. I've actually heard FBAs saying they don't see, there ain't no white supremacy. When they describe racism, it's about some white person screaming some N-word in the army or some pickup truck. You know, that's exactly what that fake lead attorney was talking about. You know, I have this problem with my identical twin brother. He doesn't see racism. He doesn't see mistreatment.
Oh, man.
But he's always talking about money problems. And I said, if you're talking to me about money problems and how every time you try to get a leg up and things just don't square in your way, I think that's racism. Mistreatment is racism. That's what Nelly Fuller code teaches the black community if they actually read the book. Any type of mistreatment towards black people is racism. And most of the mistreatment is systematic, and some people are so blind they can't even see it. That's the bad part.
Well, you know, brother, let me correct that. There is no, remember what I've always taught you all, there is no one who doesn't see white supremacy and racism. There isn't a single person who doesn't see it. There are only two types of people: those who see it and fight it, and those who see it and go back to picking the cotton. Just that simple. They saw the same thing you said. When you said your brother's telling you about his money problems. Okay, then you're talking about white supremacy and he wants to deflect. Yeah, because as Dr. Francis Cress Welsing taught us and others, that once you acknowledge white supremacy, you now must do something about it. The moment you accept the reality that that's the cause of the problem right there, well, then by definition, you must now say, well, what am I going to do about it? It's just like if a person is overweight. He knows, well, I got a thing for sweets. Oh, okay, there's too much sugar. Oh, what you going to do about it with that Krispy Kreme in your hands? You going to put it down? Well, I just won't pick up the next one. Let me eat this one, but I won't pick up the next one. So it's not that he doesn't see it. He does see it. It is just that unlike you, he doesn't think the solution, he is not motivated to move on to the next part, which is the solution. He's frozen up. He understands what is incumbent on him, and he's afraid.
Jason, I said to him, then why don't you give the NYPD their money back after they threw you on the floor when you were about 18, 19 years old? They threw my brother on the floor, put their knee in his back, handcuffed him, and tried to accuse him for stealing his own car.
Yeah. The only people in the world that you have ever seen get arrested for grabbing their own property, being in their own house, driving their own car, the only people you ever saw getting hemmed up, arrested, jacked up, gaffled up, beat up by the authorities, and then folks saying, oh, sorry, our bad. We are the only people you have ever witnessed that happen to. And then somebody will turn around and tell you, well, I mean, you call that white supremacy. I mean, they was just ignorant. Remember Skip Gates? He got arrested in his own damn house, and then he goes to the White House to have a beer with the cop who arrested him. You think that's an incentive to not do it? Hell, they're going to double down on you now. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that. Let me see if I can get Kwame. With a name like Kwame, how could we possibly lose? All right, let me get Brother Kwame here. Go ahead and turn everything on for us here, sir. Make sure you have your speakers off for that. We'll give Kwame a minute here. If he doesn't get it together, then we are back on to the next one. Okay, Kwame is working on it. But yeah, there's a whole lot of folks out there who like to pretend they don't see it. It doesn't exist. They don't get it. They're not sure. Kwame, I'm going to give you one chance here. You're in a very dark place, and it's taking us to a very dark place. So I will give you 5 seconds to find a light switch. If you cannot locate one, permanent vacation. It's just that simple. So Right now, nobody can see you or hear you, but if you want to go ahead and get that fixed, you'll have 5 seconds to do so. Otherwise, we're just going to assume that you are in a black site somewhere and that you are in need of far more help and assistance than we can possibly give you. All right, Kwame is stuck somewhere in a black site. I'm assuming it's either the city of Chicago or New Orleans or New York. If someone sees a fella hanging out the window talking about the business, that might be him. It could possibly be him. It's possible. All right, let me go ahead and see if we can get Zach up here. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and crank up the phone lines here for Blog Talk in just a second. So everybody here who has not joined us on Blog Talk just yet, you will be able to join us there in just a minute. But remember, I give priority to Zoom. Zoom gets priority over everything else here. So make sure you are ready for that. Folks, if you want to be on Zoom, you can do that. But you have to be on camera if you're on Zoom. That's why you get priority. So if you are not doing that, that's a different matter. So Zach, you have 5 seconds to correct that oversight or permanent vacation, Zach. So one or the other. There you go. What do you know? A little cooperation there. All right, Zach, and what is on your mind, brother?
Good evening. I'm phoning from the UK, and it was just to reiterate your point. So basically, a lot of UK Black people are immigrants, and they basically go along to get along, or you do have some riders, but majority of them are immigrants. And Coon Richards is a perfect example of how majority of Black people are. So they can see it, but they don't do anything about it because they just want to go along to get along. So, unfortunately, it's a problem, but we do get some riders like myself who understand like racism and the position that we're in, and we try and do the utmost to like battle against it, you know?
Do you think the fact that he has a white girlfriend or white wife, I guess this is girlfriend, but I'm not sure which one it is, but do you think the fact he's got a white girlfriend plays a factor in his behavior?
Yeah, that's a perfect example. He doesn't care because like he knows the situation he's in and that we're all in, yet, you know, he just wants to, he's allowed to be with her or pick her, but why would you want to, you know? Like there's loads of Black other women you can choose from, but it's like, I'm going to go along, get a white girlfriend and dig my head in the sand sort of thing. So
I mean, again, it's just if he feels that the cost or the price of being with her is that he has to deny his own humanity, insult his own intelligence and self-respect, and deny that racism exists when it's sitting in front of him, if that's the cost of being with this white woman, in my opinion, the cost is too damn high.
There you go. And there's no integrity as far as I'm concerned. So again, just have to keep it stepping and call people like him out.
Well, brother, let me find out here. How widespread is the conversation over there about the fact that so many of them, usually come from, you know, the West Indies or Nigeria or Africa, and they come straight to the UK and they come with this bootlicking mindset. How much of a conversation is going on over there that these first generations and second generations have this common culture among them?
There isn't much. This is the thing. Like, it's mainly the third generation, like myself, who are finally starting to, fight back or raise awareness. But the first generation, they obviously came here from like the Windrush. They just got straight to work, kept their head down. The second generation, they had a bit more freedom, but they still, you know, went along to get along. The third generation, like myself, noticed that something isn't right, you know, whether it be the disgusting attitude from the police or getting hired from a job, you know, or just, you know, people like, obviously the white people, you know, because myself, I'm born here, but I still don't feel I'm a Black British man, you know, I don't feel like this is my home, you know, so yeah.
Well, like I say, definitely in my eyes, that is just too damn high of a price to pay, especially if that's what it requires you to do. And there needs to be a common conversation about this because that puts everybody in danger, man. And for those of you I have to remind people, for those who don't know, a lot of people assume that the legal systems work exactly the same or run parallel, or at least the public policy runs parallel in the US as it does in the UK. And that's not actually true. For those of you who are over there, you know that right now they're targeting the Black immigrants for deportation. Over here in America, it's like a hands-off kind of thing for a lot of them. Over there, they getting down to the business with your white Indian prime minister cracking the whip. I mean, that we kicking it off, not under what's his name, Boris beforehand, whatever his name, Boris Johnson. Not him, not under him. We done brought in a quote person of color, who of course we know, if you know your history, that's actually a canard. But he's the guy saying, yeah, round him up. Oh, I'm gonna do the rounding up.
Yeah,
right here, right now. So folks don't know that there's a big movement of deportation going on right now, but it's specifically targeting the black ones. Everybody else is kind of being left alone, but the black ones are all getting loaded up on planes.
He's actually trying to do the most. He's actually going above and beyond to like show his masters or people that I can do this job and, you know, I can fit in, and it's crazy.
And that's what I'm saying. Everybody who's trying to play this game and keep your head down and, you know, let me go ahead and go. The motives are bad, man. The motives are bad. If you're going to leave from the West Indies, if you're going to leave from Africa and come to the U.S. or the UK, you need to be coming on some empowerment. You don't need to be coming on skirt chasing. You don't need to be coming on clout chasing. You don't need to be coming on cooning and buffooning. You need to have your head on straight. Because then when these kind of things are happening, now they want to yell and scream and cry foul. It's like, dude, you were the same people sitting up here saying wasn't no racism, white supremacy just yesterday. Now they're loading you up on the plane. Hey, this is racist. The time to be saying something was when you got here.
It's crazy.
I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, again, I appreciate your work and keep on flying the flag. And there's still riders out here, so don't give up on us.
Thank you very much for checking in with us, brother. We appreciate that as always. Definitely stay safe. Like I say, folks, it's something for you to keep in mind. We got to have a conversation here about these folks and all these places out there that our immigrant class is always quiet about white supremacy. It's always okay. It's just, well, you know, they're just ignorant. What in the hell? What the hell do they have to do to get you to accept it? And to actually acknowledge the damn obvious. Let me go ahead and go back to Zoom here. I got my man, Kid Gravity. Welcome back to the program, brother. What's on your mind?
How you doing, brother? I understand now why you guys are talking about delineation, because if this does not wake up the immigrant class, I don't know what it's going to take, because you had someone like Prince Schilling sit there and have 100% revenue. He gave it up to a white woman for maybe 10 to 15% and getting less views. To you, brother, you've done business. How bad is that deal?
Well, here's the thing. It would depend on how much it is. And it depends on what they're doing. Now, if she's fronting all the money, fronting all the equipment and everything, and you basically just step into it, well, that could be a come up for you. However, if it's your equipment and your channel and she's just doing, well, I don't know what the hell she's just doing. It would have to be very impressive. Here's the problem. I've been to the dude's channel. Mm-hmm. I've been to his channel. He's got 70,000 subscribers. I just blew past him. Let's be very clear. He's had Pearl behind him, allegedly behind him all this time. I just blew past him.
Mm-hmm.
So if she was really doing great and wonderful things for him, as a matter of fact, some of y'all ain't gonna like it, but I'll go ahead and show you. By the way, let me go ahead and pop it up on the screen so you all can see. 15% or whatever she's probably giving him, who knows? Hey, this is what it gets for you. 3 days ago, 12,000 views. 5 days ago, 11,000 views. 6 days ago, 11,000 views. Folks, I'll have that. I got that already tonight. More, probably twice that when you aggregate it. 10 days ago, 10,000 views. This is your 15%. He's getting 15% of this. He's getting 15% of. So this is what her quote help has done for. Oh, take a look at this right here. We finally got one that's got some decent views to it. It's O'Shea Duke Jackson. So, I'm sorry.
Right.
So you got to put O'Shea in there. Well, you could have did that without her mediocre tutorials. So you got to talk about him to get 40,000 views. Cardi B. Okay, but what about yourself? When he's the only topic, he gets 10,000 views after 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is that's what her quote help has done to all the clowns and idiots out there talking as if this woman is balling out of control. And this is why I've tried to teach you all, hey, don't get fooled and bamboozled by supposed subscriber counts. Count them view counts. and show me if it's getting you anything. So he's sitting up here with her putting a battery in his back. He's bootlicking and buck dancing, cooning and buffooning, clowning, and all he can get is 10,000 views, and she's going to chip him off 10, 20% of 10,000 views. Brother, he'd have been better off getting a job at, what y'all call it, Tesco? Over there, you get the
Sainsbury's.
Yeah, he'd been better off getting a janitorial job over there. He'd have literally been making more money.
Yeah, but you also got to look at his videos, because they also chop that up, because she said she'll give him the studio, the editing, the camera, the lighting, but then tells him to take the live video and chop it up 10 to 12 times like Roland does. And you're only getting like 3 or 4 digit views on that.
Yeah, that's the thing right there. All these folk who don't understand, they think that somehow she's flooding the zone with content. That doesn't do anything. That doesn't raise. I'm showing y'all what the views are doing. Lead attorney, 286,000 subscribers and only 10,000 views. Meanwhile, over here, I got 75,000 subscribers and get 100,000 views.
Do you think those are bought?
I'm leery to cast aspersions. I will say this, because I don't want to talk about anything I can't prove. Right. I will say this, though. If the audience really were rocking with you, I don't think they would sign up and subscribe one week and then tune out the very next. If this is legitimately building a genuine subscriber base, how is it they're signing up to subscribe and yet the views aren't happening? If the subscriber count is increasing, those views should be at least proportionally increasing. Right. Even if you can only pull 30% of your subscriber base to watch on a regular basis, I get far more than that. But the typical YouTuber can get 10 to 20%. Okay, but if I'm seeing your view counts coming in, as your subscriber count goes up, that view count should be proportionally going up. So at best, you're not able to retain your audience's attention. At worst, yeah, there may be some bot buy-in going on. And YouTube will allow it if you're somebody they want to boost. Well, yeah, if it drowns out someone that they see as troublesome. YouTube doesn't like my program because I tell you all don't be consumers. I tell you how to counter these things. I tell you how to challenge it. I tell you how to compete against it. They don't want that. They just want me to bring people here and sell you to deliver an audience. Hey, come on back next week, even if it rots your brain and destroys your life. So that's cool with them. Valuetainment, well, he can do a little bit something different because they know, wink, wink, he's on the team. But as far as are they legitimate, brother, I can't tell you that they aren't. But what I am going to say is if they are real, it ain't worth a damn. So if they're not fake, they might as well be bought. They're doing you just as much good. If you didn't buy them, you might as well have.
Yeah. It's tough on these YouTube streets, but again, thank you for highlighting this because most people won't go down those rabbit holes.
Well, remember, all your bigger YouTubers sat around for weeks, didn't say nothing. They're just now saying something. That tells you just how much of a third rail and a lightning rod this is. They didn't say anything about it. That's the look of genuine fear. And that's something that we should all keep in mind because that's dangerous. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me see if I can get Joseph here on Zoom. Joseph, go ahead and pay some attention. Go ahead and turn on everything for us here, Joseph, and you will be up next. So be there or be square. All right, Joseph, there you are. And what's on your mind, brother? Turn your mic on, Joseph. Joseph, turn your mic on, brother. You already low res as hell. Unmute yourself, brother. It's a little microphone icon at the bottom.
Yeah, I just saw it.
There he goes. All right, y'all. He's on his Zimbabwe broadband. All right, Joseph. Where you calling us from, Joseph?
I'm calling you from South Africa. But I just want to highlight something. Your show is great, brother Jason. But I think these immigrants are mostly hiding behind when you're saying immigrants. So I would have loved it if you had identified them as individuals. Because we have, like you said, we have a lot of brothers here in Africa, a lot of brothers in UK and other places that do go with the struggle. But a lot of these ones, they will go like, they will do things like, they will say things out of the ordinary, hoping that they can just blend in with the rest of the immigrants.
Well, here's the problem, brother. They unfortunately, they represent those who are non-foundationals in America or in Britain. They represent them. Everybody who doesn't come from our background, the newcomers to America, the newcomers to Britain, they do represent the majority. From Africa, from the West Indies, from the Caribbean, they do represent them, brother. I am sad to say, because I have seen the South African Parliament. Julius Malema is an outlier. Julius Malema is not the rule. He's been marched out of the damn place himself. He's not the rule. He's the exception.
Well, that is how you read the, let's just say, the entertainment industry or the news industry in America portrays it. There's a lot of brothers here in Africa who are doing their own stuff. They're not going to portray them on TV.
Right, brother. You're correct. You're correct about saying, quote, a lot. Yes, you're right about a lot. But a lot is not a mathematical figure.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you must excuse them. I'm saying identify them as individuals. So
right. What I'm saying is that they represent the majority, unfortunately. They represent the majority, brothers. What you're saying sounds good, but the bottom line is it doesn't represent the majority. It doesn't. Everybody's looking to buy out and sell out. And it's under the days of Winnie Mandela, it was different. It was a little bit different back then, but we've watched as it's been degrading the whole time. We've been watching while it's been degrading. It's not a great thing. So, I mean, I just got to be honest about it. I got to call it as it is. Now, when I see that, because here's the thing, I'm not telling you about what I see in South Africa. I'm telling you about what I see get off the plane and off the boat over here. I'm telling you about what we encounter here. So I can't speak for what's happening on the South African street necessarily, but what I will say is it doesn't represent the majority that is getting around. It doesn't represent them. And that's not just South Africa. You see the same thing everywhere. You're seeing the same thing everywhere. Kenya, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Nigeria, Sudan. We can go down the list. I mean, it's a full-blown pandemic. It is. Because here's the problem, brother. Where's the code of conduct? Like, where is the black code of conduct in South Africa today?
But that is my point, sir. I'm thinking that for us to organize and to be able to reach other continents, it's going to be difficult from a grassroots level. All I'm just saying is that when you do say that immigrants are bad and things like that, I'm not saying that it's wrong.
Well, I'm not saying. Well, let me clarify that. I've never said that immigrants, quote, are bad. Let me make sure we don't let that get 10. I know that's not what you mean. I understand, but I'm just saying, let me make sure I'm clear about that. I don't want to get 10 miles down the road. I don't have an issue with that as long as they are not anti-foundational, as long as they are not backing a white supremacist agenda. I am not anti-immigrant. I'm anti-white supremacist. And if I see that the immigrant population is being weaponized into a buffer class that is specifically being given a mission to target us and to dilute what we're doing, that's a problem. It's not just a problem for us, it's a problem for you. Because we, black people in America, set the tone for black people around the world. When we make strides, when we make progress, everybody comes up. The problem that we have today is, unfortunately, the dominant society realized this. So what they've been doing is empowering individuals who don't operate the same way. They out for themselves. And then now there's enough of them, they get together in whole groups and classes now. You got whole neighborhoods and whole boroughs now. It's no longer a minor infection. We can't treat it like that. This is not a little thing anymore. The disease is metastasized.
Well, I agree. I'm not denying that. And since my point, you understand it as well, there's no really, so I'm going to stay on your point.
No, I am down with everybody who is down with us, and I understand what you're saying. I just don't want you to minimize what you're seeing there. Yeah, do we got riders? Yeah, we got riders everywhere. We got riders all over the place. That's never lost on me. But I don't want us to mischaracterize the struggle that we're in, or to mischaracterize what the situation truly is. When we get to a point where those of your mindset occupy the majority, we gonna know. That's not gonna be something we need to be told, newsflash or anything. Brother, when y'all start running things, we're gonna know. Hell, when you all comprise the majority of the code, when South Africa has your code of conduct, we'll know. Just like you all knew to follow our lead, when we see y'all rocking it the way we are, when we see that's taking root and that's what's running things, we'll know. Believe me, we will know. Real recognizes real. But in the meantime, I want to thank you for joining us, brother. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. Like I said, I don't want to overstate it, but I don't want to understate it either. Let me go ahead and get a couple of phone calls here off of Blog Talk. Let me get caller from area code 410. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Dion from Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, what was that name again?
It's Dion from Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, Dion from Atlanta, and what's on your mind?
Hey, I had to call in on this one because I sent a super chat earlier, but I'm actually married to a Liberian woman, and the attitude that you've been calling out is exactly what the majority of her family members who have initially come over here, they definitely have that. Like, they come over with that happy, to get along, and they kind of think that if they just keep their head down and if they work hard, if they don't rock the boat, that the racism is going to totally fly over them, and then it's going to come to us. And then it's not until they get their real nigga wake-up call, and then that's when, they want to get on that Pan-Africanism and on that pro-black tip and everything. And it just kills me because, and I'm especially upset at the parents, because when the parents do that, they don't prepare their children for that, for the real world, racism, that they're going to face. And then it's up to the rest of us to try to get them on code, and we're able to do that, in part, but it severely stunts their growth. And it just sickens me, and it just disturbs me to see that, on a first-hand basis with some of my in-laws, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, it does let you know this is real. I mean, they're not brought over for nothing. The State Department knows who they are allowing in here. Remember, the State Department knows who the terrorists are overseas. If you're walking down the streets of Afghanistan, the U.S. State Department, the CIA, and the FBI know who you are. They know who you are. That's why when you get here in America, they know every damn gang member in America. There are no secrets from these people. They can monitor everything. Yeah. They watch everything. So if you were able to make it over here, they know who you are. But more importantly, they know who you were. Let me say it again. If you made it over here, they know who you are, but more importantly, they know who you were. They know who you were, where you came from. They know if you got a police record. They know if you were committing crimes. They know if you were a pedophile. They know if you were a gang member. They know if you were a seditionist. They know if you were anti-capitalism. They know if you were anti-America. They know all of this before you ever come over here. You can't get here without them knowing that. You can't. If you do make it, you ain't gonna stay. If you're truly a problem, they're gonna come get you. So if they made it, what we are finding out is after all these decades, this has been part of a conscious, orchestrated effort. They're looking for a certain individual, certain type of people with a certain mindset and a certain set of philosophies that run concurrent to white supremacy. Or, as I've been saying during tonight's program, that these are people that when they see white supremacy, they don't fight it. That's all they really want. They don't give a damn if you recognize it or don't. They don't give a damn if you acknowledge it or don't, just so long as you're not actually going to do anything about it. Now, people who are going to do something about white supremacy, brother, our paperwork is known worldwide. If you are a black person and you are prone to fighting white supremacy, your paperwork is known worldwide. They know who you are. You can't get on a plane or sneak away and stow away on a boat. They know when you show up, there he is. There he is. Ask Assata Shakur and Stokely Carmichael, all your revolution, H. Rap Brown, all your revolutionaries. You ask them, there wasn't no place they could hide. This was before the internet, people. Before the internet, they knew where they were. They didn't need social media or cell phones to track them down. This was back then. So if you show up anywhere, they know where you are. If you're a troublemaker anywhere, they know who you are and where you are. And if they haven't moved on you, it's either because they don't want to move on you or they've already moved on you. I'll let you all figure that one out. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, and just to highlight on that, just real quick, like I know my stepfather-in-law in particular, he was a part of that, what they call it, the Liberian class over there. So he was already down, like with their white supremacy and everything. That's kind of how he got over here. And then just the very last point, when you talked about they don't rise up until their benefits get cut off, I know with Trump, when he changed their status from still being recognized as refugees until getting rid of that and trying to get the illegal ones out of here, that's when they wanted to rise up and they wanted to have, everybody else try to advocate on their behalf and keep them over here. And so like you said earlier, I'm down with who's down, with us. And my wife, thankfully, she's down with us, all day. But, everybody else who's on that coon train with that coon talk, they can, whatever happens to them, happens to them. Be one first, brother.
Well, just don't let them be close to you when it does. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get call from area code 928. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason. This is this is James. I'm calling from Arizona.
James, from where at in Arizona?
Phoenix.
James from Phoenix, what's on your mind?
Yeah, first things first. In regards to what Just Pearly thinks, I know we're talking about black immigrants, but I just wanted to just point out that you're wrong, that Dr. Claude Anderson actually pointed out and clearly stated that black people were better off post-integration than when they are right now, and he provided data and actual stats that verified why black people were much better off during the days post-integration.
Okay, sir, you're wrong. And I've interviewed Dr. Claude. Sir, we're not here to argue about that.
Yeah.
Sir, we're not here to argue about it. You're just wrong. Dr. Claude Anderson has, in my documentary 7 a.m., sir, Dr. Claude Anderson literally says, quote, since 1864, black people have gone nowhere in proportional comparative terms. We are exactly where we were in 1868. Now, the documentary I did, he begins by saying that, and that's part of his stump speech. He's been saying it for 40 years, that in proportional comparative terms, we were less than 1% of the country's wealth in 1868. We're less than 1% of the country's wealth today. That the only progress that we have made is, quote unquote, socially, but that we have not actually moved anywhere socioeconomically. We've been frozen, which is his entire point, is that the nation's wealth has been frozen. Now, that's literally what he said. So if you thought you heard something else, sir, no, you're wrong, period.
You're wrong.
By the way, is this guy sitting here giggling on my phone like that dog? All right, let me go ahead and let him go. He sounded like that Snurdly. Was that the name of that dog? Who's raising these damn mama's boys today? All right, let me go ahead and get my man Features. You're back on the microphone here, brother. What's on your mind?
How you doing, bro?
All right, brother. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so let me just clear the air first, because last time I was on, people were asking about my accent. I am Canadian, right? So, and I caught you again afterwards.
You're down the street from Abba and Preach, I imagine.
And literally down the street, actually.
I imagine. Okay, we got our eye on him, everybody. He seem okay, but I don't know. They might have the same Uber Eats driver, so just in case, we got our eyes open.
Not very far from them at all, right? So, the thing with buffer classes, as you called them, particularly in Canada, and Canada is open to immigration, right? So Canada, they kind of want immigrants. However, if you look at Abba and Preach, Abba is from Ethiopia, he's East African, and Preach is Haitian, okay? And if you look at their backgrounds, right, if you look at the Haitian experience and how America and France basically buffed them up into oblivion, and they're suffering from their slave rebellion up until this very day. When they come and they mention these type of things, and they say, "Oh, Miss Pearly Things isn't racist; she's just ignorant." Ignorance is racism, first of all, right? Ignorance is racism, and second of all, what you're doing is that you are actually enabling the actual racist, right? Especially from a background in which you come from. Like, you should be a lot more militant and carry on the propensities of your people, right? And stand up for your people. However, these guys are entertainers. They're not necessarily like readers or anything like that. And we live in a day and age where we have a abundance of illiterate literates. We have an abundance of illiterate literates, meaning that people, they read, but they read for the intent of reading their text messages or their Facebook post, or, they're not reading for education.
No, they read the headlines and then they move on.
Yes.
Here's the real thing, because a lot of folks say this and everything, and I've been dealing with this now for weeks and weeks. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing, because lead attorney said that it's entertainment. Here's the problem. Mm-hmm. The problem is anything that you saturate your mind with long enough begins to have an effect on you.
Yes.
Even if you tell yourself it's, quote, entertainment. You wouldn't have the explosion in hair weaves, rap music, baggy pants, do-rags. You wouldn't have the explosion of those kind of things if your, quote, entertainment didn't have an effect on you. So this idea that it's compartmentalized is untrue. Simply because we can acknowledge it doesn't mean it doesn't have an effect on you. Case in point, you didn't have bodybuilding and people going to the, quote, gym. Muscle Beach was just a couple of raggedy ass weight benches in California. Go take a look at the documentary Pumping Iron. There wasn't anything fancy. You had Gold's Gym and that's it. How do you have this explosion of gyms around America and thus around the world? After Pumping Iron, after Mr. Olympia, which was a niche thing. Next thing you know, this guy wins the Mr. Olympia. His name is Schwarzenegger. Back in the 80s, we had trouble pronouncing his name. But I'm like, hey, take a look at this guy. He's jacked at a level you've never seen before. And he says he doesn't use steroids, but of course, he would never lie to us. Well, okay, that was on the one hand. Hollywood grabbed that on the one hand. Next thing you know, here comes Conan. Here comes Sylvester Stallone. Van Damme comes later on. And at the same time, here comes a fella, Vincent Kennedy McMahon, and the WWF. And next thing you know, we got this big, huge fella named Terry Bollea. We'll just rename him Hulk Hogan. Doing the exact same thing. And he's got a friend who was in the Rocky movie named Mr. T. They call him Mr. T.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, did you notice after that, you got bodybuilding gyms everywhere? After that. You got young boys everywhere wanting to work out and pump iron. In the 70s, it had never been heard of. By the 80s, every young boy in America wants that. Charles Atlas had been putting those ads in comic books for decades. Bodybuilding never took off until Schwarzenegger in the WWF. Now the WWE. It never took off until then. Don't tell me that, quote, and it was all entertainment. And yet take a look at how it influence the society. Yeah, we know it's entertainment. No, we didn't think for a second that Schwarzenegger shot anybody in Commando or Terminator, any of those other movies. No, I can't do that, but I can pick up those weights. I can look the part.
Entertainment is a powerful tool for propagation and
it's America's number one export. When we talk about American culture, you're talking about our dream factory. You're talking about our music and our movies. That's what you're talking about. When you talk about, quote, the American way, you're talking about our music and our movies. That's what you're talking about.
I want to bring it back to Abba and Preach and Just Pearly Things, because Just Pearly Things, she essentially gave the world a softball. You know what I mean? Like, she said that slavery was embellished. You understand? When you find black folks signing off on this is actually an eye-opening event, right? Because now you get to see who the biscuits are, and you can separate, the buttery biscuits from, the ones who are really about it, right? On your local entertainment channels, which you call YouTubers. You get me? Right? So these entertainers, like if you look at Alba and Preach, like as you mentioned, they are entertainers, right? They're not people who are heavily involved in these things, and they essentially gave a ruling on Just Pearly Things, saying that she's not a racist after being fed a softball like this. Like, how can you miss that? How can you miss that she said A, B, and C? And that was just one thing. We haven't talked about the many outrageous things she said before that. Many outrageous things.
Yeah, and I was aware of those things. Like I say, it's just at the time she had to say something. She's been allowed to go and go and go and go until finally she said something so egregious that people couldn't overlook it.
This time she invited what's his face that white supremacist
Nick Fuentes.
Thank you. Yes, to his channel, and she was like, and she was the one who offered up the information about slavery being embellished, like the Jewish Holocaust. She offered that information. Nobody asked her.
They were talking about the Jewish Holocaust, and she said, you know what, while we're talking about like Clive and Bundy, and while we're talking about the federal government, let me talk about the niggers. And next thing you know, away we go. So, and now you're finding when you start going backwards, it's like, oh, she's been saying this stuff the whole time. What I'm saying is that nobody of any size or interest was actually interested in taking her on, because everyone was trying to figure out how to do a collaboration, because they all understand. Everybody knows YouTube was boosting her. And folks were just like, well, damn it, if that's who they gonna boost, we know it's dirty, but if they're gonna boost her, let me see if I can go along to get along. And it's all fun and games until somebody blows the lid off of it. Now nobody wants to claim her. That's not an exercise in courage. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that. Let me see here. I see an interesting name. Let me see if I can get this brother on here. I see an interesting name popping up here. I'm going to see. Go ahead and turn everything on for me here, sir, if you can. I'd appreciate that. There you go. All right. Is this Mr. Mike TV?
The one and only. How's it going, brother?
All right, brother. Well, thank you very much for joining us here tonight. I came across your video a couple of days ago. So YouTube suggested it to me a couple of days ago. They know they messed around and found the wrong one when they did that. So I was taking a look at it, and I was like, well, she's playing more of the hits again. She's doing more of the hits again. Now, as I understand it, you said that that she's taking that video down. That was the first thing. But that you said that video she posted like 9 months ago. So she posted it a while ago.
Yeah, she posted that video 9 months ago, had about 77,000 views on it, and it was titled, Red Pilling My Friend for the First Time, The Real History of Slavery in America.
Of course, because we didn't have the real history before. We needed Pearly Things to tell us what the real history is. So that's when she comes in. And of course, she gives us the world according to Thomas Sowell, a very reliable source of information to draw things from. And
most black folks don't even know who Thomas Sowell is. Let's just call it a buck.
Well, you know, most black folk don't know. Most black people may not know who Thomas Sowell is, but for those of us who do, it ain't nothing good.
Talk about
there's
it.
the real problem is it's nothing good. So when you find this one chick and she's got so many intersections to white supremacists and white supremacist adjacent individuals, if you start calling this consistent track record ignorance, I gotta look at you and say, okay, you're a collaborator now. How much evidence do you need? It's either you just need an outrageous amount of evidence, or you're just on board with what she's doing and you're playing us for a fool. But to call that ignorance is an insult to our intelligence. What more do you need to see?
Yeah. And that's just her defense mechanism. She plays like she's ditzy, she's dumb, she's ignorant. No, she's nefarious. That video that she deleted that's 9 months old is 1,000 times worse than the Nick Fuentes interview. She's laughing at slavery. She's saying black people got freed from slavery, then started our own plantations, bought slaves, and then fought against abolishing slavery. She says, I think you played the clip where she tried to say that white people in the South got whipped more than black people. Right. I mean, the historical inaccuracies just go on and on and on. And she didn't delete the video until I made a community tab where I linked the video and called for content creators and viewers alike to flag it for misinformation, because it's straight up misinformation. She wants to do fraudulent copyright strikes. She wants to threaten lawsuits. Well, let's use YouTube system the way it's supposed to be used. And when somebody's spouting misinformation, when somebody's trying to rewrite our history, we can't let that rock out.
Well, you made a very good point during your video that if what she was saying was so right and correct, why did you remove it? If that video is so right and correct, if everything is all right with it, why are you removing it? Okay, fine. You didn't stand by Nick Fuentes. Can't you stand by Thomas Sowell?
Hey,
if what you heard is absolutely correct.
Speaking of Thomas Sowell, I just did a stream that I titled The Next Video That Pearl's Gonna Delete, because here's another video with her token black girl. Another video about 9 months ago where she's reacting to Thomas Sowell. She's saying blacks shouldn't get reparations. She's equating black people to drug addicts on the street, saying, look at homeless people when they get that little 600, they don't really help themselves, so black people shouldn't get reparations. Then she equates us to a lottery winner, saying, look at people who win the lottery and then they blow the bag. See, black people shouldn't get reparations. So come on now. When I call her racist, I don't say allegedly. But when I call her racist, I don't fear a lawsuit of defamation because I go by the definition of the word. I know etymology. I know words matter. And the definition in Oxford of a racist is a person who is prejudiced against or antagonistic towards a group of people based on their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group. So when she's on record saying that reparations is okay for Jewish folks and for Japanese folks and for Native Americans, and when she only has an issue with reparations against black people, come on. What else can we call it but racism?
Well, here's the thing. Let me go a little bit further with it there, because if we reduce it down to saying that if you have a negative opinion towards another group of people based on their race, that's racism. Those of us who come from my side of the camp, it's not racism unless it's got power behind it. To which I will say to you, if you come from a family that by your testimony, not mine, your testimony, my daddy got money. I come from a family that's got money. Okay, you've already started with advantages. This is what your family and their money raised and produced. This is the attitude that came from your Irish German home that you claim you don't owe reparations for. But boy, you sure do act like the rest of the white supremacists we know. Very interesting. That's the attitude that came with that. So your attitude has power behind it. It's got power behind it that the rest of us ain't got YouTube boosting us. YouTube buries us. Deliberately so. The rest of us don't have that leg up. We don't have that assistance. We don't have Valuetainment, who already got boosted behind us. We don't have any of that. So I would say this goes beyond just having a negative opinion or a negative view or quote prejudice. If you're prejudiced and you're powerless, I mean, we don't worry about racist folk in prison. We don't worry about them. Hey, man, he's doing a life sentence.
But if you're racist and you got 1 million subscribers,
you're racist, you're free on the street, you got 1 million subscribers, you have a multi-billion-dollar corporation, YouTube, behind you, you got multi-millionaires, Valuetainment behind you, you got mega multi-millionaires, Business Insider behind you. Your racist opinion has power. You're getting signal boosted at a level the rest of us are getting dwarfed at. Nah, you ain't just prejudiced. You're racist. These other folks over here are annoying. You're racist.
Exactly. Not only that, I'm not sure if you've harped in on this because I'm still catching up on your streams, brother. But for all the people who are confused, for all the people saying, no, she's stupid because look, black people built her up and now she's going against us, yada, this was preordained. This was pre-orchestrated. This is what we call a dog whistle. What's about to happen in the States? Election season. Most of you guys still aren't privy to the fact that her management is the same manager, Kobe Devington, the same manager who used to manage Candace Owens, the same manager who worked on the Daily Wire. Is it a big surprise that every time you watch a Just Pearly Things video, there's a advertisement for the Daily Wire and Prager University? That was a dog whistle to her white supremacist friends to say, hey, I'm down with the cause. Hey, look at this video. Hey, look, I just had Nick on. So now she can start doing what? The right-wing political grift. The manosphere is sinking. If you look at her views, it's really piss poor for how many subscribers she has.
She's stagnated.
So now she's doing the political grift. Now she's trying to be the next Candace Owens. She wants a course to teach on Prager University. She wants to be on Fox and CNN and shit. It's just her next grift. That's all we're seeing.
She might aspire to be Candace Owens, but that's not where she's going to go. She's going to be the next. She wanted before this all blew up in her face, and she was aspiring to be. Now that got derailed. She wanted to be the next Tommy Lauren. We're talking about a bimbo.
There we go.
Candace Owens, for all her faults, Candace Owens actually got some knowledge about her. She wants to. This Pearly Things wants to be a bimbo because she realized she doesn't really have the grift. She doesn't really have the grasp and the gravity and the knowledge of these things like she needs to. All that, well, it's like and slavery and stuff. So she can be Tommy Lauren. She can't be Candace Owens. But you make a very good point here. But I think this is a moment for us still to correct our lexicon on this. And it's a good thing we can all get together on this. I'm hearing people saying that she's trying to pivot. I didn't. In light of what I'm seeing now, I disagree. And the video that you posted bears this out, I believe. Follow me if you will. She ain't pivoting now. This has been running concurrent. You've had 2 streams running at the same time. One has been taking up more bandwidth than the other. True. But I submit to you that if we can go back a year and find similar things again and again and again, you don't find it. Was she pivoting a year ago? Nah, she's pivoting now. I don't think so. I think that this has just been 2 streams running at the same time, and it's just been drip, drip, drip. And now finally somebody was paying attention. Most likely what you're saying was what was supposed to occur. That she was supposed to fly below the radar. And then as we go into the next election season, she starts doing more of this kind of content. But she had already been getting her feet wet and showing Candace Owens people that she can hold an audience or engage in this kind of thing. And even if she's not the brightest bulb in the pack, she can get something resembling, well, she has the potential to get something resembling an audience. Here's the real thing. You and I both know that was actually falling flat to begin with, but they got nothing to lose by trying it. Hey, she's what's available. She's the vehicle they got. What do we lose by trying? What do we lose? We don't lose anything. So, hey, give it a shot. The worst that can happen is she crashes and burns.
See, and you're totally right. This content has always run adjacent, but it's never been at the forefront. She always predominantly pushed the manosphere stuff and sprinkled in a few, no reparation videos in there. But it wasn't until she got her new manager that she's going balls to the wall with this. Her recruiter, the Jamaican or Nigerian dude, said their plans was to have Kanye and Donald Trump on the podcast next. So if anything, she's really shifting focus to where this political grift is what's at the forefront. And we all see why. I mean, her views are lacking. The manosphere as a whole is slacking. I mean, guys can only hear, bitches ain't shit, become high value so many times.
Yeah,
I mean,
before you check
we've
out.
been hearing the same thing regurgitated since Kevin Samuel. So, now
so
we're seeing her on our next arc.
It's got to be about more than male-female relations. And there's got to be something more to it there than that. And yeah, this is something that could float her. It absolutely is. And when I start seeing valuetainment circling around like vultures, I'm like, okay, I see what they're prepping you for. I don't think you've got the talent or the ability to pull it off, but I can certainly see that they're prepping you for it.
Hey, and I don't want to harp on this too much, but that Jewish man on valuetainment is so disingenuous. That's the same Jewish dude who leaks the fact that Andrew Tate had a wife and kids and shit. He's the same dude on stream who leaked that and then walked it back and was like, oh, he told me that in confidence. I shouldn't have said it. When Kanye and Kyrie had their thing, he was going against Kanye and Kyrie like a motherfucker. But now that Pearl's on the hot seat, he wants to deflect from Pearl to Nick. I mean, come on.
No, he's
These
just playing the whole
races
time.
have a reward mechanism. These races have a system. They got people who will ride for them. Do you know how many white nationalist comments I done got on my streams talking about Pearl's right? Slavery wasn't that bad. You guys are embellishing things.
And this is what we want, because here's the real thing. Like I say, I don't know how old you are, Mike, but I'm almost 50. And
I'm 28, brother. I'm only 28. Okay. I got a lot to learn.
You're only a couple years older than Pearl, but you're young enough to be my son, and I want you all to understand. I did a documentary about Richard Spencer after Charlottesville happened. I talked to him then, and I was noticing these are not the dudes in my age group. These are older. I mean, these are younger. These are much younger. Now you got Pearly Things and Nick Fuentes. We've backed the bus all the way up to the early 20s now. In other words, they intend for my grandkids, Pearly Things to be a little old lady then, with folk talking about, oh, I used to listen to her when I was a kid. That's what we're prepping for now, that your generation is, you can already see the demons that they intend for you all to be fighting for the next 3 decades. Think about that for a few moments. They're already showing you the demons that they intend for you to be wrestling with for the next 3-4 decades. Already.
I never really had a fight when it came to critical race theory. I didn't really have no personal opinion on it until I heard this pasty racist broad trying to rewrite our history. Then I said, wait, they're trying to do this in mass. They're really trying to go back and make it seem like the suffering of our ancestors was just, it was just a little slight. Matter of fact, it wasn't slavery. It was just indentured servitude. And, it was just only 400 years. And some slaves had good relationships with their masters,
understand now, this is not new. When we talk about the Confederacy and the lost cause, this is actually not new. I'm from Louisiana. My birth certificate says Confederate Memorial Hospital. Now they call it LSU. But my birth certificate says that. And what I'm telling you is that I've been hearing that my whole life. Only then they were just considered to be some backwater people and, oh, you're just Southern racists. But this idea of the great lie and the grand lost cause, they've been saying this the whole time. That, oh, there were slaves who were happy on the plantations. They were like family to us. I've been hearing that since I was a child. Now what they've done, and understand, she's useful in this regard. She is useful even if she crashes and burns. If she's a suicide runner, if she can get the ball down the field 7, 8, 10 more yards, that's useful. Even if she crashes and burns, even if she doesn't make it to the end zone, if she can get the ball just a little bit further down the field, next thing you know, this goes from being something whispered in back rooms and, oh, these are idiots on the Reddit websites and Stormfront saying that. Next thing you know, oh, there's a YouTube channel and, oh, hey, well, you know, no, I don't agree with all of it. I mean, slavery was terrible and awful, but there were parts of it that were just overstated. So what they're trying to figure out is, how do we make this work? Okay, don't say the whole thing was bad. Just say, oh, it was bad, but there are parts that were overstated. And next
and the
you're going to
fact that
see
she's
is
so anti-reparations.
Well, that line for what's overstated is going to start moving. You're going to start see that line for quote overstated, exaggerated, embellished. You're going to start seeing that line move. Right now, she'll say that, oh, it was some parts that were embellished. Eventually, it's going to be most of it was embellished. Most of it was exaggerated. Slavery wasn't that bad. But this is going to be, I mean, it's been 100 and something years since the end of chattel slavery. They're willing to put another 80, 100 years into this. They sure are.
Facts. Hey, and back to the title of the stream. Since I came on YouTube and started producing content, there is this weird phenomenon across the diaspora where there's a lot of, I hate to be so frank with it, but there's a lot of token tethers out there across the diaspora that want to attach themselves to foundational Black American talking points. They want to talk about how we shouldn't get reparations, we're lazy, they make up names for us, call us akatas, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, but I haven't seen a stream where us Black Americans are sitting around here discussing them, where we're sitting around here shitting on these Africans that leave their motherland, go move to Europe, go move to France, go move to Canada, and then they got a whole bunch of ill will and vitriol towards us. It's like when they're traveling on the banana boat, they take some kind of matrix type downloading where all of white supremacy's negative stereotypes are reinforced, and they really come over here thinking we ain't shit. And I just want to know why. Why?
Because
ain't nobody worried about them.
It's been cultivated over there, man. Like I say, up until now, we've kind of been dealing with outdated software. We've been looking at the world through the Pan-Africanist ideal that we used to express under Marcus Garvey. What we didn't bother to ask until recently was whether or not that was reciprocal. We've just now started asking that. And before now, we just assumed that everybody understood the same thing. Little did we know that you got individuals who are like, you know what, we're on board with them. So we've just finally started daring to ask a question that should have been asked about 40 years ago. Because it didn't start that way. Understand something. Once they started redoing the immigration acts back in the 60s, you used to have some folk who came over here and they were on board and everything was straight. Black folk going back and forth from America to Africa.
But now they
and
come with
everyone
some
knew the deal.
superiority context. If I had $1 for every Nigerian that told me how they filled the Ivy League schools and we're lazy and da-da-da. Matter of fact, the other day, I had a Jamaican try to claim that they started hip-hop music.
Well,
like, come on
they've had more contact. So while we've been over here doing our thing, the dominant society has been over there, making contact, talking to them. Just remember, I mean, when you take a look, when you just consider the oil industry in Nigeria alone, do you realize how much white contact that constitutes in a place like Nigeria? So by the time they get to you, they've run you down. They're okay with Africans as long as the Africans are in Africa. But if you're gonna leave, they want to make sure that you're not gonna start acting like us over here. That's all they want to make sure of. No, you ain't gonna act like them, are you? Because those are the bad Negroes. They're the troublemakers. And you'll be bad in our eyes if you start doing that. I'll let you have the last word.
Hey, I'm gonna leave it with a little bit of a teaser. Some of you may have seen me make a stream in support of Sarah. You may be surprised to find that when we talk about these immigrants that deny racism, when we talk about these immigrants that insert themselves in foundational Black American talking points and, you know, project stereotypes that are disparaging against us, Sarah's guilty of it too. And we're going to do a stream and we're going to review the footage, because when he made his video, notice he not once called her racist. He not once called her a white supremacist. He said she had a colonial mindset. My viewers been sending me emails on Sarah. We got footage 4 years ago, him making videos talking about Black Americans got an identity crisis. We don't know who we are. We need to stop screaming about reparations, et cetera, et cetera. So when we allow Sarah to put on a motherfucking black turtleneck and wear an African pendant and across the diaspora, we riding with him, when in actuality, I look at your content and 4 years ago, you talking shit about foundational Black Americans, we also got to put you in this group of immigrants denying racism.
Well, Sarah, you are absolutely invited to come on and address that if you want to with me. I guess Mike would do the same thing for you. So definitely, if you want to address that, certainly we're not going to throw shade without giving you an opportunity to respond. So anytime you would like to do that, you are more than welcome to do so, sir. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, Mike. We appreciate that. Thank you for checking in with us. We're doing this Round the World 360. Let me get next one up here. All right, let's see if we can grab one more on Zoom, and I'm going to try to get somebody on Blog Talk here in a minute. But Africa on Demand, go ahead and see if you can turn everything on for us here. We'd appreciate that. It says Ghana, so they are on their Rwandan broadband. So we'll give them a minute to go ahead and get that going. If you need some help turning the crank on the generator, let us know. We'll give you a few minutes to get that going. I wouldn't want to have that going badly for you there. I'll give you 5 seconds to get everything straightened out there. Let's go ahead and put them back where they were. Let me get a couple of calls here on Blog Talk. Let me get caller from area code 617. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. It's Antonia from Boston.
Okay, Antonia from Boston. And what's on your mind?
Mm-hmm. So I consider myself African Dominican, and I've been in America for the past 30-something years. And I believe one of the reasons immigrants feel that when they come here, they don't have that blackness to them, because I consider myself black. But the reason is because there's no blackness. We consider ourselves Dominicans, right? We will go by nationality. So it's not that we're not black, but we don't put race as first. And another thing that I've noticed, that when I went to DR, they would only show negative narratives of the Black Americans. So they would only show back to back, like Set It Off, New Jack Swing, New Jack City, all these movies that only dealt with like drug dealing, and never anything romantic, never anything positive. It was just always something negative, So then you have the white folks. When you come to America, you think that they treat you better just because your country treats you in such a worse way, that when you come to America, you think you have made it,
Well, they might tell themselves that they did, but there's the real problem is a lot of folks want to believe that to such an extent that by the time the facts come clear, let's just be clear where that comes from. It comes from a save yourself mentality. See, over here, we got a group. We're on code. We see each other as a group. They see themselves as individuals. It's every man for themselves. That where they were at, where they came from, they were looking out for self. They get over here, it's all about self. I'm looking out for me. And then we're not going to do anything unless, I won't stand up for myself unless trouble comes. Yeah, and by the time you want to do something, hell, you don't even have a mindset to be able to fight it. That's the problem. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get called from area code 516. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi. This is Beth from New York.
Okay, what is on your mind?
Wait a minute. I think that a lot of people in business have a mindset just like Pearl, because they want to hire immigrants so that they don't have to pay market rate. Because if you hire a Black American, you have to pay minimum wage. But if you hire somebody or if you outsource the job, you don't have to pay as much. So in that same interview that you were playing, Nick Fuentes was saying that he doesn't believe in immigration because it changes the mindset of America. And she actually pushed back and said, no, I believe in immigration because I want my Africans to come over here because they're, quote unquote, harder workers. So I think that Black Americans are the hardest working people here in this country, but they just don't want to pay. And so when in my experience working, I found that people like Pearl, who look like Pearl, who are in charge and making decisions on who gets hired, they would rather hire people from Argentina who are white than promote Black people in America doing the same job. And then have
well, beyond
diversity
just
and
that,
inclusion,
the real thing is take a look at their
programs.
corporate backing. Because it would be one thing if she existed in a vacuum, but she doesn't. It'd be another thing if she worked her way up through the ranks, but she didn't. When you've got this much of the institution behind somebody, just recognize a concerted effort when you see one. This was not organic, and all of them sit over there and play around and pretend like it was. It was not organic because if it were organic, you wouldn't be able to take her down with just one video on a random Tuesday. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me try Africa on Demand one more time here. Let me give Africa on Demand one more chance to get their act together. If they do, we'll go from there. If they don't, we will have to do something a little bit different here. So, Africa on Demand. Let's see if they are ready for prime time. And if they're not, then we'll just have to do something different. Africa on Demand. There you go. All right, brother. And what is on your mind?
Hello, brother Jason. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, brother. What's on your mind?
Nah, man, everything that is going on is just, I can't even understand the division between the Africans and our brothers, African Americans here in this country. I'm originally from Ghana. And I do not have no problem with our brothers here, but there has been a stereotype among our brothers here. Even I say the same thing, the racist bias in this country. If I'm walking down the street and I've never opened my mouth, I live in a predominantly white neighborhood, but every time they see you walking around, they turn around and, how did we get here? Why
okay, now you say you live in a predominantly white neighborhood. You live in a predominantly white neighborhood where?
I live in San Antonio, Texas.
Oh, okay. All right, I thought you said you lived somewhere else, but you said you were from where?
I'm from Ghana.
Okay, you're from Ghana, but you live in a predominantly white neighborhood in San Antonio. Okay.
Yes, in Texas. But all the everything that's going on in the Pelicans, and that's the reason why I came across your channel last night. I said I watched 2 hours of your content, and I realized, yes, this is the type of person we need to fight for our people. Not a person like this guy, what's his name? Anton. I was watching the content of the Anton, the conversation between him and...
Okay, brother, what I want to do here, because I don't want everybody to misunderstand what you're saying, but I don't know if it's the headphones you're wearing or whatever. I'm getting a lot of reverberation, and it's real hollow there in your office, so I don't know if it's the headphones or if you need to take them off or if you can, but I would like to be able to get your audio a little bit better. So, because I don't want people to miss what you're saying. I think it's probably going to be kind of important. I just don't want them to miss what you're saying. I think that might be better. We'll see. Say something.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Okay, that's actually better. All right, go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Okay. I said what bothered me about the whole Pelly thing is that guy, Anton, this is the first person I came across his channel. And the way he was talking and the way he was talking against Sarah Gavi and the way he was so polite to that Pelicans lady, it just makes me realize the state of mind of our people. They have to destroy their own brothers to be able to move on. And didn't sit well with me. And that's why when the brother that was just talking about the Africans have problem with African Americans here. At some point, it's truth. There's a truth in it. Because even before I came to America, I was being told, when you get to America, stay away from the African Americans because they're going to get you in trouble. I was told before I even came to America. And I was like, why do they have to tell me that? Because they sell drugs, they say they're gang members, everything they said, it was somehow true, but I realized it's just a divide and conquer. They don't want our brothers here to mingle with us so we'll be able to be the guy for them to be able to go to the motherland. That's how I see it. So I just did not understand how the whole thing came about. So if you can tell me when did all this started, I would appreciate it if you can educate me a little bit on that.
Well, brother, I was hoping you could tell us. Because here's the real thing. If you lived in Africa or Ghana, you've had no contact with Black Americans. So there's the first issue. How can a bunch of people who had no contact with us tell us who we are? That's the first problem. I mean, that would be like somebody in America trying to tell you about Ghanaians having had no contact with them. So it's just really crazy to me how a whole group of people there who've never interacted with us, never seen us, never lived among us, and yet they're experts on us. So I would have to ask you, brother, how did your kinfolk become experts on a group of people they never met?
That is why I became to investigate it myself.
Okay, well, I'll tell you why. Because your kinfolk learned everything about us. There's 3 reasons for it. Number 1, they learned everything about us from television and media. Number 2, they learned it from the white folk who come over there. And number 3, we just got to say it like it is. A lot of them are already carrying an inferiority complex. And unfortunately, if you carry an inferiority complex so long, the only way you can make yourself feel adequate is by finding somebody to tear down. So you're grabbing a group of people that you never met. You don't know us. And furthermore, we're the only reason you could come here. If you check American history, going from Woodrow Wilson to 1969, Africans were not allowed to come over here. No, Africans were not allowed to come over here. Check your history. There's a reason why we can say reparations up to a certain point, because literally you were not allowed to come. Go check your history of Woodrow Wilson and others. He's probably the worst offender, but he was probably not the first, nor was he the last. It was us kicking in the doors for the Haitians and the Jamaicans and the Africans. Take a look at Marcus Garvey. They deported him from America. It wasn't like Africans was just killing it and the Caribbean was just killing it and they just doing so great and so wonderful and that they were just undeniable. Hell no, they was throwing them out left and right. They were deporting them left and right. It was those of us, the descendants of the slaves, who could not be deported, who told them, hey, you're discriminating. You're allowing all these Irish and Germans, shout out pearly things. You're allowing all of them over here in unlimited numbers, but you saying any black folk, we ain't trying to do all that. So we were the ones who said, no, we see what you're doing. The white folks' numbers were already not replenishing back at the turn of the 20th century. So they were bringing in more immigrants to make sure that that ratio of white people stayed the same. That black people would just eternally be this 9% of the population. You see that begin to change after the Immigration Acts. Then you start to see that begin to change, but that's because they were choosing people. That and they were targeting us for abortion. You remove abortion and immigration, you got a black population of probably 40% today. If you remove those 2 things. So what I'm saying is they knew this has all been part of a well-orchestrated plan. It's been a well-orchestrated thing. They know who they're bringing. And they already know how to prep the ground for those individuals. Brother, you didn't get here by accident. You might tell yourself you did. No, sir, I am telling you, this is the most devious, invasive government on the face of the planet. You ain't sitting there in San Antonio by no damn accident. They determined that you were safe enough to be there. If they ever decided that you were not, the Constitution and the law allows them to come grab you tonight.
Actually, that is true. Because I'm a green card holder.
Oh, they can come get you tonight. Anytime they want to come grab you, they can.
If I do anything wrong, they are allowed to deport me back to Ghana.
There you go. So, and that's the status that so many of y'all are in. They can come get you at any time. So basically, they know what they're doing. They know they got you over a barrel, and unless you're willing to risk that. Now, first of all, most of them come over here with the mindset of acquiescing to begin with. But even for those of you who may not have that, they're like, hey, you know, we got this dangling over your head. So now we're about to see where your character is.
Actually, that is true, because me getting the visit, it was part of the, if I do not commit any crime, if I don't do any other thing, then my green card will be guaranteed.
Wrong.
If I come across any other way or form of
W-R-O-N-G, wrong. W-R-O-N-G, wrong. Incorrect. That is not true, brother. That is not true. First of all, let me deal with the first misnomer that you're operating under. You just said a very tricky statement that most people fall for. You said, if I do not commit a crime. Wrong, sir, if you are not accused of a crime.
Okay. Let me restate it again. Hold on. Let me show you something, brother. Right now, as I'm sitting here, if you look at my...
Oh, hell.
I have ankle bracelet. I have an ankle GPS monitor.
They got him.
And the reason why I'm on GPS monitor is because I'm married to an African American lady, because I was trying to understand so I can bridge the gap for our sisters over here, the things that I heard about them. If you go to America, do not date African American, because they're going to get you into trouble. Brother, so just listen up. And I refused that because I wanted to date African American. So I can move our family back to Ghana. But this is where whatever people was telling me, it kind of became true because of the type of woman I associate myself with. All my African brothers here do not do that. And none of them are facing the problem that I am facing. So my thinking is, why did we get ourselves into this type of situation, and how are we going to get ourselves out of this?
Well, first and foremost, I want you to understand what you're dealing with when you have the idea of how you got here and why you're here. You were allowed to come here. You are allowed to stay. You are allowed to operate here to the extent you can. And what you found out is that anytime they want to come and change that, they can. Not because you've been convicted of a crime, but because you've been accused of one. And it doesn't require a crime. Brother, we got sedition acts in America. We got the Patriot Act in America. You could be removed simply for associating or being seen as an associate of dissidents or ne'er-do-wells. In other words, folk like me. Let me tell you, I stopped going to the airport. Everybody knows my story. I stopped going to the airports 5 years ago because every time I went to the airports, I got yanked out of line and wanted. A couple of times, all my stuff got searched. One time, TSA threw some stuff in my bag, lit all the shampoo out over all of my video equipment. I didn't find out what the hell had happened until the plane had landed. And then I just realized, whoa, what in the world is this going on in my bags? So let me tell you, I just stopped getting on planes after that. Of course, I drive. It didn't help. It helped to a certain degree. At least I'm not getting pulled over by TSA. Now I'm getting pulled over by sheriffs everywhere. So make that what you will. But my point is, brother, you don't even have, just you making this phone call is enough. I want you all to understand that you making this phone call is enough. Your name is in a folder somewhere. Obviously it was in one before now, but it's in one with me now. And that's the rules. So I want you to understand you are allowed to do these things. And you got kinfolk who be sitting there saying, see, if you had not been associated with those Americans like that, then things would be better. So, and that's what you went into. But here's the thing that we understand. Brother, like the fella said in the movie Malcolm X, when they ready to come for your black ass, they coming. That's for all of us. When they get ready to come for you, they're coming for you. That's it. Yeah, so all you gonna decide is whether you going out on your knees or going out on your feet. That's the only choice you gonna have. You're not gonna have a choice of whether they're coming. You're only gonna have a choice in whether you going out on your feet or going out on your knees. And that's it. And your kinfolk have chosen to go out on their knees.
Yeah, and I refuse to do that. I want the peaceful. I want us to be able to create our home back in our motherland. So when our brothers here want to visit Africa, they should be feel free to know exactly they have a friend here, they have a friend in this country. They can just pack their bag and then just go visit. That is all I wanted for our people over here, because we are all distant relatives. So there should be a bridge that we all can cross to. The way we can cross easily over to America, it should be a way for our brothers over here to be able to easily cross back home. And there should be no problem. But somebody have to be there so they can just feel free to go there.
Well, certainly that type of interaction would be ideal. We love to have that kind of thing. But you got to get your people on code, man. You got to get your people on code, because unfortunately on the African continent, most black folks over there either see themselves as honorary whites or as aspirational white folk. That's the problem. That's why I think in your own experience, you can't really rock with them. You can't really rock with them like that because you know that's what they're on.
No, actually, I can't even have a conversation with them, because right now in Ghana, we have a saying that if you're going to a church and you meet a white person, you don't even need to go to the church anymore because you already meet the Christ.
Well,
so you see the state of mind our people are in. They don't even know who they're fighting against. They don't even know who the enemy is.
Well, see, that's where we have a falling out with us, brother, because we don't even have that attitude at all. So imagine us dealing with folk that we know that's their attitude they got, and we're coming in the room hostile to that attitude. As far as they're concerned, we're the problem. Not the white folk they sucking up to, we're the problem. And by the way, you talking about Ghana. So once again, everybody been talking for the last decade or so about that damn right to abode and all that nonsense. No, we'll know that they're serious when we start talking about a right of return. We'll know they're serious then, but right now it's not a serious situation. Now the white folk, now that's different. The white folk and the Portuguese, now for them, that's different. But for us over here in America, let's just be very clear, brother. If we start showing up over there in appreciable numbers, the white supremacists got to go. That's going to be the first order of business. I'll be damned if we're going to exit America and then go to another place and be like, okay, let's live under that. We spent too much time running them off over here. We don't have any white asses for y'all to kiss. At least we ain't bringing them with us. We're not bringing more white asses to kiss with us. So there's a lot of the reason we can't really rock with the continent, because we ain't bringing white asses to kiss.
No, brother. If you go in that route, it's more going to be divide and conquer. And the person who is doing the divide going to be still sitting down and still enjoying our minerals and our resources. So there has to be a way for us to be able to come together as one. Because if we cannot do that, then we are doomed forever. Because I am learning more history from African Americans than even from the professors and the lecturers in Africa themselves.
Now, why do you think that is?
And that is mind-boggling to me, that I have to come to America to learn history from America. When I was going to school in Ghana, I did not learn anything like that back home.
That begs a question. Did your professors not know, or did they not say?
They did know. But at the same time, they themselves being brainwashed too. That is the problem.
Well, is it that, or is it that they believed that they were prepping you to quote unquote succeed?
Now, we have a saying called Yenchen Kudi. That means let's share. As long as you're getting some and I'm getting some, they will keep quiet and they won't say anything else. Because if you go to Ghana right now, there's a church, the church everywhere. And you will see a white image, Jesus Christ, across everywhere. My father was a Catholic. My mother was a Catholic. I was born and raised in Catholic church. So I pray to Jesus and I pray to Mary every day while I was in the continent of Africa. I did not learn anything about my own traditional religion until I came to America, and then I'll start understanding what they have done to our brothers and sisters over here until I begin to dive into the history of what has happened. Then I begin to see things clearly.
Brother, do you understand, though, that we got Africans who come over here and tell us that we don't know about our culture, we don't know about our religion, and you telling us that over there in Ghana, they're Catholics. Think about that for a few moments. We'll have Ghanaians coming over here telling us that we don't know our culture, and meanwhile, they over there praying to the Pope.
Brother, we lost ourselves. Like I said, if you go to school in Africa, you will learn every history. They will see the same way that blacks was complaining here in America, that they're tired of listening to all European histories. How about African history? But guess what? The Africans themselves in the continent do not learn their own history. We learn about Buckingham Palace. We learn about every other nation except Africa. I was just happy to come from the Ashanti tribe. Meaning the Ashanti tribe are the ones that fought the British. We're the ones that fought against the British. But at the same time, once they capture our king and send him to Seychelles, everything changes. Everything. So our leaders do not have their mind themselves. You can see them black, but their mind is white.
Well, they've been chosen. They've been chosen and handpicked by the same colonial powers, which is the point that we've been trying to scream to everyone in the diaspora now for over a century, that over here in America, you had chattel slavery, but around the world, its counterpart has been colonization. But it's the exact same system. We just had the benefit of having no dispute in our minds of what the situation was. A colonized person can sit there and intellectually masturbate to himself that he's not really a slave, that he's not really oppressed, that he's not really dominated, because they can tell you, no, you're not dominant. To stop me if this sounds like Abba and Preach and Lead Attorney and Valuetainment. No, this isn't domination. Them folk over there in America, in Alabama, and Louisiana, we got the chains around their ankles. Now that's domination. Them folk over there in the Caribbean and in Jamaica and the sugarcane field. Well, that's domination. You're not dominated. Why, we're just your visitors over here in Ghana. You don't see any plantations. There's no chains on you like that. And don't ask us about that Leopold fella either. But don't worry, there's no domination going on here. So there's the whole difference, brothers. The colonized places don't understand it's the same thing because they're being allowed to intellectually masturbate. I want to thank you for giving us a call tonight, brother. Please do check in with us again. I thank you very much for joining us here. There's a whole lot to learn from this. There's a lot to learn from this. They're going to tell us what the history is. They're going to tell us what it's doing. We got to educate them. We got to educate them about what's happening. They're going to teach us. Let me go ahead and get on Zoom here. I'm supposing that's Riri. Wake up, Riri. There you go. All right. And go ahead and unmute yourself. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to first say thank you so much for all you do. I've only found you out probably about 2 years ago, but I've learned a lot in the past 2 years, and I'm kind of sad that I didn't actually find you out a bit sooner when you first started. But I'm from Toronto. I am of Caribbean descent, and I can honestly understand the frustration that you guys face with a lot of the people who come over there and have that coon mindset and who want to undermine you, because in Toronto, we kind of see it with a lot of our personalities or some of our, I guess, celebrities outside of Drake. And we're usually fed this mindset, especially in the Caribbean, that everybody who isn't Black, for some reason, we're still all one and it's just all a melting pot and we all have to get along. But it doesn't seem to be the case when you look at how finances are allocated or how the economy is doing with the Black folk there versus, let's say, the Chinese or the Indian or even some of the white people who have been there since the colonial times. So we're still kind of fed this mentality that everybody's one and we're all one and we have to all get along and that's the way it is. And unfortunately, some people decide to overlook that fact that, hey, the Black class is suffering, and why aren't we asking questions about why we're suffering? So,
yeah, there's the thing is what I said at the beginning of the program. How do you cover over a heinous act of some kind? You either get people to not see it or you get them to not care. If you can't keep them from seeing it, then maybe you can convince them not to care that you did it. And that's a very dangerous situation to be in, because it's one thing when you can't see something because you're blind. It's another thing if you don't care to see something. Now, that's called being willfully blind. One I can cure. I don't know how I would cure the other one. I can help somebody who's blind, not of their own volition. We can figure out some other way to get you sensitized to be able to see the environment around you. If you have someone who is not interested in seeing what's around them, now that's dangerous. And what's even more dangerous is they're interacting with the rest of us. That's what's even more dangerous. So you've got individuals who are harboring this pro-colonialist, white supremacist, anti-black sentiment, but they look like the rest of us. And then it pops at the last moment. The truth of the matter is a lot of our folks, a lot of the people coming from the Caribbean and Africa, they've been mentally colonized before they got there. That's the problem. They've been bought off. And they've been bought off with something that we can't outbid on. That's the problem. I'm a black male. I ain't got a white ass for you to kiss. If your end all and be all of life is kissing up to the dominant society, well, Jason Black ain't got no white ass for you to kiss. I've got no white boots for you to lick. As far as you're concerned, that's it. The white folk got him outbid. Oh, well, they win, Jason. They gave me a white ass to kiss. Ooh, and it's a female white ass, too. Ooh, this is nice. How am I supposed to outbid that? How do I outbid a fella who's on that? Or a female who's on that? Understand something. That means more to them than money. That means more to them than money. It's got a religious connotation to it, and I'm sure you've seen that. We've gone beyond just something being popular. This is like a religion. It's like if they can die with white approval, that's salvation. That's heaven. How do I outbid that, ma'am?
I don't know. It's even I say we have a media personality. He's a young guy in Toronto and he's coming up. He's of Jamaican descent and he posts some very kind of suspect stuff. I remember St. Patrick's Day came up and there was this whole celebration towards how Jamaicans and Irish were always one and Jamaicans consider themselves Irish. And I remember commenting under the post saying how we've forgotten a few things that have happened around that time. And a bunch of people jumped on my back and said, get over it. It was 200 years ago. So it's...
You gonna mess up this good... That's what you're gonna do. You gonna mess up this good thing we got going. She gonna mess up the bag for us, y'all. And that's what you run into. That's basically what you're expressing now. You had a bunch of folks jump on you and talk about, you gonna mess up the bag.
Pretty much. It happened before, actually, when the border crisis happened. And he totes himself as, Afro-Caribbean, and I'm here for the community in Toronto. And when the whole entire thing went down, it was international news. He didn't make one peep about it. And we had sort of figured out that he actually had a deal with Amazon at the time. And I guess Amazon is kind of linked to the Biden administration with Jeff Bezos. So we're kind of speculating that's probably why he was a bit quiet about the situation, but everything else he seemed to touch upon. But we noticed there's something kind of not right with how he's gotten his platform and how he's gotten the money to make his platform. He used to be on a reputable television show or a reputable news station in Toronto. And he had said that he decided to leave because he wanted to, I guess, pursue independent journalism. But upon his leave, he was dumped off with 20,000 subscribers. He had a whole studio, he had camera equipment, he had people to hire. And I was like, well, that's kind of funny. You had Hennessy, TD Bank, all these sponsors. And I'm like, nobody starts from the ground up and just has all of these things in hand. And he also had interviews with the Prime Minister, I guess the Minister of Health with Ontario and the country as well. So
now, is this fella black, you say?
Yes.
Okay, now what that sounds like, that reminds me of Van Jones. Van Jones got, $100 million from Jeff Bezos and Amazon? Allegedly for outreach, whatever the hell that means. Okay, now let me get this straight. You have given Van Jones enough money to basically start his own cable TV network And I look up last week and he's doing a panelist spot on CNN. Where the hell did that $100 million go? What was it for? Think about this. Because what you do is you present a possibility I've been trying to say to people since Jeff Bezos did that with Van Jones. What if it ain't Jeff Bezos approaching these people? What if Van Jones or others like him, what if they're the bag man? Here you go, Van. Here's $100 million. Now, I need you to get in touch with this person and this person and this person and this person. And so these folks spend their whole time. It's like, I never talked to Jeff Bezos. You can't say I'm a puppet to Jeff Bezos. I've never seen him, never met him, never talked to him. Who'd you talk to, Van Jones? Oh, really? I wouldn't be surprised. I've always suspected that kind of thing was going on, and I wouldn't be surprised. So the bottom line is, no, you don't just pop up with those kind of resources. That doesn't happen. Somebody saw you, and it's just like, hey, you be doing better. Look, there's literally billions of dollars of white supremacist money running around for media apparatus. Billions all over the place. What they're looking for are personalities who can take off, but more importantly, they're looking for ones that can speak to that troublesome group, that troublesome black group over here in North America. And if you can just mislead them, detour them, confuse them, get them discussing sexual politics with no black agenda, get them discussing money with no black agenda, get them discussing sexual access with no black agenda. If you can just get them to discuss anything and everything except a black agenda, well, you've won. You've won. Just think of it this way. Even if you were paying $1 billion a year to do that, that's just $1 billion tax. That's a worthwhile tax to maintain the status quo. Out of a $300 trillion economy, you spend $2 or $3 billion to maintain the status quo. Man, look here, that's just a tax. Think about that for a few moments. That's nothing. That's a drop in the bucket to maintain the status quo. No need for tanks in the streets and riot police. Here you go, a couple $1 billion. Quiet them down. Elevate this guy on YouTube. Elevate this guy on TikTok. Elevate this guy on Colombian Broadcasting Network. Oh, man, look here. That's nothing but a tax. We're good. We're good. Who cares if he only has 1,000 followers? Who cares? If it moves the needle a little bit, it's worth it. This is how far the game is here. So for those of you from your backgrounds and stuff, there's a reason why we got to stomp as hard as we do down here, because we got to drown out that noise you all came from. Or they will literally have all of y'all buck dancing with them, and it's all fun and games if you truly believe that Justin Trudeau has your best interest at heart. If you truly believe that. And what I'm saying is, I'm sitting here listening to Steven Crowder. I want to say it was Steven Crowder. Yeah, I want to say it was Steven Crowder, and he's from Canada. And he was talking about how racist the Canadians are. Now, this is a guy that we consider to be a white supremacist down here in America, telling us about how absolutely racist Canadians are. And I'm like, you telling me it's safe? You telling me it's different? I got a white supremacist here talking about, hey, I was born in Canada. You haven't seen racism till you go to Canada. He's down here in America telling us that. I'm not stupid and I'm not fooled.
I feel like I've in the area, I guess, where the East is, or mainly Toronto, people are a little bit more subtle about it. Like, I remember my parents and we moved out to a neighborhood, and there were a few sprinkles of black people here and there, but it was predominantly white, and people would smile and say, oh, hi, good morning. And I remember coming outside the next day and somebody had marked monkey and go back to Africa all over our van. And we obviously have no idea who it is. So I feel like this area, I guess Toronto, everybody's a bit more, I guess, more covert with their racism. When you kind of go out more to the West, I guess Alberta, British Columbia, they let you know right away, we don't like you. And I work a call center, and I have people calling me all day, and you can tell exactly the people who are from there. They always say, I don't want to talk with somebody with an accent, or I don't want to speak with anybody who's from here or there. They let you know right away. So it's a lot. We don't have, I guess, the police shooting levels that you guys have over there, but for the most part, there's no denying.
Here's the real thing. Folks get caught up in things like that. This is how you can have a situation when you have people claiming that, oh, Britain got rid of slavery before America, right up until you remember, by the way, did they still own the British Virgin Islands and all that? Did they still have their holdings in the Caribbean? Did they still have their holdings in Africa? Did they still have those when they supposedly outlawed slavery? Oh, well, yeah, they did. Oh, then they never got rid of it. They just got rid of it on the British continent. But the places that really generated the money, oh, it's still running down there. Yeah, it's semantics. Oh, well, we don't have the police shooting problem you all do. Here's the issue. All that says to me is you all are so dominated, they don't need the police.
You're right.
Think about that for a moment. It's like, oh, we got you so far under our boots, we don't need the police for you. We need the police for them troublesome niggas down there in Louisiana. We don't need the police for you. We got you locked and boxed. We can send in an officer with a switch and got y'all under control. So think about that for a few moments. If they feel so comfortable that they don't even need heavy artillery for you, what does that say? They don't see you as any threat whatsoever. They're like, we've got you totally dominated. You couldn't even begin to be a threat to us. Next time somebody tells you, oh, it's not as bad up here down there, it's like, oh, so you're just totally dominated. See, down here, it's different. Something happened down here, some things can heat up and light up quick, fast, and in a hurry. Up there, I don't know where you would even begin because you've got the same communication surveillance apparatus up there that we got down here. Hell, they outsourced it. You've got the same surveillance apparatus up there in Canada that we got down here. Only difference is your means to resist are compromised. Not just physically, but intellectually. So just on so many levels. Just understand the whole thing is, how do we get this domination thing to happen, and how do we whittle down? There will never be a time that there are no black people. Here's the plan, and I want you all to understand for the rest of your lives what the plan is. Take a look at the so-called Native Americans of North America. That's the end game. They already did this once and twice before. That's the end game. We can drive around North America right now and you can damn near count the Native Americans on one hand. They are completely disenfranchised except for some casinos. But as far as being a political force, no way. As far as being a physical force, the only time they can be is if they're allowed to be. They have no holdings. They only have the rights that the government gives them. And even when they do, quote, give them something, they're right there in the casinos, for example. The casinos are under strict rules. The Indians don't make the rules for the Indian casinos. The states and the federal government do. And guess who gets paid? The states and the federal government do. They're not allowed to operate a damn thing. They are completely dominated. No, they are not a separate nation. They are a dominated people. And it continues to this day. When you have to have a situation where they have to make a law to protect Native American children from Child Protective Services, man, you're under lock and key. You can't make a move without them saying it. And take a look at what they've done. At no time have you ever ascended socioeconomically from where you were in 1870. You're right where you were in the 1890s at the end of the Indian Wars. You've moved nowhere. You are at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder in many cases, in some cases below where black people are, depending on what it is, if they actually own some land in sizable portions. I don't want to get into a foot race about that. I am going to tell you that they're completely dominated. They are nowhere near what they were 200 years ago. They're completely unrecognizable today. And here's the real problem. There isn't anything that shows that will ever change till the end of time. That's the problem. That's the bottom line. Not you, not me. There's none of us that can say, okay, here's the pathway to get the 5 civilized tribes. I won't quibble with you over that statement, but none of us can say that we can see a pathway to get them back where they were. None of us. Degradation, poverty, alcoholism, substance abuse, lack of numbers, population dwindling, their whole languages exterminated. None of us knows how to get them back where they were. We can't even suggest a government plan that would. In other words, the damage is permanent. And that's exactly what they plan to do to their former slaves. Took them a century to do it to the Native Americans. Got them there. You can go see the Native Americans at their damn casino. Maybe you can go to one of the gift shops and the souvenir shops out there in Texas or Oklahoma. You can go check that out. Out there in the middle of nowhere, I should know. I've been to them. Yeah, you can go travel 6 hours outside of Dallas. You're going to have to get a tank of gas before you can get there. Yeah, they're out there literally in the middle of nowhere. I got footage of it. Even on the West Coast. There's just one off the freeway, but that's going to be it. And that's exactly what they plan for us. Don't you know they would be perfectly fine? You got a hip-hop museum. That's great. You'll shove that off in Cincinnati somewhere. Detroit somewhere. That's cool. Ooh, Motown. We love them records. That'll be great. So long as you are a powerless relic. That's the plan for us. And when you take a look at what they've done systemically, when you take a look at abortion, when you take a look at attacking the black family, when you take a look at economic deprivation, when you take a look at gentrification, when you take a look at redlining, when you take a look at the way even YouTube hoards cash, when you take a look at how they destroy and control your communication apparatus to tell you slavery good, reparations bad, do you understand that that's the reason why I did that video that I did here? I did it to let you all know. They're literally telling you they got a mouthpiece that YouTube boosted to over 1 million people. They sent her there with a very clear message to tell you all slavery good, reparations bad. And then, well, don't worry, that's just ignorance. You call that ignorance like it's harmless. What I'm telling you is that this is nothing short of our survival at stake. And this is about easing us into that. Because as you all understand, if you followed your history, you have never seen the colonial powers have a slave race that they let live. You talk about Nazi Germany. Yeah, they called them concentration camps. They called them work camps. And at the end of it, they liquidated them. Just a nice word for exterminated. No, after we're finished working you got to go. We're going to have all y'all running around here. You'll think you own something.
I don't think people here, especially the immigrant class here, understand that. They see it as, oh, well, just put your head down, work. It is what it is. Things aren't as bad as what it may seem, but it's this weird blind eye that people are turning. And I'm noticing it's getting a little bit better with my generation, but for one, there's still a lot of people who still don't want to challenge the system at all. And it's like, well, where do you think you're going to end up? Have you not seen how history has repeated itself?
They just want a peaceful death.
Yeah.
I want you all to understand when you are dealing with dominated people who are willing to literally sit up here and explain away and overlook a blatant white supremacist sitting right in front of them. You're like, hey, don't you understand this is a threat to your life? Yes, they do. They just looking at you crazy. Why would you want this to be a loud, noisy death? Can't we just have a quiet one? That's all we're asking for. You can't beat them and you can't join them. You just gonna make things harder for us. Can't we just have a quiet death, Riri? Why you trying to make it noisy and painful? Can't we just die in peace? Yeah, maybe we had to kiss some ass. You sitting up here talking about fighting your way to the damn grave. What kind of crazy are you?
It's hard, and it's different because I went to school in the States for 4 years, so I've been able to
that's why I know that. That's why you the way you are. Okay. She came down here and got the game from us. Now they're like, oh hell, this is what we get for sending him around them. Oh, there you go. There it is. Now y'all want to know how it happened. She didn't get it spontaneously. She had to come to the source. She like, oh, this is what self-respect looks like. Okay, let me go back home. Now she's like, I can't talk to nobody back in Canada. I can't talk to them.
It's true. I was there around the time where Trayvon Martin had the assassination and everything, and I was able to see. You can't really see, for the most part, people understand that there's racism in the States and there's white supremacy, but I don't think they're as in tune because it doesn't happen. I guess the police shootings, I will say, generally don't happen as frequently as it does down there. So
well, here's the thing: it's not the police shootings that did it for us. We just took a look at our daily lives. Take a look at where we live. The economic deprivation is the real thing for us. All these other things are a side effect and offshoot of that. They hate you because you're black, but they're able to victimize you because you're poor. So when you take a look at that dynamic, you realize black folk in Canada are in the exact same position as black folk in North America. There is no difference. They don't need guns for you at that point. So when you take a look at how they live on a daily basis, black folk in Canada ain't balling like that. It's like, hey, man, tell me where y'all winning. Well, we're not winning, but we ain't losing like y'all down there. Tell me where you're winning, man. You're not running anything. You're not controlling anything. We're just going along to get along. You call that winning? If you just want to sacrifice your self-respect in the process, sure, call that winning. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and see if I can grab me another call here on Blog Talk. Let me get caller from area code 717. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason. I'm April calling from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Okay, April from Harrisburg. What's on your mind? By the way, everybody, if Blog Talk is garbling on you all, it's not the callers and it's not me. They've been having issues on Blog Talk now for a few days, so it kind of makes the audio digitize and warble a little bit, but it's not the callers and it's not me, it's Blog Talk. All right, go ahead, April.
So I just wanted to thank you for your program, and you know how much I love you. I have been listening to this program. I'm from the Caribbean, like the last caller, and we grew up on the British side. My dad's side, they always told us, oh, you know, you can't be like the Americans. They don't save their money. You know, they don't do anything. They just want to live in the projects. And my mom's side were from the Virgin Islands, which is the American side, and they always looked at themselves as the higher of the Caribbean people. You know, we're Americans. We can go anywhere we want. But I was born in New York. I went, you know, through school in New York, and we learned a lot. I learned a lot from my mom, too. You mentioned Marcus Garvey in your earlier caller with someone else, and I wanted to kind of ask you what you thought about the two at the time. So we had Booker T. Washington at the same time as Marcus Garvey, and what do you say to his ideology of education and making friends with the other race in order to get along? And would you consider him someone that we should look up to, or
now which one are you referring to, Booker T. or Washington, Booker T. or Garvey?
Well, Booker T. in particular, because they had two different messages. One was we need separation, which was Garvey. You know, we need our own nation, our own people.
Okay. Well, in the interest of time is running low here. So in the interest of time, I get the point. I wouldn't advise anyone to take Booker T. Washington whole hog, because not without investigating him thoroughly, because just like Dr. King, I've had to sit here and let people know there is a version of Booker T. Washington that you've been given. And if you don't actually dig into that man and research that man, if you let Prager University or Fox News teach you about Booker T. Washington, then just like they did with Dr. Okay, slow down. You asked me a question.
Sorry.
I'm hosting my program. If you allow these other people to give you our icons or to tell you why they should be an icon, and if you don't do your own due diligence, what you end up with is a caricature of a person who never actually existed. So when they bring us Dr. King, they condensed him down to I have a dream. But when you actually go and research him and look into him yourself, then you start realizing, hey, wait a minute. Before that man died, he was on a mission talking about we coming to Washington to get our check. He said we're beyond integration. I'm not doing integration anymore. That last interview that he did with NBC News, I'm beyond integration now. I feel like we've moved beyond that, and now we need to deal with the economics. Next thing you know, a couple months later, you did. So what I'm saying is, if you look into it as a whole, you realize you've done yourself a great disservice if you attempt to reduce Dr. King to I have a dream. That was something that was given to you by the dominant society, because for those of us who weren't even born at the time, you don't realize from 1979 to 1969 to 1979 is only 10 years. That's only a decade. So the memories of what happened were still hot. The Black Panthers were rising to prominence by the time we get to the late 60s, early 70s. Early 70s, the Black Panthers are rising to prominence while they're killing folk all over the place. So when you realize that was a very short amount of time, back then that was recent history. So they had a very vested interest in telling you, now before y'all take to the streets and burn everything down on Dr. King's behalf, remember he said, I have a dream. And they've been saying that over and over and over again until you created a man who did not exist. I would advise you all to have the exact same scrutiny where Booker T is concerned. In my first documentary, 7 a.m., remember Madam C.J. Walker and Booker T. Washington. They were out there funding black groups. They were funding black civil rights activists. That's how those folk were able to do what they did, because black folk who were in business circles were taking that money and funneling that to the soldiers who were doing the work to liberate our people in America. So I would advise everybody, while you might see Booker T running around with Teddy Roosevelt, I would advise you to dig into that man and make sure you get the whole picture of him. Booker T and Garvey. I would recommend you look into the whole thing. Don't just look into one aspect of it. If you're going to talk about these people or adhere to anything, know what you're actually adhering to.
Yeah. I did finish his book, Up from Slavery, and you prompted me to read that. All of, the information I'm getting on the programming, it caused me to kind of look into who I am, where we came from and what it's all about. And I knew about Marcus Garvey growing up because my mom, of course, growing up in the Caribbean, were Rastafarians, and, Garvey was the guy, but Booker T, on the other hand, I happened to stumble on, because of your programming and just wanting to get the diaspora of both arguments, and Garvey talked not bad, but, he didn't say good things in some of his messages about Booker T.
Well,
I mean, he didn't say bad
what I would advise you to do is I would advise you to understand that without proper context, there can be a lot of misunderstanding. I don't want people to get too bogged down in certain rivalries that may have been happening at the time. Those are historical things, but I don't want you to get too bogged down. I want you to recognize that, yeah, there were rivalries. There are always going to be that. You're always going to have some folks who think that their way is the way, is 100% and whatnot. I don't want you to get bogged down in certain rivalries. Folks say things for the reason that they say things. I want you to investigate these people. Make sure you know who you're talking about and who you're dealing with so that you have an accurate picture of who they are and why they were saying some of the things they might have said. And even then, I'm not necessarily telling you to raise that to the level of some religious document either. They might have had an opinion. They got things they disagree on. There may be some sharp elbows thrown and some sharp criticisms. That's understandable. See, when white folk do that at the beginning of the country, remember, when we're talking about the Declaration of Independence, there were a bunch of people throwing sharp elbows at George Washington and Thomas Jefferson before they even signed the documents. You're trying to set up a tyranny. I mean, that's what they do. Hell, they do that now. See, among white folk, they're told they can do that, and then at the end of the day, they can all come together. As black folk, we get in this idea, this is an episode of colors. And these are the Bloods over here and the Crips over there. And I would advise you not to fall into that. We can have sharp criticisms. We can have sharp debates. We can have very blunt, pointed discussions about things without it being, World War III. I want folk to keep that in mind. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get back over here on Zoom. Let me see if I can get Ola, somebody named Ola, here on Zoom. Go ahead and turn everything on for us here, Ola. We'll be glad to have you up on Zoom. Go ahead and turn your microphone and everything on. All right, Ola is on their way, or at least that's their version of the events. All right, Ola, we are waiting on you now. All right, Ola, we will give you 5 seconds here to take care of the camera situation. If you can't get that taken care of, you are sitting in a very dark room. Ola, I will give you 4 seconds to get a light switch turned on. Otherwise, you'll be going on a permanent vacation. So, Ola, you knew that before you got on here. If you want to be on Zoom, that's perfectly fine, but you need to be in a well-lit room, and those are the rules. So, Ola is about to be gonorrhea. All right, well, Ola was not sure they wanted to show up here, but that is the end of that. Let me get caller from area code 240. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, caller from 240 has been abducted. Let me go ahead and see if I can get somebody else here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and get John Paul. I don't know if that's the singer or the Pope, but hopefully we can go ahead and get John Paul up here. So John Paul, hopefully we will have you on with us, or we can help send you on the way here too. As a matter of fact, there you go, John. Oh boy, he's got the overexposure going here, but fine, we'll take it. All right, John Paul, where are you from?
Hey, I'm from I'm originally from Miami, Florida, but I live in North Carolina.
Okay, now with that beard you ain't, where you people from?
My mother, she's a African American. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, what about dad?
Yeah, my dad he's from Haiti.
There you go. All right, brother, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I was calling in because I took umbrage with King Riches and how he was so quick to jump on to defend Pearl against MTR, but when Nick Fuentes, he had when Nick Fuentes was calling out his girl, and denouncing her from Italians, he didn't defend her at all.
Was talking about him. Not only did he do that, I mean, when he's calling out your woman for being with you and saying that makes her less than because she's with you, and he's quiet about that. So he's got smoke for us for fighting white supremacy. The white supremacist is sitting there literally confronting you in front of your woman, and you're quiet. At that point, I'm like, okay, what kind of manhood are we dealing with here? Because I don't want no part of it. I don't want no part of it.
Facts.
These are the folks that Pearly Things hires. So basically what that tells you is this is what you got to be okay with her. And I'm like, yeah, I'm good on that. I'm good on that. Think about that being a female. Think about even down there in Southern Florida. Think about that being a female and she's looking at, so this is what you would do if somebody said that to me? That's your attitude? Well, he might be right. Okay. All right. Well, okay.
Yeah, hey, I love your broadcast, man. I've been watching you for like 2 years, man. You actually got me gamed up. I drive trucks. So, yeah, man, I saw this on here and I was like, yeah, I just want to hop on and holler at JB. He got me right.
Well, brother, let me ask you another question here. Because, tonight we're talking about the fact that, we got a lot of our brothers and sisters from the immigrant class, man, they are just cool as a fan with racism. Everything is just okay. They ain't fighting it. It doesn't bother them. Folks sitting up here making their racist jokes and racist comments, they just dismiss everything. I mean, brother, what is in your family? What is the deal? Have you seen that kind of dynamic playing out with your folks back from overseas, man? Have you seen them acting that way?
I really don't talk to my folks back overseas, but my grandma, she's a direct she's experienced racism. She was born in 1925 and she actually was a slave.
She was born in 1925, but
Correct.
She was a slave.
Yes.
Okay, where was she a slave at?
She was originally born in Mississippi.
And where?
My from,
where was she a slave at in 1925?
I don't necessarily know. I'm not sure.
Well, like I say, contrary to what some folks believe, the young man may not actually be wrong in what he's saying. That's why I'm asking where. For those of you who do not know your history, or you're just taking Pearly Things' word for it, because of course we know that she is a reliable source of information, obviously. But for those of you who don't know, the young man could actually be right. He actually could be correct in what he's saying. For those of you who do know your history about when slavery and those systems were actually abolished, there was an article. I've actually got one. For those of you who don't know, I actually got one that in many cases it was still running until the 1940s or 50s, depending on where you were. So for those of you who may be laughing and like, he's wrong, he don't know nothing about that. Actually, he could be, depending on where she was, he could be correct. While Pearly Things and Friends are telling you that, wasn't no such thing. By the way, yeah, it's possible. It sure is. Sure is. So check into it, brother. You want to get specifics on that. That's the kind of thing you want to get specifics on. You don't want to leave that up to chance. You want to know exactly where that came from, because you may actually be correct. And see, if we don't preserve this history, then you end up with Thomas Sowell telling you it never happened, or it wasn't that bad, or it didn't occur, or that couldn't be because of 13, 14, 15 Amendments and the Emancipation Proclamation. Because right now we're in a situation where we got to substantiate that these people actually lived and actually existed. Now we got to do that. We have to. Because we got folk telling us it didn't even happen. See, that is why for the Jews
90
coming out of World War II, that was why for them it was so important to get every document, every record, because they realized, hell, when the Allies were liberating the concentration camps, the Nazis, that's why they had such a bone to pick with the secretaries. For those of you who don't know, all these secretaries who work for the Nazis, you see these little old women that they're dragging into court at 98 and 100 years old. When the soldiers were liberating the concentration camps, they were burning the documents. All the documents at the concentration camps, that's what they were told. If, by the way, the war doesn't go well and you get the word, start burning all the documents. Any of the records, Mengele's records, the medical records, the people who showed up. You see, they kept meticulous records to make sure that the folk could come in. But if we start losing the war, you got to destroy those records, because those will be used against us in a tribunal. So the only way to make sure that doesn't happen is destroy the records. So that's why it was so very important to them, to all the Nazi hunters in Nuremberg, to get those records, because otherwise the Goering and the rest of them said, what you talking about? What no concentration camps? I mean, yeah, there were we had a few thousand people there, not no million. You couldn't even bring that many people through here. Oh, those ovens over there? Well, yes. I mean, yes, they are ovens. Yes, we did put people in them, but those were only the people who died of natural causes. See, these were cremation ovens. And if they died of natural causes, I mean, well, we got to be able to do something with them. No, we didn't build those ovens to mass exterminate people. So you see, the Jews had to go through the books, go through the contracts to figure out about the Zyklon B. When they first started with carbon monoxide, first they were shooting people, but bullets were too expensive. They needed them for the war to go shoot people. Then they started moving to carbon monoxide, and then finally they come to Zyklon B. When they realized that this insecticide, but Zyklon B, this pest control, when they realized they could do that, well, if we can build a sarcophagus, a large concrete structure, pack it full of people, and then we build these portholes in the top of it and drop the Zyklon B packets in there, you're going to hear people screaming for about 20 minutes, and then you're going to hear nothing. And they said, we're taking you all to the showers. That was what they told them. We're taking you to the showers, and then you went in there and you got gassed to death. But you see, only the people who were there knew about it, and the Nazis. So if you didn't get your hand on those records, you saw these places there, and you might have heard the accounts of the prisoners, but maybe the prisoners knew, or maybe they didn't. If you're going to build a case, you need to have it airtight. That's when you move on to the ovens. There was actually a family, for those of you who don't know, PBS Frontline did a great documentary about it. There's actually a family that built the ovens at the concentration camps. They were a family of Germans. They were good for building ovens. They were given instructions. We need an oven that you can get about 10, 20 people at a time in it. 10, 20 bodies at a time in it. And we need to have like 4 or 5 of them. So in other words, we need to be able to knock out like 100 at a time. So they went to do the documentation, the engineering of the ovens, so that they could prove you didn't just build this to deal with bodies. You built this because you were slaughtering them over there with the Zyklon B and then moving the bodies over here to cremate them in the ovens. It was a cookie cutter process. It was an assembly line process. Otherwise, you'd have the Nick Fuentez's of the world telling you that didn't happen or it was overstated. Holocaust denial wasn't something that showed up in the 1970s. Holocaust denial showed up in 1940. Hitler was denying it while they were doing it. That was part of the reason why they didn't want to burn the bodies outdoors, because the stench, the smell was going across the countryside. Remember? Himmler had to get on the commandant of Auschwitz. He said, hey, you're burning so many people, the folks can smell it. You're doing too much. They had to ease back and say, hey, you burning too many people. You're burning too many bodies. People can smell it. They're asking questions about what we're doing over here. And to anyone who's ever seen or been to Auschwitz, Birkenau, Dachau, if you've been to those places, those are gigantic pieces of real estate. They're like an amusement park of death. They're huge tracts of land. They're not small. There's literally hundreds of buildings aggregated together, with somebody telling you what ain't happening. And my issue is I have absolutely no problem whatsoever acknowledging what happened to Jewish people in Germany. And I will not diminish it or minimize it. But when I take a look at a Jewish person sitting here on Valuetainment telling me what didn't happen to us in the American Holocaust, now that I'm going to take issue with. It's not going to, you ain't going to tell me it's white supremacy when they're talking about exterminating Jewish people, but when it's black folk, here you come as a Jewish person telling me it's not that bad. Not going to have it. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, wonderful broadcast, JB. Keep doing your thing, man. Be one.
Black First, brother, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Like I say, here's the thing about us. Us doing what we do doesn't require us to diminish anybody else. It doesn't require us to lie about anyone else. It doesn't require us to diminish anyone else. It doesn't require us to try to minimize their experiences. It doesn't require us to deny what's happened to them. To be a white supremacist requires you to deny what has happened to black people. That's what it means to be a white supremacist. You got to be that guy. Caller from area code 612. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. This is George from Minnesota. How are you doing today, brother?
All right, brother George, Minnesota. What's on your mind?
Yeah, brother. Just coming back to this whole topic about how to understand racism or supremacy. I would say this. I think if the black family, the global black family, really has to understand racism or supremacy, they have to listen to the foundation of Black Americans. They experience it raw. And I've always said this, brother. I've lived in Africa. I've lived in Europe, not passively, staying there. And I'm living in the rest of America. So what I can say is that the Africans, because of the way the racism or supremacy conditions them, they look big down. Secondly, the European black man is an escapee black man, what I call it. They try to assimilate, struggling to fit into the system. That's why you see the soft showing. They don't hit racism and supremacy squarely, as they do here. But when I came to America, living in America, I could face the real raw racism and could understand what is actually happening to the global black family. I had to get into my own research, personal research, in understanding what it is and what the family is facing here, the raw racism. And I could really get back down to researching on it, because if you don't understand the actual racism happening in America, you will be lost. You will never understand what racism or supremacy is. That's why you see, like, brothers on the continent, They fool around with it because they don't really have the raw. They have been conditioned mentally to look at it from a different perspective, from a savior complex type of mentality. But then when you look at the European black man, those who escaped Europe have been prepped up there to want to assimilate into this system. That's why they will even face it, but they will soft shoe around it, but they will not come up very clearly to really call it out for what it is, because they are struggling to assimilate. But then when you come to the United States of America, you meet with people who have faced it squarely, people that the system itself attempted to eliminate them, and they have been fighting for the past how many 100 years. They have a proper understanding of it, and they can smell it from a distance. They can know how to approach it. So if the global family really want to be on code in really trying to approach this issue and really resolve it from a global perspective, they need to listen to the Foundation of Black Americans. They really need to listen to them because, and I mean the real writers, because that is where we get our lessons.
Well, brother, you know, think about this for a moment. When you think about the only places in the world where black people rose up, I want you all to think about this. It's an unpleasant truth, but it's a truth nonetheless. The only places where black people rose up as a group were the places where they were practicing chattel slavery or outright extermination. When you talk about Jamaica, when you talk about Haiti, when you talk about North America, the places where they had plantations and these incubators of extermination and working people and enslaving them on a day-to-day basis. The places where they were just gathering people up but didn't make plantations, basically in Africa, they gather them up. We're going to grab the resources, but we're not operating the way we were in North America. You notice you don't see those uprisings. So the places where you notice that kind of thing happen, that was different. Now, by the way, if anybody wants to know what the difference was in those situations, our immortal elder, Dr. John Henry Clark, explained it, particularly in the Caribbean, when he said that the Europeans and the slave owners, when they bought slaves, they would buy them in large batches. Of course, their first stop would be in the Caribbean. And of course, because of the economics of it, what they would do is they would let off whole big groups of them at a time in the Caribbean. And of course, if they all came from the same place, it was like, hey, they got a common language, they got common cultures, they can speak with each other. This will make it easier for them to work together. Yes, but it also makes it easier for them to revolt together. By the time you get to North America, they've broken them up a lot more. Now you're dealing with smaller batches by the time they do get to the North American continent. Now you're dealing with smaller batches. And once they had dealt with enough insurrections, they were like, ooh, hell, just break them all up. When you get them at auction, break them up here. Yeah, send everybody everywhere. That way we won't have to worry about what you just saw kick off down there in Haiti. So if you all want the real explanation of that, once again, Pearly Things, Thomas Sowell will not tell you any of this, and you're not even asking about any of it because you don't want to ask about any of it because you know what you're doing. I'll let you have the last word, George.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much for the good work that you do. I just want to say that, as a migrant, I have really come to understand the 360 degrees on how racism and white supremacy works. I can smell it from afar, and I keep on being a soldier for the cause. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight, brother. Let me go ahead and see if I can grab another person here on Zoom. Let me see if we can go ahead and do that. So, Josephine, let's go ahead and crank everything up for you here on Zoom. We will be very glad to make your acquaintance. Josephine, go ahead and do that for us. We appreciate that. All right, Josephine, what is on your mind, sister? Josephine, you are there. What is on your mind? Oh, we're off to a terrible start, Josephine. Josephine, what are you doing? Y'all, she is unmuted and everything. Are you shell-shocked? Josephine, are you doing a striptease? Is this your OnlyFans? Josephine, speak. We cannot hear you, Josephine. We see you, but we don't hear you. All right, y'all. I don't know what to do with Josephine. Let me put Josephine back in the waiting room. She is trying to figure out what to do. Let me put Josephine back in the waiting room, y'all. Let me get caller from area code 240. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. What is your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, this is Bless from Washington, D.C.
All right, Bless from D.C. What's on your mind?
Yes, I just wanted to comment on, you had made a statement earlier about having to educate them. And when you listen to, people that are not FBAs talk, you can just even tell from the questions they asked. The one gentleman who had it looks like he had the bracelet on his ankle, he asked you, how did we get ourselves in this position? That off the rip tells you their mentality. Like, what do you mean, sir? You were born in black skin. What, you didn't do anything? I didn't understand what he meant by that.
No,
and
what he meant is that he comes from a colonized society. You see, white supremacy wasn't practiced the same everywhere. It's been white supremacy, but it wasn't practiced the same everywhere. But Jason, what do you mean? When you're dealing with the Anglos, we're talking about the Brits and the Germans, when you're dealing with them, they had a hard line, white supremacist, cut and dry they had a real segregationist view of things. That was their way of doing it. Dehumanizing you and elevating whiteness, but their real big thing was segregation. No race mixing, no anything like that. They were real big on that. If you carried their name, it was only because you were their property. So that was their thing. But you move on down where the Spanish are, and the Spanish kind of made it their thing of kind of integrating you into the family. So you see, you had more of a familial relationship with them because you were like the bastard stepchildren. So this is why you got so many folk from, for example, the Dominican Republic and places like that. And that's why they carry that attitude. They got those Spanish last names, but they're not nearly as hostile. So they took on a lot of the cultural norms. They've taken on a lot of the heritage and the history. When you go to the Dominican Republic, they got 3 white men statues. So when you keep that in mind, that's the attitude that they will slow down. We'll get to that in a moment. Okay, we'll get to that in a moment. Calm down. We'll get to that in a moment. The Spanish had a way of doing that by means of indoctrinating people into the families. Then when you start going into other places, it goes even differently from that. When you get to America, you've got a mix of that hardcore along with that indoctrination because some people saw the writing on the wall. Now, when you go back to Africa, you're dealing with colonization. Well, what does that mean? What that means is that you've got a few white men who show up, and after they've dominated everyone else, then they go ahead and put black people in charge of managing everyone. Now, you'll recognize this as something that was done by the Romans. The Romans did this in Judea. The Romans did this. If you take a look in your Bibles, when you're talking about Jesus and the Sanhedrin, the Sadducees and the Pharisees, Pontius Pilate, the Sadducees and the Pharisees were only allowed to run things because they come from a really religious culture, but you were only allowed to be the front people. So Rome is actually the government in charge, but they installed Jewish people to police themselves. And so long as there were no uprisings and no problems, that wouldn't be an issue. But if you go and check the history of Pontius Pilate, you realize that, there were a couple of uprisings. One that was a really big one, and the Romans wound up slaughtering a whole bunch of people to make sure there would be no future uprisings. Then they were telling the Sanhedrin, if you can't control your people, we will. So you start to notice that throughout history, that's the way colonization works. Once we've conquered it, we really just want control of your people and your resources. And if you all go along with the program, it won't be necessary for us to bring our armies back down here. But if you start kicking up dust, it'll be necessary to bring our armies back down here. So if you don't want that to happen, because when we show up, we slaughtering everybody, I suggest you keep them quiet. And it becomes very easy when you install puppets who will keep folk quiet at that point. So that's the way colonization has worked. These people have lived under white supremacist rule while never actually coming into contact with a white supremacist controller. That's why it's so sneaky and so insidious. They're looking at other black people. They're the ones carrying out the orders. So as far as they're concerned, what do you mean white supremacy? I mean, yeah, if there's a problem, it's the government, but that's the only problem that there is. Ain't no white supremacy here. I mean, yeah, there's some white tourists here, but they don't run anything. And nobody's peeking behind the curtain because these are systems that are literally, in some cases, centuries old. Centuries. They don't even have a frame of reference anymore. That's what colonization does, is colonization has separated you and divorced you from the white supremacist systems that control you. Now you're getting into arguments with other black folk without ever getting to, by the way, who's running this thing? You got big oil refineries. You've got the De Beers family with their diamond mining. You've got Apple and the rest of them digging up minerals without anybody sitting up here saying, by the way, who's doing this? It ain't us. The natives, it's not the indigenous people here. We don't own the oil refineries. We're not digging up these minerals. We're not getting the benefit of these diamonds. Who's doing this? And who's making sure that a, quote, friendly government remains in place that keeps things just the way it is? When you talk about Liberia, Liberia is a wholly created place. The United States wanted that, and now it is the single biggest repository of rubber in the world. It basically is a suburb of the Michelin Corporation. Literally, for those of you who don't know, Liberia is literally basically a subsidiary and a suburb of the Michelin Corporation. So that they've got an endless supply of rubber. And you talking about Charles Taylor. No one's talking about Michelin and Goodyear and Continental. They're talking about Charles Taylor. And the folk who live there would be talking about Charles Taylor. But not saying a word about the American corporations that run the whole damn country. Oh yeah, and the U.S. military that makes sure it remains that way. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. That is hardcore colonization. And that's the way it works. Anywhere and everywhere they've been. So you never actually see the white people running and see those of us in America, we got to see them close up, face to face, eyeball to eyeball. We're under no illusions or misconceptions about who's running the show. Because as soon as we say something they don't like, they're on top of you. So we've never had the luxury of denial. These other folks have had the luxury of denial because the white supremacist powers have played upon their tendencies to operate in tribalism because they know you want to blame another black person. See, that's how they get over on them over there. They know you really want to go to another black person. So if I just put a black person in charge, your tribalistic tendencies will take over. You're going to go with them. You're never going to look at me. Hell, you don't even really want to look at me. You don't want to see me. You want to see them. Okay, I'll give you a boogeyman to get upset about. So you notice what happens everywhere you go. Remember that movie Hotel Rwanda? The white folk were able to walk around Rwanda. The black folk were up there killing each other. Yes, I understand the ethnic differences and the French and everything else. I get that. But just understand, the white folks and their assets were still there. They were going at each other. That's not accidental. That is not accidental. And it never is. Let me go ahead and get here on Zoom. Don't know if you are ready for prime time yet here or not. Jared, I'll give you a couple of moments here to get things going. Otherwise, he may have fallen asleep. I'm not sure, but go ahead and turn your mic and everything on. Looks like he is not ready. So, all right, we'll check in with us again some other time. Let me go ahead and try Tyron. Go ahead and turn your mic and camera on for us here, sir. I'll give you a few moments to go ahead and get that going, and then we will have to move on. So if you are ready, assuming you haven't fallen asleep or anything, go ahead and turn that on for us here. I'll give you 5 seconds to go ahead and do that, sir. You've got almost everything on. Doesn't sound like he's ready, so I will give you 5 seconds to have that situation resolved. Otherwise, permanent vacation. So what will it be, sir? Nobody can see you and nobody can hear you. Unfortunately, neither can I. All right, permanent vacation. Let me go ahead and get caller from area code 267. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, yes, it's Tammy calling from Pennsylvania, Williamsport. A lot what you're saying is very true. It pertains a lot to my family. I do have an aunt who's very pro-Black. She used to be in the United States, but she was deported and was never able to get back to the United States. And it's funny because she has a law degree and everything. And some of our family members, you know, she was a great woman. You know, I talked to her quite a few times, and she knows so much about history, and she's very vocal. And there's a lot of like Africans like that who, a lot of them, they either can't get in or they deported. They have very pro-Black view and they understand what's going on around them. And it's quite sad because I do have a lot of coons in my family, unfortunately, and they are all in the United States. So what you say is very, very true, but very unfortunate. So.
Well, hopefully your generation can turn it around and give them something to be proud of. That's the most important thing to have. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can get one more person here on Zoom if I can. Let me go back and see. Josephine, let me see if she's gotten herself corrected here. If she is, I'll try to get her in. If she's not, then we'll try to get her out. One or the other. So, Josephine, let's see if you are ready for prime time, Josephine. All right, Josephine, have you gotten your audio issues resolved? Josephine, we see you, but we do not hear you. Folks are going to think I'm being mean.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now. Yes. All right, Josephine, where are you calling from?
Jason. I'm calling from Nigeria.
Of course you are. All right. All right, Josephine. I haven't gotten a chance to do this for a little while. So, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, or Delta?
I am an Igbo woman.
All right.
Married to a Yoruba man.
Oh, well, Thanksgiving's got to be interesting at your house. All right. I can't wait to see how that goes.
It's a huge mix.
I'm sure it is. It ought to be a web series. Real Housewives of Lagos.
Yes, I want to thank you, first of all, for what you do. I came across your channel, I think about 6 months ago. I think I'm the newest among your callers, I believe. And I was born in the UK, but I now understand why my father just decided to leave the UK. He left just after I was born. My mother was Ghanaian. Both of my parents are late now. My mother sadly died of cancer, but both were Africans. My mother was a Ghanaian, my father was a Nigerian. So, you know, it was a decision that none of the family supported. They were so, like, my mother was so ingrained in the royal family. I thought, these are white people. I mean, they have nothing to do with us. I mean, fine, I was born in the United Kingdom, but my father felt something was not right, so he left.
You know, let me briefly interrupt here. For those of you who do not know, you see, the disease and the affliction that you're describing is something called the British Commonwealth. Now, that's what you're describing right now. So for those of you who don't know, the British Commonwealth is very much alive and well. It is very much so. The recent death of Queen Elizabeth reminded people of just how far-reaching the Commonwealth is still very much in existence, and number two, this is very much far-reaching. For those of you who don't know, yes, indeed, she is still technically, legally, the monarch of these places. Now King Charles is. He is technically, legally still the monarch. And that includes Canada. For the black folk in Canada who think that they're under some democratic system. Oh no, they're actually still in charge there when you get into the legalities of it. It's not ceremonial. It is not ceremonial. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is what I'm saying is that when you go to those places like Jamaica and whatnot, when they show up in these places that adhere to those kind of things, they really do have an adherence to them that's mommy. That's daddy. That's my king. That's my queen. It's literally a real thing that you are their beloved subjects.
You're right, Jason. And even that's why they still do stuff like royal tours. It's not a tour. They came to visit their people.
Could you imagine somebody doing that? Could you imagine somebody walking around your house talking about they're having a tour? Nigga, this is my house. What are you talking about? And here's the bedroom over here. Then get out my bedroom. And here is our living room. Ours. This is mine. I live. That's literally what it's like when they show up in that place. They're a royal tour. Tour of what? This ain't yours. Except, you know what? I'm the one who's out of line because it really is. I can't sit here and tell those people, hey, stop acting like that. They have to accept that. How do I understand something? If they're proud subjects of the crown, how am I going to divorce them from that idea?
Exactly. And so my father left the United Kingdom just after I was born. I'm 38 now. So he left in around 85 and came to Nigeria. And we left the UK. He left my mother and I there just to, settle down, get his money together. And then we came to join him, I think, in 92. But we don't have a choice. Sometimes we have to go to the UK because we still have a bit of a life there. But he was determined to make a life here in Nigeria. And right now, my parents established a business that my sister and I inherit now. So we are family in Nigeria. We have families here. I don't know. I now understand why he felt he had to leave. And it was not something, he lost a lot of friends on it because some people are so firm on not leaving. I remember the last time we went to the UK, there was one of his friends who refused to leave back then. And he is living in poverty. I mean, I can't say this in any nicer way, but he's living like a slave when he has every ability to live better here in Nigeria. I'm not saying Nigeria is a wonderful place.
But as I explained to the previous callers, he's getting something in Britain that is more valuable. It's worth millions to him. That sense of belonging, that sense that I'm one of them here, baby, that ain't got a dollar value on it. You can't convince him that he's suffering. You can't convince him because what he's getting, I'm just telling you, that's why it sounds crude when I say it, but I mean it. If he's putting $1 million worth of value on having a white ass to kiss, y'all ain't giving him no white asses to kiss in Lagos. So he's like, hey, you give me a bunch of black asses to kiss. Well, no, you won't be kissing anybody's ass. You'll be standing on your feet like a man. Yeah, but where's the white ass to kiss though? And so he's like, yeah, I'll just stay where I'm at. Cause y'all tripping. You ain't giving me nothing. You call it an upgrade. I'm just around a bunch of niggas. And that's literally what it becomes. So when we talk about having $1 million worth of whiteness, understand something. That value doesn't stay confined to white society. A bunch of black people see $1 million, hell, $10 million worth.
Yeah, and it's like a mental sickness. The whole colonialism, it's almost unbelievable. We still have some of our, my in-laws and some of them who are determined. Some of them are like, well, you were born in Britain. Why don't you just go back? I can't believe you're still here with your husband. And I was like, I don't have any reason to go back there. I don't see anything valuable there that I should go back to. I mean, I don't see anything. The sad thing that now ties me is like my accent is, well, it is what it is. Some people actually the sickness is so bad that they hear me and treat me better. I'm like, I'm no different than any other Nigerian person here.
Actually, you're
sometimes I feel like
totally different, but as far as they're concerned, you've been touched by whiteness. And like, oh, she can do the accent and everything. It's not an accent, it's the way I was taught to speak. But I don't see that as you don't see that as something that elevates your value. That's the only difference. I'm not gonna say it's necessarily horrible. What I am gonna say is if you have it in its proper perspective. I speak pretty good English, even for somebody from the southern United States. So sometimes my southern accent pokes his head out. Although I'm usually pretty good about keeping it in a headlock. But I don't see my ability to speak the language the way that I do as something that enhances my inherent value. I think it enhances your intelligence. You should be able to do something well. Whatever you do, do a good job at it. But I don't see that as what being able to speak that language like they do as enhancing my value. I don't see that as what it does. So in your case, as long as it has this proper perspective, which is, yeah, I mean, I got that British accent, but that doesn't enhance my value. I'm a Nigerian with a British accent. That doesn't put me over you nor beneath you. We're on the same level playing field. Yeah, but try convincing them of that. Try convincing them that. Now, the other thing is when you talk about repatriating, please remember black people are the only people in the world who are told about that you need to repatriate thing. We're the only ones, we're the only ones who get either told not to do that. Jewish people have no problem. Nobody sits up here and ostracizes them or criticizes them for going to Israel. They can pack up and run anytime they want to. All these other folk, when they talk about, quote, their homelands, that's okay with them. Now, for those of people like myself, who are foundationals, this is our homeland here. But for those of you who have your roots back in Nigeria in recent history, and the children or the grandchildren like, you know what, let me go back over there. And with folks saying, what have you missed? Let me tell you what you missed. As a person on the outside looking in, I have no dog in the fight one way or the other, but I'm an honest individual. Let me tell you about what you're missing. What you're missing is your roots to your place in history. What you're missing is your definition of yourself as a being. What you're missing is your birthright. If you stop letting Exxon and BP and the rest of them destroy the damn coastline, you'd have one of the most beautiful places in the world. But you don't because, well, white ice is colder, bring them in. And that's the same thing I yell about to the Haitians and the Dominicans and the Jamaicans. You're a damn fool. You running over here. Meanwhile, multi-billion-dollar corporations are building resorts where you just ran from.
They are building, they're investing.
Yeah. Echo City. We Echo City.
Building bridges and whatnot.
Oh, the Chinese are just going to have it locked up and boxed up.
That's another
the Belt and Road. They're like, we starting the Belt and Road right in Nigeria. We starting right here. No reason for us to do anything else. And of course, they want to own it all. So what I'm saying is this is your birthright. I'm seeing Negroes sitting over there trying to wear their damn dandy suits and trying to drive a Mercedes C-Class. That's the car of choice. Not even an S-Class, a C-Class. I'm like, okay. And I'm watching them driving by Echo City or what they're trying to build. And I'm like, are you kidding me? What do you own of this? What do you own of this? You don't own any of it. You styling and profiling in front of what the Asians have built here. And they'll be trying to get on the first thing with wings to Britain. Or somewhere else. Now, what I'm saying is that's your birthright. It's supposed to be. That's your birthright. Ghana, that's supposed to be your birthright. And what you've done is you've devalued it. And here's the insane thing. The insane thing is the Africans are trying to get out and the Asians are trying to get in. Somebody missed the damn memo.
Exactly.
You going to Britain for what? It rains every day, every other day?
I don't understand. Nigerians are obsessed with the United Kingdom. I mean, I don't know if there are any Nigerians in the chat. I'm sure they are. But they know how much, especially Igbos and Yorubas, are really obsessed with the United Kingdom. I think because maybe the colonial history, but they are obsessed with the United. I mean, they've been going there forever now. It's not today's story.
Well, that colonizes the minds of the children. There's the issue I have with that. That colonizes the minds of the children because the children grow up with the idea that where they are is the greatest place in the world with no idea of where you've come from. Is there something you're missing? Because here's the issue. Your presence in the UK is not accidental. It's engineered. It'd be different if this were natural selection, but it isn't. That's the problem. Your presence there isn't a natural thing occurring. It is an unnatural thing occurring. And you know it's unnatural because when you go back to where your birthright is, you've got no inheritance in the land. And let's be clear, you can't afford to live there. Please. London is probably the most hyper-gentrified place in the world right now.
Very expensive. Very expensive. Yes.
What you gonna own there? What are you gonna pass down? What can you afford to? With them changing the laws every other year to make sure you can't. It's insanity. So that's why I'm saying that what we're running into here is a problem with value. I can see the value in what you have, but it's worthless if you don't see the value in it. And if you are determined that you are going to be a dark-skinned white person. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with a place that rains every other day if you okay with that. Fine, go ahead and knock yourselves out. But what I am saying is if you adopt that at the expense of what is your birthright, don't tell me that I can trust you. Because if you don't value your birthright, no wonder you're coming over here to Atlanta telling us we don't have to value ours.
And I'm grateful that my dad woke up pretty early because my uncle, my dad's younger brother, is still in the UK. He didn't leave. And he's only come back to Nigeria once, married a wife from here and took her back. And I'm pretty sure they're not coming back. I don't think he would ever come back to Nigeria. Before my father died, he was trying to get him back. But I think that he is a lost cause, sadly. I mean, he's never come back. Even when my younger sister got married, he never came back. My parents died. He didn't even come for the funeral. He just did not come back. He doesn't want to see Nigeria. I don't think that is his aim, but there are people like that, and they would always see Britain, I guess, as a better place for them. So
his mind hasn't been colonized. His soul has.
He's gone.
His soul has been colonized. And the real problem is he's desiring to be something he can never be. And everybody enjoys that until the day the bill comes due. And then when it hits them in the back of the head, all of a sudden they're crying and boo-hooing and singing the blues. It always turns out the same way. It always does. But even if that were never to occur, what good does it do for you to sit up here and do all of this and you've lost your soul in the process? If you're not somebody that people can respect, somebody who values where they've come from and put the sweat equity into it, to showing that they value that. People value, say what you will, people respect the state of Israel. Whether you think it's justified or not, they're fighting for what they think is theirs. They value it. The Jewish community around the world values Israel. It's in the desert, and it's not especially picturesque, but it's theirs. No matter how they got it, it's theirs. And they value it. And people respect that. People respect that they value that part of their identity. So when you hear people talk about that, even if you don't agree with it, you respect them for it. Man, your man ain't giving people anything to respect. That's the rough thing. As soon as he says that, it's like, oh, you one of them. You one of them. Let me tell you, I'm telling you that as a man. Life is not worth living as a man if I can't be respected. There's a reason why all these dudes out here selling their damn souls, kissing pearly things ass, they watch their self-respect disappear and vaporize in a single damn week. Didn't take any time for that to happen. They're going to spend the rest of their damn lives trying to recover that.
It's funny because this Nigeria internet is already poor, so it's not like but I'd noticed that she. Hello?
Yeah, where's your picture?
Can you see me?
No, we cannot see you.
What is happening?
You must have hit the button.
Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna keep talking and fix the camera right now.
I doubt it.
Can you hear me now?
Just go ahead and finish your thought there. There you go.
So yeah, I mean, the pearly things, man. I noticed it, and I thought, why is this white woman having a group of Black people and
in the UK,
talking?
In the UK, a group of Black people in
That's
the
what
UK.
worried me. I was like, oh my God, she's in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, folk need to be clear about this. She couldn't have done that over here. That was our whole thing about it. People keep overlooking that. She didn't get on over here. She couldn't have done that among us. So for all these folk out here, and by the way, let me direct this. Let me be very, very clear on what I'm about to say here. No, sir, and sir, no, she couldn't have done that among us over here. She only could have done that among the immigrant community over there. She couldn't have sat here. She wouldn't have had a bunch of folk do that. And the only folk from America she could get to talk like that, she had to fly over there. But she couldn't sit in a room full of us with a room full of Black women with her sitting up here acting like straw balls, and that's okay. So we talk about Black people putting in this proper context, A and B, or A and P, putting in this proper context there. It's the immigrant community that signed up for that. We were the ones who called that out. Nobody else was doing that. So when she showed up in London, she knew where she could find her niggas.
Yeah, so she smartly started there. So when she got a little bit of the weight she wanted, then she started to try and penetrate, which of course did not work out. But
even still, she only did it over there. When they talk about the folks she talked to and the white supremacists and things, even still, she knew where she could get away with that and where she couldn't. She knew it.
I mean, the colonization mindset is horrible. Even with my friends back there, some of their parents are never coming back. Some of them don't even know. They can't pinpoint Nigeria on the map anyway. So they'll probably have their children there, marry and have their children there and their children's children. And they would never know where they come from, which is sad. I mean, I have 2 children, and after my parents died, I know that when I had my first child, my mother was still alive, and I had to do some work in the UK. That was the last bit of work I had to do in the UK, but I've never taken my children there. It's not that I don't want to take them there. I don't want it to be a situation where there's a certain mindset and then they grow and then they will be like, no, you know what? I want to stay here. I would rather train them to understand the situation and have them stay in Nigeria. If there's value here, why not? Their grandparents have a business they can inherit. They can also start their own businesses here instead of allowing people to take over. I don't think that's right. So
wouldn't that be the cruelest of ironies? After all these centuries of colonization and slavery and everything else, if you were to look up in the mid 21st century and Nigerians as a group have let the matter of colonization go and just said whatever happens to Nigeria is what happens to it. Now, wouldn't that be the cruelest? Don't you know at that point right there, slavery wouldn't even, at least for Nigerians, it wouldn't even be an issue. It wouldn't be an issue anymore. Don't you understand? For the colonial powers, that's the best possible outcome. Hey, can we get your children? You won't abandon the fight. Can we get your children to abandon it? Yeah, you won't let it go, but if we stall out you and your kids, maybe your kids will let this go. Hell, they'll be happy to be part of our nation. All we'll tell them is, okay, you can be a part of it. You got to let that reparations thing go. Okay, well, no problem. You have to identify as one of us. I'm already hating. Can't you see this Union Jack? I'm great. Wouldn't that be a cruel irony?
Because my mom and dad, it was a very, that's why I say the colonization thing is almost a mental sickness. Because when my dad was like, he was leaving, my mother wasn't on board with this idea. I mean, she came to the UK when she was like 13. So she was not ready to go anywhere. And he was like, well, you do know that we're married and I've made the decision to leave this country. If you want to come with me, you come with me and I know we can make something better in Nigeria. So the reason why we didn't immediately come back with him to Nigeria is that they were still going back and forth on the situation. So.
Like I say, it is a cruel irony. And right now, if you want to know why it is we are being so hardline about this over here, it is because this is life or death in the balance. When you've got a woman who can sit here and tell you that slavery, your enslavement, your dehumanization was exaggerated. When you're literally sitting there at the gate of no return and they're telling you that what happened to you has been exaggerated. And then you got folks sitting up here. Well, I'm getting a paycheck from her, and she pays us kind of decent, so that's good enough for me. And why are you giving them such a hard time there, Jason? Why are you doing that? I would be letting that go. Okay, so you telling me that you are just so desperate for interracial sexual access, you gonna give that a pass? That gets a pass for a little old minimum wage check. That gets a pass. No, you're selling out all of us, so we gotta hold the line. We gotta hold the line. If we don't hold the line over here for you all, you're done. Let's be clear, you're done. See, the whole reason why all this blew up right now, and I know just my program sent shockwaves around the world because now everybody's getting on code. And there's your salvation. This was a conversation that was not happening 4 weeks ago, 4 months ago. So when I say that those of us in America, Black Americans, the descendants, that we set the tone for everybody else, if you don't believe me, take a look at the last 3 weeks. If we stand up, everybody else will. But if we don't stand up, unfortunately, nobody else will. If those of you who got some sense don't have the numbers in Britain. You don't have the numbers. You're like 6% of the population. You don't have the numbers. And you don't have the cultural gravitas. So we got to do that. But we're taking a hard line. And hopefully it makes it easier for folk like you. By us making it clear that this is where we stand, and folks say, oh, they ain't getting off of it. So this is what the Black Americans are on. That starts to influence everybody else. And then what you're saying about, hey, we don't need to be abandoning where we come from. We need to take the resources we got and come build up where we're at to solidify that even more. So we have strong roots. That now we're giving you the ability for that to have fertile soil. It might seem innocuous, but just what you've seen in the last few weeks, that makes it easier for you to make the argument you're trying to make. And it may go slowly, but just understand, I was talking about pearly things almost 2 years ago. It took about 2 years for that tree to get big enough to get chopped down. Here we are. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, I just want to thank you, Jason. I had to come on because I was like, oh, I have to talk about this immigrant sickness, but I'm grateful to finally have to come onto your show to mention what I had on my mind. So
yeah, what time is it over there right now?
It is 5:51 a.m.
Yeah, she's been up to the wee hours.
My husband is like, "Why are you not in?"
Yeah, he's like, "You talking to that other fella?" I knew you was talking to another man.
I was like, "Oh no, it's no way."
What is it? He's Husa Falani, ain't he? I knew you was looking at that fella down there at the market. I knew it. Josephine, come here.
He was like, "Oh," I was like, "It's not what you think, please."
I saw you, Josephine. You were looking at the man. He looked like Wesley Snipes. Come back in the bed. My mother warned me about you, not to trust you. No, I knew it. But thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, Josephine. Check in with us again. We appreciate that. Yeah, we're going to have them on Nigerian divorce court. I ain't trying to do all that. I ain't trying to make trouble. I'm not. Jason going to mess around and have them in Nigerian divorce court. Damn it. I was trying to bring folks together. She going to get to bed. He's sitting there in bed looking at her like Kodak Black. Yeah, who that you talk? It's 5 in the morning. Who you speak to? Who you speak to? Let me see that. Let me see that phone. Who is that? Jason, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Let me see if I can get one more up on here. We've been going for a little while. I'm going to make this the last one. Y'all keep me up. Lately, y'all have been keeping me on here for hours and hours. All my long haul truckers, my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers, my stay-at-home parents, my self-employed people. I've been getting y'all either halfway through your shift or halfway to your destination. So, man, y'all been having me do the most nowadays. All right, let me go ahead and see if I got James here. James, go ahead and unmute yourself. Hit the button, James. Unmute yourself. James, are you being accosted?
Morning, Jason from the UK.
All right, James, where in the UK you calling from?
London.
All right, brother. North side, east side, south side?
North.
All right, just so my folks over there know where you're calling from. So now they know what part of the hood you're in. All right, James, what's on your mind, brother?
It was just a quick thing to do with the system of white supremacy we're talking about. So in Africa, the education system was run by Britain. And what had happened, especially from the 50s throughout to the 90s, there was no teaching of the transatlantic slave trade. And the only reason why I know this is because the majority of Africans that I've met didn't know anything about this. In 2007, there was an event to celebrate the abolition of slavery, the bicentennial in London. And I and some other people had to go about interviewing people to find out what they knew about it, the anniversary. And I met a couple. The wife is German and the husband was from Africa. So we asked the husband from Africa, what does he know about the bicentennial anniversary? And he said he doesn't know what I'm talking about. So we said the transatlantic slave trade. He says, I don't know anything about that. We didn't learn anything like that in school. His German wife, white woman, comes over and she's able to talk about the triangle trade. She's able to talk about it and the horrors of it, etc., etc. And you're thinking, wait a second, how is it you live in Africa and you don't even know about the
he doesn't know about it, but his white wife does. And that basically tells you everything you need to know about white supremacy right there. And by the way, she will probably tell you that she's the least racist person you ever meet in your life. What she would not understand is she's a part of a system and a culture. And the very fact that she knows about it and he doesn't, and you know how pivotal that it is, that's the way white supremacy works, is that even if you're a white person who doesn't necessarily adhere to it, you are still a part of the system, even if you don't necessarily adhere strictly to its tenets.
Yes, because she also talked about the Germans in Africa as well. So she learned that at school. So it was just interesting that you see this interracial couple and their kids, and the husband plays like he's oblivious. But also what had happened was,
let me say this real quickly before you go on. Hold your thought. Don't lose it. But think about that for a few moments. How the hell can he be the head of the household if the wife knows about slavery and he doesn't? If the wife is more aggressive and assertive about that knowledge and he's not, how the hell can he be the head of the household? Go ahead.
Also, a lot of Africans did not know about the Caribbean countries. So a lot of them didn't, because there was people we met and they was unaware about the islands. They knew about America, but they didn't know about the islands. And they said it was only when they came to the UK that they met people from the diaspora, essentially, in the UK. So it's almost like they reconnected with people from various countries. So for the first time, it may be the first time a Nigerian met somebody from South Africa or East Africa or Central Africa was in the UK. Prior to that, no contact. And also the other thing, looking at it was, even with the British system over here, if you're black, you know about the slave trade. That's taught in class as a matter of fact. So you know that straight off. So that's not hidden. But now what's happening is there's a thing that's similar to what's happening in the state about decolonizing the curriculum. And the biggest pushback is coming from white people because they're saying, well, no, you're now changing things, etc., etc.
Well, here's the thing, though, brother. When you say they teach about the transatlantic slave trade, you say. But here's the thing. Are they still teaching that Britain exited the slave trade in the early 1800s? Now, if they're still, because if they're still teaching that, I'm like, okay, so you're still lying is what you're doing.
Well, yes, because what they pride themselves on is the abolition. The 1807 is what they pride themselves on. But they don't want to talk about the economic enslavement and entrapment and the fact that they never actually left because they ended up owning parts of Africa. So
correct.
I don't know if you heard about the Mau uprisings.
Yes, sir. We all know about Mau Mau.
Right. So basically, now they're now just waiting for these people. So it's very similar to what happened in Tulsa, in the sense that they came in, took the land from the people, dismembered many people who fought back to try and preserve their land, paid a pittance in compensation, right? And now they don't want to give back the land that they stole. So all Africa is just a Eurocentric carve up for their economic benefits. And when you try to explain that to white people about, well, wait a second, no, they made sure they had control of the resources. So they may have stopped physical slavery, but no, they made sure that they mentally enslaved the people, because there's a book called Black British, White British by Dilip Hero. And he talked about the Caribbean, and he said in the Caribbean, the British system was to ensure that the pupils were taught that England is their mother country, is their motherland, and everything was taught from an English perspective, the history, etc., etc. So they had no history of their own. So basically, it's almost like black people became a blank slate in which to be programmed for white European servitude, in a nutshell.
Exactly.
That's basically what it is. And the minute you try to explain that to other people who think they're, if you say living in the Matrix, right, and they don't want to be read, right, they don't want, it's too much for them to.
No, look, in Britain, what happened here is that they kicked the whole damn thing off. They capitalized on it more than anybody else. And then they symbolically cut ties to some of it while maintaining the control of it where it was. They were still getting their cotton from their colonies. They were still getting it from America, getting it from the Caribbean, getting sugar, getting tobacco. They were already ingrained in it. So it was unnecessary for them to practice it there. And what they did was they separated themselves from the head busters. Because understand, when you're dealing with the chattel slavery, now that was far away from them. Well, guess what was also far away from them? Uprisings and rebellions. So they never had to deal with the uprising and rebellions like that in their backyard. They never had to deal with that there. That was happening over there in Jamaica and Haiti and North America. That's where the uprisings were occurring. So they can do business with the head busters. Let them deal with that. Let them deal with down the sugar plantations and the cotton plantations and the tobacco plantations. Y'all deal with that fighting over there. We'll just wait till you get the finished product and ship it over here. And if that should sound familiar to you, because that is exactly the way they do things today. You take a look at Liberia, you take a look at Ghana, you take a look at the places where they're taking the minerals from and taking the rubber from. You take a look at China. The sweatshops aren't in America and Britain. Sweatshops are in China. Well, every once in a while, there's a little bit of an uprising. We got to beat down them Uyghurs over there and whatnot, enslave them, kill a few thousand of them, Got to break a few eggs, make an omelet. Yeah, the head busters. Yeah, you go bust the heads over there in Africa. You bust the heads over there in China. You bust the heads over there in the Philippines, in Pakistan. All of us who have our towels today. The textile industry is basically out of Pakistan today, for those of you who didn't know. You go to Walmart or whatever, all your towels and things say product of Pakistan. Okay, and they head busting over there. So this is what they've been doing for centuries. It's sophisticated for centuries. With folks acting like they don't know. That's why the history needs to be taught this accurately so you can see how it's still proliferating itself today. They kind of just move it around. And, okay, well, hopefully we got that taken care of and no more debts come due. Oh, hell, they learned a new word, reparations. Damn. Okay, so let me get this straight. The French can sit up here and hold up the Haitians for 120 damn years, by the way.
For 20 billion, I think in US, it equates to what they paid back. But interestingly enough, reparations seems to be only a white system, because anytime you talk about land reappropriation, especially in Africa, South Africa or Zimbabwe, they say, oh, the whites must be compensated, because Mugabe held out and said, no, we will not be paying any white farmers because they never paid for the land. If the white farmers are to be compensated, when they did the Lancaster House Agreement, he said to them, well, the UK and USA, you can pay the farmers, but we as Zimbabwe are not paying these white settlers.
And that's when Sir Robert Mugabe became public enemy number one. He went from being a knight of the realm to being public enemy number one. And that sounds incredibly familiar to one Idi Amin. Sounds incredibly familiar what happened to him too. You're perfectly fine as long as you go around with along with their program. Hey, I'm the last king of Scotland. Hey, I'm a knight of the realm. Yeah, you're great as long as you are doing their bidding. That's what I mean by colonization. You would never see the queen. Think about that for a few moments here. I want to bring you all back to this. I'm so glad you mentioned about Mugabe. Y'all, when I'm talking about colonization, remember before Mugabe, that's what you were dealing with. So you had a black face that was answering to the damn Queen of England. You have the leader of your country, a black face, who's literally a knight of the realm of the Queen of England. Now, you won't see the Queen, but he has. He's seen the woman behind the curtain. That's who he's in good with. He's seen her, and he's coming back bringing you bits and pieces of her policy. Until the day he, unlike most of his contemporaries, he one day decided, yeah, I'm not carrying the water anymore. But he was just one among many. He was just the one that resisted. But the others have gone along with it since. Think about that for a few moments. How the average Zimbabwean don't know a damn thing about the Queen of England. Doesn't know a damn thing about King Charles. If they do, it's only perfunctory. But he did. Think about that for just a few moments, everyone. He's mobbed up with them, and the common folk never even seen this person. That's what I mean by colonization. The white folk who run things and pull the strings, the citizenry never sees them. The leadership does, and the only person the citizenry ever sees is their black leadership. They don't see the white person that next level over them. And Mugabe was just one.
Yes, that's why when you talk about the white supremacist framework and also the outsourcing, that's why the system, so even the governmental systems that they have in Africa, when I talk about a democratic system, is based upon the British system, depending on which part of Africa was ruled. So whether it's French, Portuguese, Italian, etc., will all have their structural administrative influence, which they just basically carry on.
Yeah, very, very good way of saying that. Basically, you're the black administrator. When you take a look at these countries in Africa, they come in, it's either going to be a corporation or a government. And when they get done, they just install you as their black administrator. And all the people have to answer to you, but you answer to them. But the whole thing about white supremacy, as I start off this whole program, its main goal is to be unseen. How can a population rise up in revolt against something they can't even see? And if we can't prevent you from seeing it, can we prevent you from caring about it?
Yeah, hence why they had to get rid of Gaddafi. Because if you compare Libya to Nigeria, they're both oil producing countries, except with Libya, the money was reinvested back into the country. Gaddafi put infrastructure in Libya.
Oh no, when you start talking about taking your resources and investing it in yourself, you end up like Mohammad Mossadegh. For those of you who know your Iranian history, you end up like Mohammad Mossadegh. You end up like Gaddafi. You end up like Patrice Lumumba. We can go down the list. You start talking about reinvesting your resources where with your people, next thing you know, you're going to turn up dead.
Not just reinvesting them, but actually having control of your own economy, which there's no Eurocentric government that has actually said, Africa, you must take care of your own business. There's I'm going to shortly finish now. There's a podcast I was listening to with a young South African guy in his 30s, and he's talking about the education system. He says in the education system, in South Africa, we learn about insects. He says in Europe, they learn about mining. And he said the European and the Chinese all know about mining from a young age.
Oh, yeah.
They've got degrees, PhDs, etc. So he says when they come over here, they come over here to run things. He says us South Africans, right? We're just there to work things. That's it. He said, and mining is one of the pillars of our economy, yet we're not taught about it from an early age.
and then we'll argue you into the ground. There ain't no white supremacy. What do you mean they running things? We're not colonized. You all need to work harder. They will argue you into the concrete about that. Meanwhile, they don't even have control of the dirt under their feet while you trying to tell them, don't you see you colonized? What colonization? We're not colonized. They're not better than us. Well, there's a few issues, but it ain't that bad. What about your townships? Well, it's a little rough on some sides. Are you kidding me? Well, brother, thank you very much for staying up as late as you have. I appreciate my brothers and sisters over there for doing that and spending time with us and checking in. Please do give us a call again. We appreciate it. This has been a good program tonight. It's been very essential for us to have this as well, though, because we need to have these get-togethers so that we talk about this. Pearly Things couldn't do what she did if she didn't have so much immigrant support dismissing what she does. And I'm just saying, let's call it for what it is. And I haven't really spent tonight talking about her. You're right, I haven't. Because I've moved on beyond that to say, hey, where are the pillars of support and all the other people who make this possible? There is a code of conduct that has allowed that to occur. I'm just going to go ahead and speak on it tonight. But there's a code of conduct that has allowed that to occur. And the best thing that we can do is make sure that we call it out. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, Venmo. Mixmaster Mecco, thank you very much for your support. We appreciate that. Shani, thank you very much as well. She's been showing up here tonight. My man Dion Coleman has been a one-man gang on it tonight. I appreciate that too, brother Tommy Felix. And big shout out here to Black Mzungu. I don't know how much money that is in Ugandan currency. It looks like enough to buy a Lexus. So thank you very much, brother. I'll take it to the Range Rover dealership. I appreciate that. And to everyone here, Arthur Akello, everyone who's contributed to a nice program on Super Chat, thank you very much for your support. Thank you to all of you who tuned in here. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the only independent thought channel on YouTube. We are much hated, never imitated, but we got the whole world recalibrated because we have stayed on code. Take a look at the last 3 weeks of what we've been able to do. It started here, but I promise you it will not end here. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. YouTube has our channel shadow banned, and when you take a look at what we've done and how many big media outlets fear us now you know why they did it. Let's keep them scared. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Doesn't it feel good to see what it's like to have intelligent free thinkers for a change? Drink deep. And if you haven't been to our website, our Patreon, you definitely want to go ahead and check that out. We do that every Saturday, 12 noon Central Time. That's where I give people the heads up on what I'm going to be doing next. So you definitely want to check us out there as well. The link is in the description. I want to thank all of you here for joining us live. Thank all of you for joining us recorded. Thank you for liking it. Thank you for sharing it. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.